All right, all right, all right. I think I'm live. Hays and friends, happy Thursday to you, right? Not quite Friday yet. It's Friday Eve, right? Some of you, it is Friday, early morning on the other side of the planet. But welcome, everyone. Hope you're doing well, enjoying your beautiful day. And we're excited to see what messages come through from Spirit. So, hello, hello. And before we get into everything, though, I like to first slow our roll and come back to the moment. We do that through a big deep breath together. Just deep breath, hold it for as long as feels comfortable. Slow exhale. We do that to come out of the future, out of the past, out of the chaos of the outside world, to come back into here, into this wonderful, safe space, this beautiful place of eternal, unconditional love energy. And so that's what we'll do first, and then bring in some more energy with the singing bowl here. So if you want to join me in that deep breath, let's do it. So let's begin. Big deep breath in. Here we go. Feels good, doesn't it? Okay. And then I will hit the singing bowl 3 times. And as we do that, we can just let this vibration, just this wonderful, eternal, unconditional love energy of what we're made out of who we are, just vibrate out to our emotional heart and to all of our emotions, raising those up, focusing in on our mind, letting that vibration go up, transform our stories, our thoughts, our beliefs through our physical bodies into all of our cells, our blood, our bones, our organs, whatever. Just letting it go through all that. And then our energetic system, all of our chakras. We have energetic meridians that run throughout our bodies too. And then also out into our auras. Just filling up our being first. Fill, all the way to the brim, overflow, and let it go to the outside world. Let it do what it wants to do out there, right? Help raise the vibration of the planet. Um, and of course, what we can do to immediately raise our energy is focus on gratitude for just one little thing. What are we grateful for in this moment? We can just focus in on that. Um, and that, sincerely gratitude, it raises our love vibrations, starts taking off, right? Um, it magnetizes us to receive more of what we're grateful for, and it opens us wide open for messages from spirit as well. After the third gong, I will bring in the magical feather as I like to do, and I'm going to continue just to pulse out unconditional love energy out to the world, focusing in on all those places of authority across the world, like the United States. That could be the Supreme Court, of course, the 3 branches of our government, our state governments, mayors, tribe leaders, whatever it may be, and then across the world, dictators and other presidents and parliaments and whatever across the world. The spirit knows our intention, and it'll just go out there and flood all of them with unconditional love energy. And the intention just to spread love. It's not to do anything nefarious, right? It's just to fill those up because that energy takes care of itself, right? If someone's lower vibrational energy, they can't stand to be in high vibration energy. So they either have to raise their vibration to match that level, or they can't stand it and they want to get out and make room for someone who is at higher vibration. That's how we can transform the planet in our own way, right? So we'll keep doing that. Maybe we'll do that until the earth does transform, right? Why not? All right. So that's what we're going to do. So let's get started. Remember, gratitude. Here we go. beautiful, beautiful. She's just gonna sing all night, I think. Powerful energies. Thank you guys so much for joining me in doing that. Just so calming. All right. Powerful energy flowing throughout the earth. Let's see what it does for us, right? So welcome, 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 everyone. Again, hope you're enjoying your day this evening or this um, morning if you're on the other side of the planet. And well, can't wait to see what Spirit has coming in for us tonight. If you are new to my channel or new to these readings, hello, hello. I'm your Bretta Z. We are here to spill the tea from Spirit, see what they want to share with us, what the answers they'll give us, what we can learn from one another. I always learn something, and it's exciting to be able to channel Spirit to see what we can learn. So, welcome. If you are looking for a nice safe space, you found it. We got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts and great senses of humor. Thank God, because we like to have a good time. So, welcome. There's always room for more Zen friends. If you want to know how the process of the readings works, it's all detailed down in the description area of the video of the stream. And there's a ton of information down there, but talks about how donations get first priority in here. If you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom or in the description area. It does have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay. I don't have any set dollar amounts, but the dollar amount you give does determine what how deep we go. So if you give like a dollar reading, then it's ankle deep. Or if you give a $10 reading and you have 10 questions, we'll go ankle deep on the 10 questions, right? So it all depends on the donation amount, is how deep we dive. Um, if you make a donation of $5 or more, you do get a little piece of cake, as I call it, an extra oracle card. We're going to finish up this for sure. We got the shamanic medicine. I only have 3 of those left. We've been using those. Those will be used up. I already have, I know those are going to be, already have enough donations. We're going to use those up. And then we're going to move on to the Seasons of the Witch, the Lamas or Lamas Oracle. Not llamas. That's the celebration, August 1st coming up. It's being in the middle of summer. I know. Can you believe it? So that's what we'll get. You'll get one of those. And then for donations under $5, you still get a fortune cookie. And you're going to use this Blocked and Blessed deck. It's hilarious deck. It's tough love, loud laughs, real growth, a sassy oracle deck for modern healing. And they are pretty blunt and fun. And I like those. And then I have a backup once we get finished with those. Tonight, we're going to be using the Tarot of Dragons. I'm in a very dragony mood today. So that's what we're going to be using for the tarot. At the end of each session, I do post a pinned comment listing all the readings completed with timestamps. And I also list on there if I'm able to get to free readings, and if so, who, again, timestamps. And if not, because sometimes I go 7, 8, 9 hour sessions, I know, and still not get free readings. Sometimes I get a lot of donations, which I'm so grateful for. I mean, it's how I earn my living and eat my food, so important. But free readings are important to me as well, because I know not everyone is able to give donations. So I do pop on in the morning if I don't finish them the night of. But I put that in the pinned comment if I got to all free readings, some or none, and then and I have the list at the bottom of the readings I'll complete in the morning as well. So that's it. Blah blah blah. All right, so that's how the process works. If you haven't checked out my free podcast, I also have a podcast. I know. When do I find the time? I don't know, but we do have one. Here's the playlist link. So if you want to catch up on it, there's the link. It's always down in the description area, or if you go to my main page on YouTube, it's at the top, the playlist, The Easier Path. And just earlier this afternoon, I did come out with a new one. This is our newest episode. It's usually every 2 weeks, depending on how busy I am. But this one is What They Think of Me. It's a really good one. I really loved what messages Spirit brought through. So if you're interested, check that out. So That's that. And then also, we're almost at the end of it too. We I was celebrating reaching 2,600 plus YouTube subscribers. Here's a little video that talks about how we're celebrating the giveaways every Monday and the special giveaway that's coming up on Monday, August 3rd, the last one. So if you make a donation or you ask for a free reading, you're automatically entered. I enter you in. I always I like being able to do things where you don't have to really do anything with it, you know. So by showing up and asking for those readings, Wednesday through Sunday, because I'm on Wednesday through Sunday night. Monday, I pull one winner from donations who wins a 30-minute personal recorded reading, and one from free readings who wins a 15-minute personal recorded reading. And that announcement video is on Monday. We've already had 4. Can you believe it? It's already been 4 weeks. We're almost at the end of July. What the heck, right? But for the August 3rd drawing, here's the 4 winning videos. All you have to do is comment on one of them, whether it's congratulating the winners or just an emoji, whatever you want to put in there. As long as there's a comment, uh, one per video, I will enter. Um, sorry, Alexa, stop. It must be updating. It's in the little blue thingy. It's out of the corner of my eye. Sorry. Easily distracted. I'm like, I see something over here. I thought it was a spirit, but it's just Alexa on the wall. So maybe just need to turn her off. But as I was saying, all you have to do is and then it's one per each of the videos you can enter. Now, if you put a bunch of comments on one video, it's still one entry, so you don't need to spam one, just one per video. And you'll have 4 options to get into the drawing. And that drawing is a special one. I'm giving away one 60-minute personal recorded reading, 2 additional 30-minute personal recorded readings, and 4 additional 15. So this Monday is going to be a big giveaway. So it's not too late to get into that. So check it out. I think that's all the skinny on all the free stuff and the giveaways and all that. So I like to make sure you guys know what's up, just in case you're not aware. So blah blah blah. Let's make sure that's all the stuff. Let me make sure all of my um, lists are up to date, and then we'll get into readings and see what we got going on here. So we have May in the house. Hey, May, good to see you. Hello, hello. We do have you. You're number 7 this afternoon on the donation. So we got that coming up here for you. And we've got Jocelyn Anderson. Hey, hey, good to see you. What is ahead of you? Absolutely, Jocelyn will get you on the free readings. So the free readings, let me find them down here. You'll be number 5 on the free readings. So we got you there. We got Chelsea in the house. Hey, Chelsea, good to see you. And for your free reading, we'll get you. You'll be number 6 on the free readings. And then your donation earlier is number 6. So that's you'll be number 6 on the donations. And we got Livier Vagata in the house. Hello, hello. Good to see you. See you. And we got Beatrice in the house too. Beatrice. So Beatrice, you're on the donations, I do believe. Yeah, you're number 3 on the donations. And for the free reading, you'll be number 7. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, absolutely. Hugs from Australia. Good, good. Down under. It's late. Is it early in the morning there? Or yeah, early in the morning tomorrow morning, right? Aren't you guys like 14 hours ahead or something of us? Something fun, right? All right. I am doing well, Olivier. Good to see you. Let's see, I don't think I skipped anyone here. Got all excited about Australia. I have a friend who moved back to Australia. She lives in Sydney. So she had enough of the United States. I don't blame her. All right. So, Yeah, especially if you have Australia to go to is what I mean, you know? If you have a choice of like, "Hey," you know, although I know Australia tries to kill all the spiders and all that stuff, right? Hmm. Alright, and Olivia, I do see your free reading will get you it'll be number 8 on the free readings here. It's Friday, 9:15. Oh, wow, yeah, so 14 hours, yeah. In Brisbane, oh, beautiful. Welcome to the club. Alright, well, I think I've got everyone on the list here. For free readings, since I'm down here, we've got Ashish, Bakaran will be number 1st, and then Debbie O, Butterfly Lauren Smith is number 4, Jocelyn, you're number 5, Chelsea number 6, Beatrice number 7, Olivier number 8. And for donations, up first, we'll have Barbara Sanchez, you'll be up first, and then we'll jump to Sudeshna, and then to Beatrice, and then to Lauren Smith, and then back to Sudeshna, and then to Chels, and then to May, and then back to Sudeshna. So that's where we're at on donations right now. So we'll get in there. Let's just, I know, it's busy. I'm still drinking my beet juice here. I'm going to get back on a regular sleeping schedule a little bit. 'Cause I haven't walked in 2 weeks. But also, I was feeling, tired from all the heat and the smoke and everything, and the thunderstorms, so I'm determined. August 1st, if not tomorrow, August 1st, I'm getting back into my working out and everything, so we should see less of the blood juice. But I'd like to give a cheers to everyone, just to thank you for the thumbs up, for all the comments, all the donations, all the wonderful comments after, sessions and watching my podcasts and all this free stuff you do that does help spread the Zen love. You're part of the love tsunami. You're helping my channel get out. Oh, and we reached 2,700. We're like at 2702. So already celebrating 2,600, we went up to 2,700. So we are definitely growing and you're helping spread the Zen love. So thank you for that. I love you guys. Cheers, cheers. Good stuff. Potent. Poof. All right. So, hey, Dason, good to see you. Absolutely. We'll get you on the free readings here. You'll be number 9 on the free readings once we get to those. All right. Well, let us dive in here. We do have Barbara Sanchez up first, 2005. Thank you for your super sticker earlier. Sorry we missed you last night. I think you came in probably maybe an hour or 2 after we had finished up. So, apologies. After I slept and woke up and saw your messages, I was like, "Oh, well, you're up first tonight, though." So we'll dive deep. Thank you again for your donation, and let's see what we got going on here. So, you did wanna know about your relationship with Danny. So you want first of all, you wanna know, is he faithful? So let's take a look here. What can we know about the faithfulness here? Do that and that. And then you wanted to know, does he still wanna marry you? We'll look at that. And then, what else we can know is what we would like to know. So what was your other comment? And just whatever else, whatever else. Spirit's willing to share, right? I think that's it. All right. So we'll start here and see what we got going on. So, all right. Let's start with your first question here. I feel like we're going to leave the bottom of the deck for now and want to find out, is he faithful? All righty. What do we all got going in here? Yeah. I mean, we've got the Death card and the 7 of Pentacles here. And underneath it all, we have the 9 of Cups, which is a dream come true kind of energy. That's coming in here. This feels like right now, I'm not getting any of that kind of energy of being unfaithful. It's interesting, the Death card and the Seven of Pentacles, it brings in, like, a flavor, because Seven of Pentacles is, like, the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, it's patience, it's, kind of going forward, um, and with the Death card and the Nine of Cups, there is this energy of kind of evaluating, right? The Seven of Pentacles in the middle of it, you start to see some of your fruit, and then you start to go, "Is this what I want?" And it's not a like a how do I get the hell out of here energy. It's evaluating, what is my dream come true? Is this what I want? Is this what you want? I feel like there's and this might be why you're picking up like doubt from them because you're very empathic. You pick up on their emotions, which I know is not fair to our partners because I was very empathic and I would hold my exes accountable when I was with them because I'd be like, "Why are you feeling that way?" And da da da. Get out of there. That's not fair. I can feel something and not act on it or, whatever. Just get out of there. And I'm like, yeah, but they did act on it. Mine did. That's why they're my exes, right? But I feel like there's no cheating. They're kind of in this contemplation, just kind of shaking up their world a little bit. But we'll see here. Do they still want to marry you? Let's see here. Oh, we got the 10 of Pentacles. We got the Ace of Wands. We got the 10 of Wands. Yeah, I mean, the 10 of Pentacles is relationship energy. That's about family and fullness and legacy. You got the 10 of Wands and the Ace of Wands, which, is an energy of an ending an old energy, beginning a new energy. So, it does feel like there still is that energy invested there. Though I do feel like there's a bit of trying to figure out what it is they do want, what it is they don't want energy going on, which it makes sense. I mean, it's human to before we make big leaps to make sure, is that really what I want? Instead of just leaping and going, oh, hope for the best. It's they would rather, be be sure of what they're really wanting. So, it happens. That's why with marriages and or weddings and everything, there's all about people getting cold feet, right? Because it's that fear that, oh, am I making the right choice? Am I gonna be enough for them or are they gonna dump me, kind of energy? Am I gonna fail? I don't wanna fail, all that kind of stuff. So let's see what else your extra cards have to tell you here. You do have the Three of Swords with the Eight of Cups. Yeah, this is the biggest fear, and this is the fear we all have, right? The fear of being heartbroken, the fear of someone walking away from a relationship, abandoning us, right? And, that's our big thing, and some of my I have to find which podcast this is because they keep bringing it up, but it's in my podcast series, The Easier Path, somewhere in the beginning. It's gotta be with probably it's definitely within the first 10, if not the first 6 or 5. Um, I talk about being cheated on several times by different people and the fears I had and why, and how it attracted things to me, and then but the mirrors it showed me and the transformation it had. And it's important we get to the fears because when we're focusing in our fears and we're going into that, we actually draw experiences like that toward us if we don't go, what is the root of that fear? What am I afraid of? The abandonment, the betrayal? Or does that go back to our childhood, right? And transformation that can come in here, right? Yeah. So you got the Four of Pentacles. This is about our self-worth, and and we talk about a lot about that in my podcast series. In fact, I think we even do we talk about I don't think we talk about it in the one that came out today, but it's the 3 buckets of the outside world that we're taught to define ourself by, which is relationships, situations, and things. We're taught all those things define our worth, but they don't. And it's a good thing because all those things are unstable. The Four of Pentacles teaches us when we define our worth by those things, we feel unstable because all those are. Relationships are unstable with humans. People pass away. people change, people walk away. So unstable, right? Whether it's romance or friends or family or whatever. Situations like jobs, education, social status, marital status, situational things, they never stay the same. They're always changing and evolving and movement, right? So unstable, we're unstable when we define ourselves by it and things, our bodies, our bank accounts, our possessions, all those things break down, deteriorate, blow up, burn down, stolen. So all of those unstable things, they all point us back to ourselves. Because after a while, we're like, I'm tired of feeling unstable, attached to these speedboats that just go over this lake unstable, up, down, all around, and we're getting whipped all over the place instead of having a solid foundation. When we turn inward and upward and find the eternal unconditional love that's here, that becomes our foundation. And then we have a solid core of who we are. Then the instability of the outside world doesn't matter because we're solid. And this is what this is bringing in here. This is something that relationships teach us. It's one of the designs of the process, right? Being that mirror that shows us what we want to see about ourselves till we see it. And trust me, we will continue to have it shown to us if it's in the same person or different people, like, three, four, mainly four. The fifth one, I learned different stuff in, but four relationships about insecurities around being cheated on um, were there, and uh, they kept on showing up. I went from relationship to relationship, going, "Oh, it must be them. It must be them. It must be them." And then I realized this message, I think, is for me, and it sure was. Set me free, right? And that's what they do it for, not to, "Ah, ha, 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 look what you got inside you." No, it's to teach us how to transform and be freed from something. Right, and then your last 3 cards here, you do have the 8 of Wands. So there's a big flow of energy here. Let's see what this is about with these 3. Queen of Pentacles. It's abundance. It's also Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. Spend energy focusing in on you. Yeah, and the 3 of Pentacles, which is about you creating and being true to your authentic self. So a lot of this message is, when we're pointing and wondering what's going on out there, they're a mirror, and then we can, look at what's going on in here. The bottom of the deck, which we didn't talk about, is the 5 of Cups, which is the Sadzi energy, which is you can see the dragons looking down at the spilt cups, but behind him is the power of emotional choice. And that is that no one makes us feel any certain thing. I know it feels like it, but they don't. We're making an emotional choice. We're just reacting and making an emotional choice so fast, we don't realize that we have made choices that have led to a habit, that have led to, you know, a reactionary default. But we can change that. We can change how we, whatever situation happens out here, what story we define to it, we can assign the emotion that goes with it. And so this is the change energy that comes in. And with um your questions of like, uh, is Danny faithful to me? We can switch that around and go, am I faithful to me? How am I shrinking and, you know, denying myself for someone else? How am I cheating on my higher self? This is what I learned. A big thing in people cheating on me after in post review spirit, we were talking about, what did you learn through all these experiences? And I'm like, men are bastards. And then they're like, no, no. Okay. That's not it. All right. Well, what was it? you know, and they were like, uh, you know, um, well, if everyone's a mirror and they were cheating on you, I know, right? Right. Well, I get a hallelujah from everyone. Hallelujah. But we learned that you know, they were cheating on me. I go they go, "What mirror is that for you?" I go, "I wasn't cheating on them." And they were like, "No, but if you're supposed to define your self-worth is from yourself, not from the outside, and I was defining myself by the outside world, then I was cheating on myself with them. And I had to sit with that because I was like, wow, and it hit right between my eyes because I was shrinking, I was sacrificing myself for these individuals, and that is cheating on myself, betraying myself. And it's amazing what we learned. Like, even the 5th relationship, I was going through these feelings that they were trying to fit me in between the important things in their life, and the big flip around was I was trying to fit me in between what I thought were the important things out there, instead of allowing myself to be number 1, and then everything else is secondary, and it's life-changing. So, hopefully that helps a little bit. That is what they have, and then you get a fortune cookie. You get one of the last 3 of these shamanic medicine. I feel like this one's calling your name. You got the drum, beautiful drum, and it's called Awaken. So let's see what this is about. Every drum awaits its destined keeper. So drum appears to you now because of your struggle to quiet the chit chat of your mind. Well, drum will connect you to memories of your mother's heartbeat, the cosmic mother, and ancient rituals and ceremonies of your past lives. Wow. The sound, energy, and vibration of this spirit horse is waiting to awaken the primal sound you have been subconsciously searching for. That is, the lost sound of your soul. Drum is offering to take you to the other worlds you've been longing to explore. With simple beats, the sounds and vibrations of the drum will enable your logical left brain to defer to the creative right brain, allowing you to relax into the zone where mystery awaits. Drum is your companion on the journey of awakening. As your heart synchronizes with the beat of the drum, your consciousness will shift. This may invoke ecstatic trance. There will be transformation. Awaken wise and ancient traditions. Drum your soul back home. Wow. It's kind of that was talking about, right? Coming back to you instead of us being out here defining ourselves, we're coming back home. Other divination meanings of the card: past life recollect. Blah blah blah. That's easy for me to say. Past life recollections awaken through the beat of the drum. Walk to the beat of your own drum. A healing occurs using a shamanic drum. Shamanic journeying to the beat of a drum enhances your spiritual sight and connection. The drum speaks and says, "Pray with me before we start. We'll journey deep into your heart. Invoking trance, awake the soul. We drum as one until you're whole." Wow. I love that. I love that for you. Beautiful, beautiful card. So that's what they got for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. I greatly appreciate it. Hopefully that helps a little bit. All right. Let's do a quick shout out here and we'll get back in here. We got JV in the house. Hey, JV. Good to see you. You'll be number 9 on the donations. There we are. We got you. Give that a love and a like. Ooh, did I give these? I didn't get to do likes earlier. Let me do that real quick. I like to make sure. Lets me love them early, but not. There it goes. Make sure we got all those. Boom, 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 and boom. All right, we're caught up. And Chelsea, an additional one. That'll be number 10. I do have a shamanic drum that I haven't used. I don't know if you guys can. Let me see if I go this way. There it is. It's always behind me, secretly watching over us. So maybe one of these nights I'll do that instead of the singing bowl, or in addition to, we'll do a mother's heartbeat, reconnect, and maybe past life connections. Well, ideas, ideas. I love it. Okay. So we'll give that a love and a like there. All right. I saw the one. I've been told I'm marriage material, and now what did you say? I'm like, and it's like an event, like, I'm impossible now, right? Or something like that to deal with, right? I loved it. Saw on the gram, the Instagram, is that's the one you're talking about. Insufferable, that's right. You're wifey material, and now I'm insufferable. You just can't stand me now. Alright, I loved it. Alright, so we got you on the list there? Yeah, I 2 thumbs up for that for sure, I liked it. Alright. So we will jump in here and continue on. So we got Sudeshna's first one, 3750. So here's whoops, try that again. Here we go. Here's number 1. So, you wanna know what is the Saturn retrograde period bringing in for you? What impact will it have on your life, good or bad? And you have a moon in Capricorn. Ah, I'm a Cap rising. So, I know, what is it? What is it bringing? All sorts of fun stuff. All right, let's take a look here. What is the Saturn retrograde bringing in here for you? We got that. We got that one and this one here. All right. Well, Saturn is the workhorse, is the kind of the old miser. They do bring us challenges. That's why I'm a Capricorn rising, so I loved getting into my shadow work. It was like I'm almost a masochist when it comes to I wanna I wanna, like, bang on the drums of my pain to see where does it go down to? Let's just keep hitting it so I can get to the root. Bang, 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 bang. And that's kinda what Saturn does, but it offers you if you do this work, you do get a reward, though, you know? There is that, reward that comes in with doing the the freedom work, getting to the root of things too, right? So, let's see what this with it being your moon, it is gonna be, of course, more, emotionally pointed, right? And you do have the 5 of Pentacles on the bottom, so it does appear that it's gonna be around the fear of abandonment, of not being enough, not having enough, being as I said, being abandoned, left behind, left out in the cold kind of energy. And that's going to be a big focus here, it seems, for this retrograde. It's going to shine the light on that area of your life, not to laugh at you and go, ha ha, that you got pain, na 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 na, you got fears. But I like this, energy coming in because it's to free you from things so you can be light, not have triggers, and live with more joy and less of that pull downward, right? And then you've got these 3 cards that came out together. Yeah, I love it. So you have the Empress, which is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, and abundance energy, right? You also have the 10 of Pentacles, another abundance energy, also relationship energy, and the 10 of Wands. So, a big part of this moon is going to show you, one, how much of your energy you've been investing in worrying around and fearing not being enough, not having enough, being abandoned kind of energy, right? And that's where the freedom will come from. 10 of Pentacles is more romantic relationship energy, but it can be family and everything else. But that Empress energy is about moving from defining your worth by the outside world and coming back here, and then also seeing yourself, you know, the seeing each other from a higher place, knowing that it's creator universe that brings you what you need in each moment, not any humans. That even our love, the love we're looking for, comes from above, and then it's reflected to the outside world, right? So big movement and transformation coming in with that. You also have the Eight of Swords, yeah. which makes sense. This is kind of a big card that could represent that Saturn energy, because Capricorn, even though it's an earth sign, very in the mind, questioning a lot of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve us anymore, those that used to make you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. So there's a freedom energy that comes in with that there. You have the 7 of Pentacles, yeah, leading to the Lovers. I know. So, this will help, of course. That's one of our biggest fears is being abandoned by, yeah, we're concerned being abandoned by family and parents and stuff, but when it comes down to the big oof to the heart, it's someone choosing us intimately and then unchoosing us, right? But I like this with the 7 of Pentacles and the Lovers card. Look, isn't that a beautiful Lovers card? Kissy kissy. But they are, this is about, a slow time to give you, to work on that, to release those fears so that when you don't draw in lower vibrational relationships where people do abandon you, you are at a higher level where you draw on someone that, supports you and doesn't abandon you, stays there with you. So, I like that. So, I feel like that's, one of the big things that's happening with this Saturn retrograde for you, just really looking at that. See what your fortune cookie brings in here too. This one. You got signs everywhere, volume still on mute. I'll read the rest of it here in a sec. It says, "Spirits typing, but you're not listening." Guidance, awareness, intuition. It's like somewhere the volume's on mute and they're trying to get through to you, and you're like, "What?" You got noise canceling headphones on, you're like, think are they trying to say something to me? So maybe this is that message of getting out of our head and into our heart a little more, right? But that's what they got for that one. Hopefully that helps a little bit, Sudeshna. We'll circle back around. Your other ones are number 5 and number 8. So we'll be back around here in a moment. All right, let's catch up on the chat real quick here. Hey, Twin Flame, good to see you. Hello, hello. I see yours. We'll get you on the donation list here in a sec. And May, you said you heard that anyone who feel has wronged you, will feel it now during the retrograde. And oh, like, so anyone we feel we've wronged, that it's gonna come to our face too, right? That sounded bad. It's gonna be brought to our face there. And that, yes, if you do your own work, you'll be rewarded. Oh, I love that. And those who have not will have it hit them in the bohiney. Yeah, I like that. It makes sense. Um, and it probably has to do with some other stuff that's there too. Yeah. Well, I feel like it depends on what sign it is in and, because that determines what the taste of the retrograde is about. But the planet Saturn, um, is Capricorn, the devil card kind of energy where it shakes up an area of our life, having us look at beliefs so we could be free from them. So good stuff. All right. So Twin Flame, we've got you donation number 11. So thank you for that. We got you on there. I don't know if you know, I believe you won one of the giveaways. Let me just pull it up here. I think this is my list. It sure is. Yeah, July 20th, you won the donations, um, giveaway. If you wanna know more about that. You did not know? Here's the 20th. You won on the 20th, so that's the announcement video if you wanna check it out. Get all the deets. I just saw that. Are you lucky or what? Yeah, you won a 30-minute personal recorded reading. It is rare, but maybe it's a change for new things. And then we got Debbie O. Hey, hey, you'll be back. All All right, sounds good, Debbie. Oh, we got you. You'll be number 12, but you're probably, like you said, you're probably not here. So we got you. You're number 12 if you are here. Oh, you are here. Okay. So you'll be number 12. Probably the peanut gallery. Oh, okay. So you'll get back to me. I got it. All right. So thank you. You're me number 12. In 10 minutes. All right. Will you do it? And yeah, I'm sure we'll be a little bit here. So we'll see when you're back. Do you want me to wait until you're back? Okay, I'll wait till you're back. All right. Just in case Bible study runs long, you guys fall in the under the fall in under the spirit, right? Be slain in the spirit. Oh. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I will. Yeah, enjoy. All right, and then Kat Mia, we got you on the free list. You'll be number 10 on the free list. So I like it there. Okay, yeah, that's not a problem at all. Oh, yeah, Bible study night too? Oh, nice. All right. So I think we've got everyone on the list now. So we'll continue on here. Oh, you're number 11 on the donations. All right. And then free one. All right. Absolutely. So for the free one, you'll be number 11 there too. Easy breezy. Look at easy to remember. 11. All right. Let's get into it. So Beatrice, you're up 49.10 for yours. And thank you for your donation. I appreciate that. And so you want to know, how did A feel when he saw you were with another man? And then again the next morning. This sounds familiar. Seeing some of the questions, I'm like, are you guys all a collective of having the same experiences? I know. I what and what's interesting is, uh, the next question, Lauren, who is up next, Lauren Smith, she asked about a post discussing relationship fears and potential future regrets, which is like the posting you put. And I was like, are you guys all the same person? I don't know. I thought I was going schizophrenic for a minute. And then, Chelsea, after that, um, she talks about something that's related to you, like you too, May, which, um, um, because you talk about after being intimate the first time, they kind of pulled back in a way, and I'm like, "W is this the spirit of May moving among?" Because it's like all of you are experiencing similar things, and I know it was freaking me out earlier, I have to admit. Not freaking me out, like, in a bad way, I was just like, Are you guys all the same person?" D are you, do you have a split personality? And I go, "Let me speak to Beatrice, let me speak to Lauren, let me speak to May, let me speak to Chelsea." Yeah, and it's just like the commonality is you all are women dealing with men, right? You're like, "There's a common denominator in this." Oh, oh, you make a good point. So, interesting. I was just like, "What is happening?" But it's so specific too. It was just really blowing my mind. Uh, Maybe it is this retrograde, the Capricorn retrograde, right? Yeah, right? It's like it all. Boom, boom, boom. So, all right, well, let's take a look here. Let's see if your guys' messages come up differently, right? Now, do you all guys live in Southern California? I just wanna make sure. Does everyone? Because maybe it's the same person. Maybe they have a split personality, and you guys are all dating the same guy. You have to walk around with a stick. Don't blame. Alright, so let's take a look here. So, Beatrice, how did A feel when he saw you were with another man and then again the next morning? We'll take a look at this. Oh my god, you live in Southern California? Maybe it's just Southern California men. And May does, and anyone else who wants to feel and then Chels does too. I wonder I wonder where Beatrice and Lauren live. They're like, "Oh my god, you guys need to start like a club." Oh, I didn't read yours yet. Oh, yours isn't too detailed though. Oh, wait till you tell us what just happened. I know. This maybe this is. Maybe you do need to start a a girls club. I know. I'm like, and you guys are all typing fast. I'm like, "Okay." So anyway, Beatrice, let us know where you're from if you want. You guys don't have to say, but, that's crazy, right? Maybe it's just, Southern California men are just, you know, interesting. Okay, sounds good. So, let's take a look here. How did A feel? Let me okay, let me hold on. Let me clear my energy of all your guys' energy. I need to focus just on Beatrice. Otherwise, I'm gonna get a collective group reading from all of you guys. I'm gonna put you all in your little pockets over here, and we'll be back to you because that's hilarious. All right, Beatrice, we're circling back on you now. I want you to have heard all that. Otherwise, I'd give you a new timestamp. But I feel like you need to know this too. You're definitely not alone. All right. So, how did he feel when he saw you were with another man and then again the next morning? And then did he assume that you guys slept together? The monkey. All right. And then did it elicit any emotions at all? And has uh, you being with someone new something he's thought about since? Ooh, right, boom. And then has he thought about reaching out to you? Okay, these two here, with that there. All right. So what we got here. Oh, maybe this is Saturn energy because we've got the devil card on the bottom of the deck, which is devil card, Saturn, Capricorn energy. So the Saturn retrograde energy. Interesting. So let's take a look here. So how did he feel when he saw that? We saw the hanged man, the hanged dragon. So that's kind of looking at things from a higher perspective. Do you have the Knight of Cups and the Page of Wands? And it's interesting because I feel like this is kind of the energy we got a little bit in another reading for someone else, which it did spark, the Page of Wands. It's like, and they brought back the same thing where like when It's like the dogs upstairs or like a little kid. When someone like, I'm not even playing with a toy or a bone, you know, a child could be playing with a bone too, you never know, but, like, a dog playing with is not, but when another dog goes over and plays with a bone, the other dog wants to go over and play with it now, or when, um, like a child has a toy and he's not playing with it, but someone plays with it, now he suddenly wants to play with it because there's this energy that of attraction of, "That's mine. Even though I'm not playing with it, that's mine still." It's like, I need it. I need a lot of stuff, right? So there's a little bit of that energy that was kind of sparked there. I wonder if all you guys are dating high testosterone men who work out and are in gyms. That's something else we can kind of maybe think about. 'Cause I'm getting this caveman, "Oh, oh, oh," like we did before, this caveman energy where if someone's on has a lot of testosterone, a lot of muscle, that they can be, more aggressive energy and maybe too much protein. Anyway, so let's see here. Did he assume you guys slept together? You know, I don't know, the 4 of Cups here is pretty bland, steady emotional energy. The Page of Swords, that's seeing things from a higher perspective too. So I don't feel like their mind went there with that. I feel like it just went into they felt what's going on? What did it? And then, but, you know, um, it's like the Hanged Man and the Page of Swords is still their mind still is, uh, in charge and looking at it from the mental standpoint. Did it elicit any emotions at all? Well, 4 of Swords. Oh, 8 of Cups. Well, 4 of Swords is peace of mind, letting go of expectations. The 8 of Cups is walking away from emotions that don't serve. So, and I feel like that kind of is the thing is, oh, so you're seeing someone else, so that must be it. Okay, you know, they kinda just, do that. So, interesting energy. Has has, uh, you being with someone new something he's thought about since? Hey, Beatrice, you just joined. Do you need your timestamp? Here, I'll give it to you just in case here. If you wanna rewind and catch up. Oh my gosh. Are you in for a surprise? I don't think I missed anyone else. I think everyone all that okay. Has he thought about this here? We got the King of Swords, the Ace of Swords, which is a lot about being in their mind and changing the stories, looking at the stories differently. Again, all of these looking at things from a higher perspective, a different perspective, and but it feels very analytical. It feels very, that kind of energy. Um, so let's see here. Has he thought about reaching out to us? Will tell us a lot about what the story is that he's creating in his mind here. Because even the devil card on the bottom is a lot of, again, Capricorn mental energy of, thinking about a lot of the thoughts and beliefs and, the shaking and rattling of the mental cage, right? Yeah, analytical, right? um, so has he thought about reaching out to you? Got the King of Wands, which is an energy of kind of sitting, trying to get out of their head and into their heart to figure out what they want to do. So that's kind of more of an indecision energy that's coming in here, right? I know, right? Weird. um, we've got the Page of Pentacles. So this is about looking maybe at another opportunity. We got the Wheel of Fortune, which is the tune of For You, and we do have the High Priestess, which again is this hidden and unknown things coming to the surface through all of this too. So, yeah, let's dive just a little bit more in here. You did give me a nice size donation, so we have depth funds available to dive deeper here. We've got the budget, right? Let's take a look here. I do want to find out what those thoughts are here because it's like they're kind of in the middle, you know, thinking, um, of reaching out another opportunity. But on the other hand, the high priestess is about being alone and diving deep and discovering something that's hidden. So it's kind of like on either side of the wheels of fate. So, can we know what some of these thoughts are? Can we have any guidance here? We have the Six of Cups. Yeah, so some of them are about a return. That's about someone coming back. So that would be like the Page of Pentacles. So we do have that energy. We got the Five of Cups. But they also have these fears of hurting you or being hurt, which takes them to the High Priestess side. They're like, but what about this, um, the pain I've caused, the pain, that I've felt or I fear I'll feel. I got the Sun card. Yeah. There is this about shining bright, a lot of passion, fire energy coming in with that too. So, but they've got this bright light that's shining on. They're trying to discover these things. Yeah. So here's the Nine of Swords, which is all their nightmare. And see him having the nightmare of all the being attacked and being less than. And it's like all that the fears are they rise up. That's what, of course, holds us all back, right? Yeah, and the Hermit. So the being alone, but also like with the High Priestess, maybe I'm better off alone, or maybe you're better off without me, kind of energy too. So a lot of thinking, a lot of analyzing, and so then it does definitely feel like all over the place kind of energy here. But yeah, and I feel like there's that kind of indecision is the good word, you know, just kind of I don't know what I want to do or not, but it definitely feels more indecisive than anything, back and forth and back and forth. Well, I see this, but what about that? What about this? What about that? um, you know, with all of the cards, I mean, he does care because one of the things that was on there was, you know, that one of the reasons is that he doesn't wanna get hurt, but he doesn't wanna hurt you again, He's thinking about the pain he caused, so if he didn't care, he wouldn't be thinking about it, it would be a no-brainer, you know kind of energy, but I feel like there is he's on the fence going back and forth kind of energy, so he's trying to weigh, um, if he if it's worth the risk or not, or, that kind of energy. Um, but I wanted to ask, because you asked if has he thought about you being with someone new? Is he with anyone new? That's kind of what we want to look at here. Is this, is he with anyone new? Well, I got the Four of Pentacles, which is home energy. So it doesn't feel like they are with anyone new. Let me see. Anything else around that? Yeah. Four of Pentacles, Four of Cups, which is flatlined. I'm just work home kind of energy. Um, Six of Pentacles, and it's just kind of balancing energy. Oh yeah, after a Tower. So, yeah, I don't feel like they're in a different relationship or anything at this point, but that was that first energy, seeing you with someone else kinda has them in this, well, maybe I don't, you know, do I let you just, since seems like you're looking for other people, maybe I should just let you do that. So that's part of you know, the one side of the scale going, maybe you're better off without me. Maybe I should just let it go. Or I don't know, maybe I don't know, but So, yeah, right, right. So, hopefully that helps. That's what they got for you there. See what your fortune cookie is. You get one of the last shaman. Since you have a 1 in your timestamp, you can have the South, which is abundance. Penguin. Let's see what this is about here. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. Feeling a little parched. Oh yeah, you don't have to tell us if you're like, you can just not answer me. But speaking of South, you don't live in Southern California, do you? Because we have like 3 people having similar situations living in Southern California. We're like, "Oh my god, you're in Orange County?" Shut up. This is crazy. This is crazy. Maybe it is a a Southern California situation going on. Maybe it's in the water. Holy crap, what is that, 5 people now? Well, I don't know about Lauren. Maybe when Lauren comes on, we'll find out from her. 'Cause that'll be what? 'Cause we've got, Barb and it's Lauren, Chels, May, and, Twin Flame, right? That's 5 of you, right? But we don't know about Lauren. That's 4 out of 5. It is crazy. Crazy. Okay. So South. Oh, I wonder if this is gonna tell us something about the South. Sunshine, love, and laughter are sometimes all you need and all you crave. When they come to you in plentiful supply, it is time to enjoy. Good financial fortune, your dream job, or your dream partner may be heading your way. Anything is possible when the passion for life burns so brightly within. You will be seen in the best possible light by those around you. Niggling aches and pains will fade. This card denotes a time of plenty, so take all you need from it. Be sure to take only what you need, as overindulging or greed can quickly flip the good times you're having to the opposite pole. Take care of the material gains that come your way. Be generous, give away surplus, or put funds aside for the future. You're being urged to think ahead so that you can manage better in leaner times. Remember, others will be attracted to your riches. Be wary of those who promise you the world for a share in your spoils, as they seldom deliver. Wow. Other divinatory meanings, your tomorrows will be provided for. Hard work pays off. Time to reap the rewards. You have the Midas touch right now. Something is yours for the taking. And the South speaks and says, ignite your passion, let it grow. So much waits for you to know. All your needs could now be met. 'Tis only greed that poses a threat. Wow. Interesting. This is freaking me out in a fun way. It's a fun, freaky thing. I love it. Just wow. Wow, wow, wow. Very interesting how that and then, um, I know, and are the guys that you guys are all interested in, are they all gym buff guys with a lot of testosterone? Because that is that caveman energy, um, or in any kind of, profession where they might have a god complex or ego driven, right? Just today, yeah, you'll hear it all from your timestamp. Because as soon as I read your question, I was like, "This sounds familiar." Yeah, it works out. Like like, a lot of muscle, a lot of testosterone. Maybe you guys should go for nerds, skinny nerds, see how that goes. Just close your eyes, put a bag over their head, it might just be worth it if they can give from the heart. Alright, let me catch up here on the chat, and then we'll continue on here. Maybe we'll call Lauren to us. Lauren, come to us, Lauren, because she's up next anyway. Let me just see if there's anything else here in the chat. Alright, and then we got footwork in the house. So footwork, hello, hello. You'll be number 13 on the donation list here, and we're just starting on number 4, so we're about 9 away from you, and you would like finances. Alright, we got you. This is just crazy. I'm just like I seriously, it started to feel like I mentioned it earlier, Beatrice, that I thought, "It's just this one person with a split personality," There's 5 of you, 5 personalities. "Let me speak to this one. Let me speak to this personality to give you your reading." And I wonder if you did have a split personality, if the energy of the person would change and the reading could be different. Because it's like kinda like if you've ever heard people with multiple personalities, one person can have an allergic be allergic to bananas, and another personality within the same body does not. Isn't that crazy? Literally. We don't use that word, I know, but alright, and then I got content, I got you on the free list too, number 12, when we get to those. So, let me get into it. Maybe if I start Lauren's, she'll come in, but this is crazy. Maybe I'll mention her reading too, just so that she knows. Alright, so Lauren, we got you, 1:15:30. Here is your timestamp. And we've been talking you might wanna go back and listen to Beatrice's at the beginning of hers, because we are having an epiphany that if you live in Southern California, because 4 out of 5 people that are experiencing a lot of the same things all live there. So be sure to check that out. Yeah, and do they have ADHD, right? We can, like, find out, then you can just ask these questions. And you can swipe left or whatever on those. No, no, no. All right. So, but anyway, Lauren, definitely check it out because it's interesting. Because, like what you're asking, someone also had posted a discussion on their posting about relationship uh, um, things. And it's just amazing. I'm just wondering how much you guys have all in common. Um, maybe you can start a special chat. Maybe I can start a membership. Have a special session. a members only. Call it, instead of First Wives Club, we'll have to think of some name for it. Um, you know, Man Haters Club is not it's not that's not positive energy. We'll just say, um, cavemen avoidance. I don't know, CVA, right? That's crazy. Alright, so, Lauren, I encourage you to check it out. It's been quite a conversation, and it might help. Alright, so you wanna know, what did Trey think about the post discussing relationship fears and potential future regrets of missing out on your potential person? Alright, so let's see here. What did he think about that? I would love to share all about my trauma. Yeah, group therapy chat, right? We are not alone. All right, let's see what they say there. And then you also know, did he relate to it at all? And did he think about you as his potential person? Oh, the only card that, turned over that I can see is part of the answer to that one, which is the Lover's card. So there is that kind of potential person energy there, right? I know. That's why I said it was eerily, and I'm like, "Are you guys sure you're not all the same person? Maybe this is a convergence of timelines, and you really all are the same people, but from different timelines, and this YouTube chat is actually f 5 of you guys from different timelines all merging into this one. Ooh." Whoa, what happened? What happened? I did jump timelines that one night, right, May? Alright. So, sorry, Lauren, let's get back to your question here. Um, we do have the 8 of Wands that's here under the underlying energy, so it did get some juices flowing, some fire flowing within them. We'll see what this is here. What did they think about the post? Yeah, the 3 of Swords. So that's a little bit of heartbreak, expectations equal disappointment energy. Got the Queen of Cups. So there's some deep emotion that came in here with that here. And then also the Queen of Wands. Yeah. So fire action that came in here. Now, I feel like, the post discussing relationship fears and potential future regrets, I do feel like a little bit of that disappointment energy does come in, which, this tendency to um, focus in on our failures. And so they look at it, that's the tendency is if we're going to show someone something that they might regret, we as humans tend to take it to the look what I did wrong, not as an encouragement of, oh, look, something, a juicy fruit to chase after, because that is a more of a pointing out, look where you're lacking. And so they see it as lack, and then they kind of go in that direction, right? So some uh, low energies, but it did, this 8 of Wands and fire, and of the fire and the Queen of Wands of fire did ignite something, for them to look at, because when we have a fear, once we calm down, sometimes, of course, we'll choose to look at our fears, and we'll see if that changes anything here. But definitely, they had some fire and water, which creates steam, right? So that can either burn you or it can be converted into a steam engine and create movement, right? So let's see what it did here, because then you wanted to know, yeah, what did you think? Okay, so that was that. And then did he relate to it at all, right? Let's see here. 9 of Swords. Oh, yeah. Here's those fears, those expectations, and falling short of it. Look at him. No, I don't want to see it. I don't want to see that. Oh my God. And the 10 of Swords I'm dead. Oh my gosh. And the 4 of Pentacles. Yeah, this has to do, with their, um, self-worth here, right? Uh, so definitely it was, with all these swords and all that, it was kinda like this, uh not an ego death, an ego injury, because 'cause they're not dead, you know? The Ten of Swords, sometimes people have them depicting them as dead, but they're not dead, they're just exhausted and wounded trying to live up to all these expectations and feeling like can't kind of energy that comes in, with that there. When they looked at it, did they think about you as their potential person? The first card, there's 3 more, so we got the Lovers card, which I showed you, which kinda leans towards at least we'll see what the other ones are, at least one of their potential people. We'll see what else is here. Um, yeah, and the 7 of Cups. So they've got other potential persons too that of the past. The, um it's like Scrooge. They have the ghost of Christmas past, Christmas present, Christmas future. This is the ghost of potential people of the past. And I feel like you're, someone they consider, like, in the present potential person. And then the dreamy, uh, you know, not a real person, but an image or an illusion of who would be in the future potential person. That's the one that screws us up the most. Same with us when we fall in love with someone who is, we see the potential of who they could be is who we fall in love with, not who they are, you know? We all do that, there's that, "Oh, the could be," we like the dream, and then like, "Oh, but this is the reality, but maybe we can get him to be that." Yeah. 0 out of 100 tries has been successful. Alright, let's see what else we got here. Got the Knight of Wands, so there is passion. A little bit of here's that fire energy again, and the Page of Wands. So you got the Page and the Knight of Wands. So there is a bit of passion here. I mean, we've got, a lot of fire energy, which has them at least contemplating things and looking at things. It, it did, you know, start a fire, within them, uh, so hopefully that gives you the answers you wanted to look at here. But again, it's the potential, partner. But I feel like you're a potential partner. They thought of you and then maybe people of the past. There might be someone else in the recent, not, when I say the recent past, that can be like within a year or so, not like yesterday or anything like that. So let's see, you get the last of the shamanic medicine. So let's see what we got here. Got the stone people and knowing. So let's see what this brings in here for you. A knowing will be revealed to you. Stone people are the record keepers of the planet and hold the knowledge you now require. Connecting with these teachers stirs ancient, buried memories of honoring nature and shamanic ways. You know deep within that this is the truth of who you are. You've spent many nights staring at stars, feeling the magic of a wooded grove, and hearing the whispers of the ancestors in the breeze. Great mystery surrounds stone circles. The stones hold the secrets of all they've witnessed. There are many aspects of history that are still to be discovered. Stone People brings you back to your very roots. Slow your mind to connect with this energy, and the right stone will be put in your path. It might be a tiny pebble, a rock, or a large boulder. Hold the stone so that your past is revealed and unanswered questions can come to light. Breathe in the knowledge that Stone People wishes to impart. Be ready for that aha moment. Other divinatory meanings: be clear about your intentions, investigate thoroughly before proceeding. Some information you require will be presented unexpectedly, and a return to study. You know more than you realize. So be open to esoteric information and meditate at a sacred stone circle. And the stone people speak and say, silently, we've watched the past, memories saved within to last. Greet our faces in the rock, ancient knowledge to unlock. Ooh, I like that. I like that energy. All right. So hopefully that helps a little bit there, Lauren. And that's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. And yeah, I'm definitely interested in hearing. If you don't have to share, please, privacy, above all, don't feel any pressure at all. But it'd be interesting to find out if you live in Southern California. That's the big one. Location, location, location. All right. So let me get caught up on the chat here and see what we got going on here. Yeah, right. Crazy, right? And we got Aquarian Light. Hey, hey, good to see you. I do see your um donation that came in via the Venmo. And do you have your questions in there? Let me see here. Yep, you sure do. All right. So you're number 14 on the donation list there, Aquarius Light. I know you wish that was Max's response to your post. I know, right? It'd be crazy if you guys were all from the same timeline. I mean, different timelines, and you're all the same person. Because there's so much similarities. It's just crazy. All right, let me finish this up. Cheers, cheers. And I always have to slurp that. Okay, and then always have extra apple cider vinegar on the bottom there. So let me take a sip here. It was mostly a joke. But because when you're in your reading, May, I go, let's jump some timelines and see what's going on. And then ever since then, it's just been bizarre. Maybe I got lost. I'm out in different timelines, tripping over timelines, bringing you all with me. I don't think I'm that powerful. Maybe this is just my dream. You guys are all part of my experience. I know. Oopsies. Did I do that? Like Urkel. Oopsies. Do-overs? No. All right, we'll jump back in here. All right. So, Sudeshna, we're back for your number 2. So thank you for your multiple donations today. Here is your timestamp. And will you find the right partner? Oh, this is for Sumita, so we'll step into her energy. So will she find the right partner for her for marriage? So based on her current energies, will she find the partner that she would consider right? Trying since a long time. Will it be anyone from the past matches, or will it be a new match? All right, let's see what we got going on here. Now, bottom of the deck energy, we do have the 5 of Pentacles, which is that, when from our childhoods, we believe that, this is the feeling of lack, right? Of a fear of not being enough, not having enough, being left out in the cold, be abandoned, that kind of energy. So, that if Sumita has that kind of energy that she's fixated on, then she's drawing in the energy that matches that. So, uh, episode, I can't even think, the episode of, the easier path, the abundance, number 14, that can really help her. I mean, if you give her the video, I mean, because if or give her the notes, you can tell her the story and give her the information if you wanna pass them on, because it's her energy and her little inner child, if they're focused in on lack and they have this way out of balance giving and receiving, it's gonna be keeping stuff away. If she can move her energy to focusing on gratitude as much as she can and deal with that inner child, getting it down to one, then that can bring something in, right? With that being on the bottom, that's kind of really important because it's the underlying energy of her reading, and because you've been trying for so long and haven't been able to have it, it's like it's being kept away. There's something there, right? So will she find someone that feels like a match? Yeah, so you got 2 of wands. There's that first part, 2 of wands energy, which is the power of choice. Am I focusing on lack or gratitude, right? And we're probably gonna get the 6 of pentacles, right? Well, we got the moon. So there is some hidden energy below the surface with the moon card. So there's some, that would also kind of point to that same energy of something below the surface that's keeping things away, which would be that inner child energy, right? Underneath that, we got the hermit, this fear of being alone, right? We've got the knight of pentacles. Yep. So we got the slow roll going on here with that knight of pentacles being the slowest knight. And it's giving time for the King of Wands, for her to step out of her head and into her heart and get a hold of her energy and take authority over her energy. And realizing that, you know, she might feel like she's just along for the ride, but if she realizes the power she holds over her life, maybe she can make a transformation, right? Because I feel like that needs to happen in order for someone to come forward. If she does that, um, will anyone from the past matches come forward, or would it be a new match? We've got here's the ace, not the ace. It's the ace of swords on the justice card, and we got the 8 of swords. I feel like it would be someone new because with this 8 of swords and the justice card, this is the Libra energy that rules over the house of relationships. Both of these are about letting go of expectations and thoughts and beliefs that don't serve anymore, right? So there is this energy of clearing that out in order for someone to come forward, in addition to, like we talked about, the energy and our um inner child, you know, correcting that. And if she does that, then the energy that she would be drawing toward her would be totally different than what she does now. So it would be someone new is what they're telling me. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie is, or what her fortune cookie is. And stop giving idiots spiritual credit. Oh my gosh, I love these cards because it says, "Not everyone is a lesson. Some people are just dumb." Reality, humor, blunt truth. Uh, 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 I just I just can't. Alright, so that's what they have each suggestion. We'll circle back around. Your next one is number 8, so we'll be there in a little bit. Alright, my goodness. Hey, Jojo, good to see you, my friend. Got the rainbow. You'll be number 15 on the donations when we get there. So thank you for that. Something crazy. Okay. Let me take a sip here of my coffee. What an evening. Cheers, cheers. Thank you guys so much. I just love that we're on this journey together. It's hilarious. Maybe not all the time hilarious, but interesting nonetheless, right? Yeah, yeah. It is it is very interesting. Here we go. We're about to dive into some more. So Chelsea, you're up. 136.40. You are up right now. So let's see what comes through for you. It's just crazy. And I think my ADHD, I know I have some ADHD, and I know I'm probably somewhere, we're all on the spectrum. I think I have some spectrum stuff going on too. 'Cause I used to be able to see trends as a manager. I could look at a page and go, "Yeah, don't you see these?" And they're like, "How did you see that so fast?" I'm like, "It just jumps out at me." Like Rain Man, throw some throw some straws down. I'll tell you how many there are. No, I can't do that. But, I feel like there's this energy. So, all right. So it came up in a prior reading that after P and you were intimate for the first time, he had an emotional response, and that's what caused him to distance himself because it scared him, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like a little dog getting hit by an electric fence. So can we confirm whether that's actually the case? So we'll take a look here. So what can we confirm there? Go boom, boom, boom. Yeah, who knows in this timeline? No, it's because he's gay. No, I don't know. All right, we'll look at that, and then we'll look at the number 2 there. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm like, "Is the record stuck? What's going on?" Okay. So, so was that why he distanced himself, right? Well, we got the death card, so that would be the kind of the distancing energy, right? We got the here's the Capricorn energy. Scary. And the Page of Swords. Yeah, so this would be the mind. Here's that Capricorn, energy coming in with the Page of Swords. So this is the thing that triggered. Let's see what it triggered here, right? Yeah, that make it make sense, right? We got the 2 of Swords, wow, and the 4 of Swords. So their change of story, so they could rest their mind. So all this mental energy, right? And the 3 of Pentacles and the 7 of Swords, right? Yeah, yeah, because the Devil card with Saturn, Capricorn energy, they're very big thinkers, and it's about shaking the cage. And when we get the Swords energy, or the Capricorn mind energy, it is that it's like they got triggered, their fears, right? And so we've got this 7 of Swords is them becoming aware of their own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that trigger them, the thief, right? And the 3 of Pentacles is about being true to one's authentic self, and all this fear energy, you know, kicks in. It's the vulnerability, which when we're intimate, if it was just sex, then it wouldn't trigger, but if it was emotional, that popped in, um, and, there is this, um, fear of you're seen behind the facade that I'm putting up of confidence and blah blah blah, and a lot of you are very empathic and huge emotions, right? So you suddenly appear behind their wall, and you're like, "Hey, what? This is interesting. Have you had this decorated?" And they're like, "Who let you in here? How'd you get in here? Whoop whoop whoop." And then they're like, that's what freaks them out is that you have access into places that they weren't ready. They didn't realize, when you turn this key, it opens up all the doors, not just this door. And suddenly you're like, "Oh, what's that? What's that?" Kind of energy. And it's like, "Oh my gosh," right? So it doesn't say specifically, but this is that vulnerability energy where they felt vulnerable. And that's what's at the core of the intimacy of, once we got intimate, which means they open up their heart, which also that's something that you guys do as well. Yeah. But that's the whole thing, with you, and this might be something you guys all have in common. With your huge heart of empathic abilities, when you get intimate with people and you open up that heart, it puts different energy out. Like, I know, like, because I'm a huge empathic person, and when I'd get intimate with people, they'd be like, "What the hell?" Because they felt like surges of emotional energy, right? Because we feel our emotions, we feel their emotions, and then we amplify it all, and they're just like, "What the hell was that?" Right? But it can freak people out, because they're just, like, not ready to feel it at that emotional levels, right? Yeah, yeah. Because we're more of the connection people, right? And they're more of the, "Oh my god, that scares me," avoidant people, right? Some men some men, but it'd be those with the avoidant, 'cause, what's interesting is avoidant people and anxious connector people, they both have the same wound, they just chose a different route to protect themselves. Because it's the fear of being rejected or abandonment and rejection, and the avoidance are, "That hurt me, I can't be around that." So when people try to connect, I've gotta run run because that's unsafe for me. Anxious connectors are, "Oh god, you're trying to you're trying to reject me, I'm gonna quadruple my energy of connection so I can feel safe." So, it's like we grasp on, and with all our life in as and when we're anxious connectors, right? And it's like that's what makes people feel smothered, and then the other makes people feel abandoned, right? But they're both from the same wound, it's just the different reaction to it. And both can be transformed. It just has to do with facing that fear of abandonment, to where um you come into your inner heart, and you can sit and be still and not feel like you have to chase or invest all your energy, and then the other person has to realize that I don't have to fear that. I can try to stay still as well, and try to communicate and learn connection isn't scary, and we can learn absence isn't scary. And so, there's that kind of, energy that's, kinda coming in there, right? Oh, same on the East Coast. It's everywhere. So, it's not just Southern Cali. JV is like, "Whoop, East Coast in the house. Represent." So so that, is that kind of energy, understanding that it's not, it's just they weren't ready for that flood of connection. And even if we don't anxiously chase after or whatever, if they're an avoidant and they got triggered, you know, well, thank you. I need to know that. That's good information, right? Because if you're like, I'm not really ready to invest that much energy in a relationship, um, I let them run, or if we're like Lauren of Light, she's a great example of, she's done a lot of the inner work, and it's been over a year that she's been on this adventure, and she's just now getting the beautiful fruits of it because she didn't run. He has this pattern of running, and he was supposed to fly out this week, and he canceled on her, and she was just like, "That's okay," and he wanted to break up with her, and she's like, "Okay." She didn't really act, respond, didn't feel chased, she just kind of giggled a little bit, and she's in such a wonderful space of because she's dealing with her insecurities, she's just like, "Whatever, alright," and now it gave him the space to come back, and he's come back already, and it's just really amazing how it unfolds, but, so just know that it's like you said, it's has to do with them and what's going on inside of them, right? And then he wanted to determine whether this is how he reacts with everyone he's intimate with, whether it happened because he felt a deeper emotional connection with you rather than something surface level casual. Okay, yeah, let's take a look here. See how often, because I feel like it's going to be here. If we get the Queen of Cups or the High Priestess, it'll be when it's deep energies that come in. See, do we got any of those? Well, we got a lot of cups energy. We do have the 6 of cups, the 2 of cups, the page of cups. So, there is a lot of emotional energy. When it is a lot of, that emotional energy that floods in, that does do quite a bit here. And, we also have the Hanged Man and the 5 of Swords. So this is the kind of the cocooning, running away, needing to see things differently, and their battle between their head and their heart that comes in here, right? Oh, you were commenting on an earlier read, JV? Oh, okay. You're like, "Oops, not what was happening right now." That's funny. So, I do feel here with those, it is when it's deeper relationships, when it's deeper emotional energy, um, when there's true emotional intimacy, it feels like, that's their genuine regular trigger because we got the 2 of Wands on the bottom. So, this is this energy of either or, kind of energy. And we got the Ace of Cups on the bottom. So whenever there's new emotional experiences, it does freak them out. So I feel like what they mean by that is, it's not every emotional experience, but when it's a different type he hasn't had yet, it does freak him out. So I feel like because he did back away, um, yours was definitely a new kind of emotional energy that's coming in there. That would be too with the 2 of Cups energy, that they do have that kind of, vulnerability, but I feel like the biggest piece of it is when it's that vulnerable feel with, with the emotions there. You're so funny, JB. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. You get the first well, I actually did one by accident the other day, but we're gonna have from the Seasons of the Witch now. We're moving on to theirs. We finished up the shamanic medicine. So let's take a look here. Since your donation was $5 or more, you get one of these. Happy Lamas, which is August 1st. It's the middle of summer coming in. So what else for Chels? What else for Chels? What else can we know about this here? Yeah, the bakery, the number 1 says, "Take the time to diligently practice and refine your craft. Success will follow as you savor each little victory along the way." Kind of a little energy of focus on what you're grateful for, right? Celebrate the victories as you're going along. The more we, as we focus in on, what the lower vibrational, that's what we attract more of, right? This is about hardiness, fulfillment, and experience. So notice how at home the baker is in her kitchen. She knows when the yeast in the bread has developed based on the feel, something she has spent years getting to know on a deeply intimate level. There's that word again. She can tell how much of an ingredient to add with a quick glance or when her baked goods are done by the smell. Whoa, no measuring cups for her. A dash of this, a pinch of that. knowledge given to her over years of trial and error. She didn't walk into this space as the master. Her relationship with her craft bloomed and evolved over time. You've pulled the bakery card as a reminder that practice makes perfect, and there's no shortcut to being first in line. Success is not measured in the final destination, but in the little victories experienced over the course of your journey. Just like the baker, you will pick up tips and tricks by being willing to try new things and working at your mistakes until you find the formula that works for you. There will be failures and missteps, upsets and frustrations, all of which will mold you into the expert that you're becoming. Trust that the hardiness of experience is not something you should feel pressured to know at the beginning or even in the middle. The only way to get where you're going is to start heading in that direction. And before you know it, weeks, months, and years will have passed, and you'll be just as comfortable in your chosen field as the baker is in hers, which that can be love as well, right? All right. Sounds good, Chels. Take the puppy out. I love that. What a great card for the reading too. It's about letting go, realizing, you know what? I'm going to learn as I go. I don't need to be an expert yet. So I like that. All right. So we'll see you back when you're back from the pup there. I will move yours up here. So we'll take you off of number 6 there. Whoops. And we'll move you up. Whoa. To number 16. All right. Exactly. This life for the first time. Exactly. I like it. All right. All right, my dear. So we'll see you when you get back. And let's catch up on the chat here real quick. And we'll get back into readings. All right. And then we got Ruby G in the house. Hey, Ruby. Good to see you. Get you. Whoops. Sorry, Chelsea. You'll be number 17. I just realized I threw you ahead in line. Ruby G will be number 16. Should make sure I didn't have anyone else too. I'm just putting you ahead. Simmer down, Brizzy. Oh yeah. Oh, and speaking of Lauren of Light, she's on her way. All right. So thank you for that donation, Ruby. And let's grab your stuff here. All right. So here is your question. We'll get that in there. Oops. Oh, there it is. Sorry, I want to make sure I grabbed it all. Oh, and then also a freebie. Okay, I'm gonna get you on the freebie list here too. All right. I'm still cracking up, JV. You're so funny. All right. So let me just update this real quick here. Be faster just to do it this way. So we'll do 6. Oops. 7. Oops. Maybe not. Okay. So I just need to update a couple things real quick here. We'll get back into the readings. Thank you guys so much. Okay, so Ruby G, you're number 12 in the free readings. Content, you're number 11, etc. And And then I did just get lowering of light coming in. So, Chels, I'll move you down since I technically haven't got your donation yet. So we got lowering of light. You'll be number 17 because that actually just came in. All right. I think we are good to go. So let's get back into it. Thank you guys for your patience. Gonna have to stay organized. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. Val, you're number 13, and I'm starting number 7 right now. All right, so May, you're up 157.40. Here's your timestamp. So thank you for your donation. And so Max ended up viewing your Instagram story of the screenshots of the story you sent yesterday. Now, since we know he has seen it, what were his takeaways? So the screenshots of the story, are these of the pictures of the with the hot dude, or is this with the story of the relationship thingy-majigger? Oh, the when you say the story, you're not talking about Instagram story, you're talking about the story of the relationship, people, right? So the of your married friends. Okay, I gotcha. So now that he was able to read over it and actually see it based on those energies, let's see what we got here. What were their impressions of it here? All right. So we got that there. Let's see what we got here. So now we saw it for sure, for sure, for sure. So we have the Leo card energy, the Three of Cups energy. So that's interesting. So Leo energy, which we're in Leo season, it's about courage, but the 3 of cups, that's an energy of joy, celebration, and with this Leo oomph energy, it's like the lion strutting his stuff energy is what I'm seeing. I feel like they definitely focused in on the things that they thought they were doing good, right? Oh, him Leo? Um So at first, I feel like with these 2 cards, I feel like it's more of like an energy of, focusing on what he thought he did good, in it. Like, "Oh, yeah, I do that, and I do that, and I do that already." So I feel like he was using it to kind of validate himself in the first part when he was looking at it. 'Cause it does start off that way, you're like, "Oh, yeah, yeah," and then it gets into the poo, poo, poo things, right? Um, yeah, and then we got the 7 of cups, then the mixed emotions kinda kicked in there. Um, and they do have the universe card, the world card, along with the king of wands, which is this kind of the 7 of cups and the king of wands energy, does bring in, you know, this trying to get out of their head and into their heart kind of energy, right? It's that trying to almost kind of figure out with their head and with their heart kinda, but it feels like more going into their head than into their heart. Um, but, with this universe card, the, and the judgment card's on the bottom too. I need to bring that in there because this is about seeing things from a higher perspective, a different perspective, and this kind of ending of a cycle, beginning of a new adventure, free from expectations and supposed to be's. Kind of just a going with the flow kind of energy that's coming in here. Um, I'm gonna ask specifically here because we didn't really ask the specific, just what did he think? But, so you wonder if he thought you if you wonder if you thought, um, he you posted it about him. Got the 8 of Cups. I I do feel it is about this because the 8 of Cups is about walking away from relationship that doesn't serve, and that's the kind of energy that they would apply to it. So I feel like but again, it's kind of between their head and their heart. I kind of feel like they did a little bit, right? Um, you know, so that's the kind of energy that's there. Well, because he's in his mind energy, he's not in his heart energy, right? So, with that 7 of Cups, when we say he didn't care, that's like a an all or nothing kind of feel, and that people care, they always care. The 7 of Cups is there's emotion there, but they're in their mind a lot too, which, means there's like, this, oh, I'm not 100% sure, but I kinda, like, have this, I mean, this is what he's saying, "I'm not 100% sure that that's really about me. Maybe you really are just sharing something because I can see you doing that, but I've had people in the past who do this kinda stuff to try to get me to come back to them or try to, manipulate me or whatever. So what if it is that?" Because it's there's that energy, just analyze, 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 right? But there is this energy of, um, you know, I look at it, I glean on what I could learn from it and how I could do it. But with the 8 of Cups and the universe card, the world card, um, he's like, no, it's ended. This isn't about me, you know. But that Leo energy is about everything's about me, you know? So, we're in that season where we tend to think everything everyone does is about us. Someone whistles on the street, we're like, "Oh, that's for me." Or someone screams out the window, "Jerk," and we think they're talking to us too. Oh, no, they're not? So, yeah, I feel like there is, you know, some that they thought it was about them, but for the most part, I just feel like they were happy. I think they're just kind of they were in a joyful mood, so they just kinda looked at it and just read over it and go, "Oh, that's good to know, good information." I don't feel like they go deep into it like you would, with your huge heart. I feel like they more analyze it as information and, "Okay, something to learn from, on a go." I don't feel like they were, like, you know, disturbed by it in the energy they had today, so they must have been really in their Leo energy, and, so I feel like that's the skinny, skinny on there. I know, right? But as you said, you didn't do it for a reaction or anything from them, so no expectations, no disappointment, right? Alright. So, you got here it says, "Souvenirs from heartbreak don't age well. Burn the hoodie, keep the lesson, release memory empowerment." Souvenirs from heartbreak don't age well. Burn it. Throw it in the fire. All right. So that's what they got for that one for you, May. I know. Yeah. Yeah, but you can't control what he's thinking, or obviously we can't control what he's thinking or feeling. So burn it. Just throw it away. Don't worry about it. You can't control it. So, it is what it is. All right. Wow. I just got tons of donations coming. So let me catch up here. And we will get back into everything. So thank you guys so much. So let's see here. So footwork, Val, you might not have heard me when I answered you earlier, just in case. You're number 13, Val, and I'm about to go into number 8. So, and the other ones kinda kinda smaller. So these should be a little faster than some deep divers for the momentito. So, we'll see what comes out here. And you keep seeing angel numbers all day, and you found a dime yesterday. I like it. Spirit speaking to you for sure. All right. And then Lauren of Light, I did get your Cash App, and I did get your um don't email. Bleh. I'm a bit inundated in the moment. Let me focus. So Lauren, I did get yours. You're number 17 on the donations. So we got that. And then Chels, thank you for your donation and to make your free question. So you're number 18, right after Lauren of Z Light. So we got you on there. And then we've got here, I think this is. All right. And then we did get Sarah. I see yours came in PayPal first, just before Crystal, I think. So, Sarah, we got your PayPal. You'll be number 19, and I do see your questions in the PayPal. Yay! And let's see, is this you? Yes. And then Crystal, we got that one. Let's see. Got another one right after it. Okay. All right. So I got your two PayPal there, Crystal. So we'll combine those into one. So you'll be number 20. Since they came in right after one another, we'll just make it one there for you. So you'll be number 20. And then here's Lauren's here as well. All right. So I think, let me make sure here. Yeah, and I get it, May. When this you know, um, this especially if we're separated from people and we're like, what if I post this? Are you gonna think that? What if that? And then we're starting to walk around on eggshells. And we can't control what people are gonna think. We don't even know if something we think is innocent that they didn't take it in a weird way. And we're like, you know what? It don't matter. If if it's meant to be, it won't pass us by anyway. And if something I do causes such a ripple in someone that they are upset and they'll never think of me as a potential partner or anything in the future, then thank you. You have showed me you don't deserve me. You're unstable. I need stability. I want someone who matches. If someone's freaking out, like if I'm going to be fire, then I need someone who's fireproof, not someone who's made of paper that catches on fire every time they get near me, or I am myself. So we're like, psh, psh. Yeah. I get you. And you know what's great? If you haven't, I just came out earlier, but here's my new podcast called What They Think of Me. It just came out this afternoon. Um, So some good stuff in there, if you're interested, if that resonates, because that is quite a bit of what we do. You know, we're taught to think about what other people think, how other people feel, and we talk about how it's normal. Every human does it. We're kind of brought into it with our tribal mentality growing up, and how we can step out of it and how we can start being true to ourselves and not be jerks and douchebags, but be true to ourselves, not be mean, but be ourselves in a loving way. And if someone is disturbed by our behavior, then we have a conversation. We try to help them understand where their trigger's at because the trigger isn't happening in here or out here. Their trigger's happening over there, right? Right. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm reading it in my head. So, may if he did take it that way and think you're manipulative in a more aware state of himself, connected to his higher self, less in his ego, less in his lower vibration, then yeah, he would think, oh no, that wasn't about me. Um, or even if he thought it was about, if he thought someone was, he would look at it as, oh, that's your right to express it and to try to do all that, but that doesn't mean it has to impact me or my opinion of you. You know, it's just information, not judgment, not that, right? So if someone's in lower vibration and they take it in a negative way, then there you go, right? So I like it. You are on the button there. Good growth, right? Good awareness, and we can realize, yeah, I don't, you know, if we find ourselves always worried about what people are thinking, it's rooted in fear, and there's a reason why it's there. And once we transform it and we move it, then we're like, ta-da, freedom. So I like that. So well said, May. Well said. All right. So let me jump back in where we're at. Excuse me. We have Sudeshna up next, and then JV, and then Chelsea. Oh, sorry, Chelsea. I think you said what numbers you are for your two questions. Uh, so your first one was number 6. So your first question was this one. And then your next one is, oh, and then you have number 10 coming up. I see what you're saying now. Number 10 and then number 18 are your 2 future ones, is what you were meaning. I get it now. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, exactly. We're worried, are my actions going to, make me an undesirable choice in the future? And that's human, that's what we all think, but again, if the way I have learned to look at it is if if my actions make that such of an impact on them, then they're not for me because 'cause I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna do similar stuff, and if someone judges so harshly and holds grudges and holds things, and then I'm like, "I don't wanna be around that." You know? I'm like, "Thank you." They're doing us a favor, right? Right. I don't wanna think about twice what I do, you know? Um, even doing, even doing what I do here, you know, in the beginning, I used to be, and this was just 4 years ago when I started, I'm like, "What if I don't do it right? What if I offend someone? What if?" And I'm like, "You know what? If I live in fear and all that, I'm not gonna be true myself. I've gotta be me, I've gotta just be me, and if I don't have a billion followers because of it, then so be it. I'm gonna have people who enjoy who I am, not, you know, a fake person that suddenly everyone realizes, "Oh, that's not even you," you know, and, 'cause you can't fake it for very long anyway, right? 'Cause we can only, put on a mask and act as a character for so long before the character breaks, right? Before we break character, I mean. It's like being on Saturday Night Live, it's only so long before we break it. Alright. So good stuff. Let's get back into the readings. I feel it. Here, cheers, everybody. Good stuff. We're here to learn, right? And we're all in this together. All right. So Sudeshna, you're up next. We got 2:17:38. I love it. Here's your timestamp. And so, in your yesterday's reading related to your friend, Tathagata Mandal, that's Mr. T, right? I used to call him Mr. T. So you mentioned there's some relationship expectations kind of energy. Yeah, and I did mean from you. Just to clarify, not from him, but from you, right? But you wanted to know, does he have any relationship expectation energy from you? So let's take a look here. And those here. And what is this about? What does he think and feel about you? Okay. So, bottom of the deck, we have the Three of Wands, which is with new information. You choose to go a different direction. Well, there you go. Do we need to go on? You're like, no. Well, sometimes we just need to hear it, right? So, does he have any relationship expectations, energies here? And, we've got here, got the Queen of Pentacles, which is, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing themselves, 10 of Swords. Energy is like, I don't want any expectations, right? I, it's basically, I'm tired of trying to live up to expectations or try to make other people live up to expectations. I don't want any expectations. And I feel like that's the kind of energy that they have here. Yeah, I mean, they've got the Six of Swords, which is them leaving old ways of thinking behind, looking at higher ways, moving from choppy waters to calmer waters, looking for um, new opportunities, Ace of Pentacles, not return to old opportunities kind of energy that comes in here. So I don't feel like they have expectations of a relationship in that. In fact, it's kind of the opposite, that they don't want any. They just want to be able to just do whatever they're going to do and not have to have those, intentions, expectations, and different things like that. So I don't feel like they have that. What do they think of you? Yeah, they got the Eight of Swords. They're like letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that hold back. Again, Four of Swords, no expectations. This is resting on the Ace of Swords, letting expectations go. Eight of Pentacles feels like they're really invested in trying to transform their life, and they're really focused in on work and money as they usually were before, kind of energy in here. Um, and when they're talking about feelings, we've got who's this? The King of Wands? Yeah, the King of Wands. They're more in their head. The King of Wands is trying to get into their heart. There's some emotion down in there, below the surface. The moon is kind of hidden emotions, not revealed. Um, and with that King of Wands is that energy of the mind is ruling and trying to get into their heart, but they haven't ever made it there. I don't feel like if they did, it was a short trip, So they're more in their head, more so. So I don't feel like there's that kind of energy that they've got coming in here for you. So I in your reading, it was more your expectations on wanting them to be there, not the other way around. All right. We'll grab you a fortune cookie here too. See what it brings in here. Let me just put all these cards. That was a lot of cards. I think that was your third one, right? One, two, yeah. So this will be your last one for at least for now. You might wake up by the time I'm done tonight. All right. And this one is half your problems equals sleep deprivation. And it says, you don't need a sign, you need a nap. Sass, recharge, and nap culture. I love it. You need rest. You need rest. All right. So that's what they got for you, my dear. Many blessings. Thank you again for your donation. All right. Hey, Leslie, good to see you. Hello, hello. Thank you so much. Sending you love right back. All right. I think that was everything there. So we got JV. You were up to 2253. Correct me up. Everything's happening on the East Coast, whatever it may be. I'm sure it all matches. All right. So did your crush move? You haven't seen him in a while. Ever since the restraining order, you know. Let's see here. So did your crush move? Anything else you need to know? Glad you have a good sense of humor. I know, right? It's interesting. He disappeared. Let's see here. Page of Wands, Knight of Wands. Yeah. Maybe so, because here's a lot of fire movement energy. Got the Page of Wands and the Knight of Wands, the fastest moving knight out of them all. So, yeah, it does feel like they've moved. It sees it temporary. Knight of Pentacles. No, it feels here. Yeah, we've got the Knight of Pentacles, slowest moving knight. And they'd been waiting for something to happen here. I know. But they got the Ace of Swords and the Hermit card. So they had to move off to be by themselves somewhere. But it's been something that had been coming for a while. So I know, but that's all right. That just means a new crush spot is open, right? Next. So, yeah, it does feel like there's been movement there. You never know, they might move back. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. The sassy fortune cookie. Ooh, accountability. I like this though. Whoa. Here's your new crush coming in, and they've got diamonds. Crystals can't replace common sense. You can't vibe your way out of accountability, responsibility, ownership, and maturity. I know. So that's what they got for you, JV. I know, I know. All right. Well, maybe there will be, someone with giant crystal diamonds instead, right? We'll take that. We'll take that upgrade. All right. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right. And then, Chels, we're up to you for number 225, 28. Here is for the second one here. And then you want to, if P has seen your new photo posted today, I know, I love that. What did he think? Especially of the caption about wifey material, and when he does, if he hasn't, right? So, FP has seen your new photo posted today. What did he think, or what will he think? And especially of the caption. Hey, Jojo. Jojo, you're number 15. All right. Yeah, we've got Temperance on the bottom. This kind of feels like maybe they haven't seen it yet, because this is like the slow kind of roll coming in. So don't know if they've seen it yet, but when they do, what will they see? What will they think of the picture, first of all? Wow. The devil, Capricorn energy again. What is this? It's getting spooky now. Um, but very much in their head, Nine of Swords energy. Um, it's like the picture, they're so stuck in their head. It kind of brings up this fear of lack. Again, this is because they've kind of have stepped away, right? Ghosted in a way where it's like, oh, man, it's like a reminder of their failure in a way, right? Um, so and that's not again, that's that's okay, you know? That's what's going on inside of them. We don't stop posting, and if they don't like how they feel, then they can do something about it. Either contact us or unfollow us, right? And it's like, right, whatever happens is perfect for you. But then especially around the wifey material, what are they getting from there, right? So let's take a look here. Yeah, underneath the surface, we got the Ace of Wands. So there's a little bit of, again, a little bit of fire energy. Let's see what that brings in. We have the Six of Swords, which has them let go of some mindsets. And it does take them a little bit from choppy waters to calmer waters, which, you know, this does bring in this energy of, you know, here again, this King of Pentacles and the Death card. And it's like, oh, so you're seeing someone who has told you that you're wifey material. So it's like, oh, so it's almost like it lets them off the hook a little bit. I feel like this is why they're like letting go of some of their, when they read that, they're like, that's immediately, this is a male mind. This is good because this is like a lot of the stuff that you guys are asking about and posting about, and we're wondering, what do men think, and immediately we go to the analytical side, not emotional. It goes to the analytical. Oh, 1 + 1 = 2, you know, a beautiful photo, and someone has mentioned it looked like you're dressed up to go somewhere, um, and it's like, oh, you're seeing someone who told you that, you know, is your wifey material. And oh, so maybe you have, with the King of Pentacles, maybe you found what you're looking for. So this means that I'm out. So, you know, it's like end of story kind of energy. And it kind of releases them in a way when they see that. And that's the thing. That's how, if if someone has a fear of being abandoned, and then so they do the abandoning first, and then they see that the other person, by the mentality of them looking at things, puts 1 and 1 together and gets 10, you know, they're like, "Oh, I, um so I'm not impacting them anymore. They've moved on," kind of energy, right? And so that's the whole thing. And I know you guys aren't, like, posting specifically to try to manipulate anyone, but when we post and then we wonder, "I wonder how it's impacting them." It's probably not impacting them anyway like you think it is, 'cause, you know, they're more looking for validation that it's okay for me now, right? Yeah, yeah. So you're saying, like, their failure is and they fumbled. Yeah, fumbled, that's a good word, like, oops, or spike the ball, you know? Yeah, thinking about their failure or thinking about, yeah, where they didn't, yeah, that would be, that's where they didn't meet expectations. So, they wouldn't say, "Failure, no," but just where I didn't meet expectations. That's how they would correct, because I can't be a failure because that means I'm unlovable, right? Humans, humans, humans. So, feel like that's what they got for that. Let's see here. Yeah, I love this. Your pain isn't content. It says healing doesn't need a hashtag. Privacy, self-restraint, and growth. Yeah, I like that. Our pain isn't content. So, and that's so perfect with what we're talking about too, right? It's realizing, yeah, I'm not posting things, not posting my pain to get a reaction or, you know, trying to manipulate anything. You're just living your life. And however they're going to react, they're going to react. But it's good to get to the root of why we care. And like the podcast, What They Think of Me, that I posted a little earlier. I'll just post it again. Since it's new, I can't advertise it enough. If you guys want to take a look at my new podcast, just came out this afternoon. So hopefully that helps a little bit. And then, as we said here, your next one will be number 18. So we'll circle back around for that one when we get to that. I know, fun, fun. All right. So let me take a sip here. And we got Twin Flame coming up next. Do we have Debbie O in the house too? Are you back from your Bible study? Because you'll be coming up here after Twin Flame, if so. If not, I bet Val doesn't mind me jumping ahead to her. So, all right. All right. So, Twin Flame, you're up. 23318 is yours. Thank you for your donation. And you want to know, what did Cesar think and feel about you? Oh, yeah, you were going to share what happened, right? I think I did get your email here. Yeah, I know, right? I get it for sure. Um, okay, yeah, I recognize this as you. You didn't put your title, your screen name in there, Twin Flame, but I think by the names mentioned in the email that this, because you just were the person I told one, it makes sense that it's you. I just don't want to say your real name out loud, but I believe it's you. Because you mentioned a certain ex's name. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's that's you. All right. So you want to know, what did Cesar think and feel about you? So Cesar. Awesome. All caught up, Chelsea, all caught up. All right, let's take a look. So those were what they thought, and this is their feelings. All right, what do we got coming in here? All right, we've got Page of Pentacles on the bottom. That's a good energy, because that's about another opportunity, abundance energy. So being the underlying, that feels good. Let's see what else we got here. What do they think of you? Ace of Swords, 10 of Pentacles. All right. I do feel here with the Ace of Swords, like intelligent with the Ace of Swords. They liked how you communicated. Kind of refreshing energy, it feels like. And then the 10 of Pentacles, relationship material. Yeah. Like marriage material, right? Chelsea. No, she's going to be, what did you say? Insatiable? Something like that. I already forgot again. But yeah, I feel like good, good, good impression. There was it the first impression, meeting in person. Sorry, I got a wild white hair. I know when you start getting gray hair on your hand, getting old. Ugh. And then how did he feel about you? 6 of Wands, 7 of Swords. Yeah, 6 of Wands. Energy is a victory energy, equal passion and draw energy. Now that 7 of Swords, I like how they have it. There's a dinosaur trying to steal a bone from someone else. Or one dragon trying to steal a bone from another dragon. I feel like there's this they have a little bit of, uh, you know, trouble with some mindsets that steal opportunities, and let's see what those are. What's below the deck here? We got Temperance, the Two of Cups. Yeah, they tend to go slow, and I feel like they're not getting excited. Um, they're trying not to get excited about it. It's like going to Disneyland, but they tend to move a little slow, it feels like, in getting into emotional relationship. Of course, you know, the fire energy, the mutual attraction, they're like they're okay with that, but opening up their heart, they take time. And I feel like with that 7 of Swords, that's what holds them back, which is kind of a standard quite often with a lot of men who haven't done their internal work. They have those fears of failure. And I mean, so much of us do have abandonment issues and low self-esteem and stuff coming from childhood that it's amazing that I guess it's good that we don't have to have deep emotional connections to repopulate, or humanity probably would have died out a long time ago. But, there is this passionate draw. That's the way humanity is designed, that fire, and then emotions can come or go, but that passion is designed to keep us repopulating the planet. Um, but there is this, that it's there, it just takes some time to get there kind of energy. So they do see that possibility, but it's more the mutual physical attraction that's there. And then we've got the Empress. Yeah, they did see you, someone very divine feminine, your sensuality, your huge heart, you know, with that being the last card, it's kind of this energy along with the Page of Pentacles that they would like to see you again kind of energy, see what unfolds, um, and just see, you know, kind of the next adventure here with you. So, looks good. I know, you know, what are you gonna do? Reminding me, we had this, HR, this huge it was like, there must have been like 50 people in the room. There were managers from all over, our huge call center, from all these different departments, and I had been with the company for so long, I knew, like, almost everyone because I'd worked in, like, every department and moved through a lot of stuff. And this HR person was there, and they were talking about how to identify different demographics, so different type of people, and they were like, because everyone ran with little stickers and put their viewpoint on their stereotyping, because it was all about managers stereotyping and stuff. And they had the man over here, and, um and they had, like, LGBT people too, and I happened to be sitting in front of the little easel that had the LGBT, and she was talking about the straight guy, and they were like, well, because they had, like, emotional and different things, and they were like, "Well, where's the emotional male on here?" And I go, "He's over here." And the room they just exploded and laughed. We couldn't the HR person just they couldn't get back on track because they were laughing so hard. But that's what comes in here is, like, we're looking for someone who's emotional, and they're like, I just remember that, "They're on there." That's where they're at, like, "Oh, man." But it's not true. There can be, but, you know, if our society could alter, and it has been changing and changing and changing, where, there's this, where men can be more, in tune with their emotions instead of taught to stuff them. And it's the way kind of designed with the mental, but if we're taught, like, can you imagine if we were all taught in grade school and high school about how to get in tune with our emotions and express them, not suppress them? What kind of loving kind of community we all would have? I know. Red is Z for president. Let's get it. Let's get it passed. Let's go. All right. Sorry. So you got the fake version of you. Look at your superpower here. You changed your whole vibe to be easier for them. Ew. Authenticity, rejection, self-honor. I like this, energy, and I feel like this is what they're afraid of is that people are not true to their authentic self and they present something. That's why he waits, Cesar. They wait to see who someone is because you can only wear the mask for so long before they're like, aha. So they like to wait to see who the true authentic person is, right? Right? Makes too much sense, right? All right. So that's what they have for you to inflame, and I'll get to your free reading. What's today? Thursday? Probably. Well, no promises. I'll try to do it here, depending on if I have a morning session, depending on how late this one goes. I might do it tomorrow. If not, Saturday or Sunday. If not, definitely Monday, because Monday I don't have any sessions. Or, if I have an evening session left over in the morning, I have nothing, to pressing as far as time, so I can do it on Monday. So I'll definitely do it at least there or before. All right. Just to set expectations. Intentions, that's probably a better word, right? That's my intention. All right. Hey, Debbie O, are you in the house? Debbie O, Debbie O. I don't think you sent me an email. No, so you must be caught up in the Holy Spirit. So we will circle back to you whenever you return. And we got Val coming up then, 2:43:20. So, Val, here is your timestamp. And you want to know about finances. Let's see what's going on with the finances. Take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. Okay. Anything else? Nope. Right. Got a little bit of a countdown going on here. This is good. Bottom of the deck, you do have the Lovers card coming in here. It's a power of emotional choice energy. When we're talking about finances, unless you're gonna find, like, a sugar daddy or sugar mama. You're like, "Whoa, hey, we'll take that." But I feel like it's more power of our emotional choice, and it's a good energy being on the bottom of the deck. Great reminder for us all that, when we focus in on what we're grateful for in our finances with what we have and what we have had, then we draw in more have energy. When we're focusing in what if we feel like we're missing or afraid we're not gonna have enough, we want, that's lack energy, it's fear energy. And it's gonna keep abundance small and away from us. So, of course, if you haven't checked out my podcast, Abundance, Where It Be, or it's the podcast is the easier path, but episode 14, Abundance, Where It Be, I share it several times every session just because that's why I create the creator and my spirit posse had us create it because it's such a huge thing for us. If we can understand our energy and our power of our balance of our giving and receiving that we learn when we're younger, we can open up these conduits of blessings and abundance to flow easily toward us instead of feeling like it's so hard to get anywhere and to get love and to get abundance and to get jobs and to get this and get that. We're just taught so much focus on what's hard. Well, then we bring in more, things that are difficult instead of focusing on our blessings and then we get more blessings. It's like, again, if that's something we would be taught when we were younger, what kind of society we'd be there too. We need to take notes. We need to start our own island, start training up children or create a new educational uh, thing that for kids that adults can use too, right? Anyway, but you have 3 cards and then 2 cards and then 1 card. So there's a countdown to something. Keep in mind your emotional choice of gratitude. You've got the High Priestess, the Emperor, and the 4 of Pentacles. So the High Priestess is an energy of, like, kinda stepping back, do see things from a different perspective, a higher perspective. You have the Emperor, which is you getting out of your head and into your heart and choosing So it's kind of stepping out of our expectations and into, again, that gratitude from our heart energy coming in. You have the Four of Pentacles too, um, you know, and there's, this energy. The Four of Pentacles is about where we find the foundation of our worth, right? And if we put it out there with abundance, if we're defining ourselves by money, or bank accounts, right? Or possessions or our bodies or our jobs and education or our relationships, all of that we feel unstable. And, this kind of seeing things differently, realizing that you have everything you need in here, and that, you know, once we realize that our definition of who we are and our true worth is founded in the eternal unconditional love of the higher realms, it keeps us from feeling like we have to go, go, go and achieve to become something and have this, and this must be in order for me to be lovable and acceptable. It takes all the pressure off when we realize I've got everything I need inside of me, everything else is above and beyond extra. That allows us to move into this energy of gratitude instead of lack, right? So I feel like that's a important piece here, is stepping back and really connecting with spirit, look behind the veil, your definitions of success, see where it's attached to, and our emotions where they're attached to regarding our worth, and is any of it connected to those three buckets of the outside world, relationships, situations, or things, and see where there can be some new awareness, some recalibration if you want. That'll bring in a big change around finances for you. You have the Page of Swords and you have the King of Pentacles. Yeah. So for abundance to come in big time with that King of Pentacles, it is about seeing things from that higher perspective with the Page of Swords. There is like a mindset change that has to happen to get that abundance in. So that, podcast abundance where it be will really help. But I also feel here, um, there is this, um I forgot what I was gonna say. Bring it back, spirit. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Bring it back to the cards up. So the King of Pentacles, in order to get this abundance, you have to see things from that different perspective. Um, well, if it's important, they'll bring it back. But I feel like that's an important piece here to open the conduits to bring that abundance in. You need to see that differently. Um, and to see that higher place. Yeah, you even got the hanged dragon, which is the hanged man, which is, this transformation that can happen. And it doesn't mean that you won't have abundance. Um, this is that, oh, you're gonna be a pauper. We can be we can be grateful for having nothing. No, that's not what this is all about at all, right? It's about, I don't need things in the outside world, but I can I can want it. I'm going to fill up from the inside, focus on all the abundance, and that abundance just comes easily. That was the thing they want to say, this new mindset. Thank you, Spirit, which is, it's one that gave me, because I had a huge abundance drive and I was defining myself because it's how I grew up. You know, it's all about the money. You got to make the money. You got to make the money, because that's where my father was. He wanted to be a millionaire by the time he was 40, and he didn't, but he was gone like all the time because that was his goal. So that was imprinted, and security and abundance, that's what you go for, very man thing, right? I know. But this new mindset, this new kind of affirmation or mantra is, abundance flows to me easily and effortlessly. Abundance flows to me easily and effortlessly. Very different from the mindset I had of, you gotta work hard for the money, right? So hard for it, honey. Like the song, right? But I feel like there is this transformation that comes in here, and if you'll, if you check out that video, I really feel like that'll help with some transformation. It'll open up the conduits Because right now it feels, you know, stable, but not growing. And there's some stuff that can be changed on that to help that transformation for you. All right. So that's what they got for you, Val. And your fortune cookie here says messy doesn't mean powerless. I like it. It says chaos is your superpower. Use it wisely. Acceptance, chaos, self compassion. I like it. So that is what they have for you, Val. So many blessings to you. All right, let's get caught up on the chat and then we will get back in the readings here. Let's see. Here we are here. So Lorna Light, you volunteer, you and Jake too. Oh, you guys are gonna fill up the island? You sassy girl. All right, we got Gene XOS. Hello, hey Gene, good to see you. We'll get you on the free reading list here. You'll be number 13 on the free readings once we get there. All right, and then Joe, this is your question coming up, huh? Right, I'll get you on there. Whoops. There is your question. Oh, when you turn 30, your ex, is that why you're like, "Oh, you didn't fail, get out." Wow, very nice. Why couldn't you have done it when you were with me, jerk? Then I could have taken you for half of it. Oh. So say to inflame at Caesar Day, he followed you off the freeway, you pulled over because I didn't want him following you home. He introduced himself, he opened your door and kissed your feet. You had to beat him up your I asked him if he's single, and he said, "Yes." I exchanged numbers, but I found out he lives with his baby mama and 3 kids. Oh my god. He caught her cheating, and he said things were not the same with him anymore. He has to figure out his living situation. Oh, why don't you just let him move in? Oh, he was while you were together. Oh, very nice. I know, right? Oh, that's right. You didn't want babies. I get you. That's right. That's the one that you wonder about returning and etcetera, right? I know, Twin Flame, that was totally a joke. I'll just let him move in with his 3 kids. That's right. Wow, kissed your feet. Oh my gosh. You just met him. I know. Oh, lion cubs. Oh, so cute. Cheers, cheers. Okay, guys. I'm gonna take a quick break here since I've been on for about 3 hours. When I come back, if Debbie O is back, I'm going to we'll go to her. If not, then we have Aquarian Light and then JoJo. We got Ruby G and then Lauren of Light. We got Chels and Sarah Taylor and Crystal Ray after that. And I think that's all I have right now. I'm going to take a quick break here. Maybe I got enough coffee for now. I need to get up and move around and hit the facilities. I know that's just follow you off. And yeah, they definitely are enamored. What's this energy? What are they feeding these men in Southern California? Yeah. I mean, it's a sign of honor, but only when it's done in a certain kind of way, right? Otherwise, uh, you know, it's schmoozing and weird, right? Weird, weird, weird. I'm gonna put a little note on here. I'm gonna put on break. Let's see. Uh, I should have this saved somewhere. I'll be back. Where's some dude with sunglasses? We gotta put him like Arnold Schwarzenegger. There's probably down here. Spending way too much time on this. I should just go, "Oh, here it is." Save this for later. Oh, that didn't work good. Okay, it didn't work. Too funny. Intermission, there you go. Bing, bing. No, oh, gross. Okay, I'll be back. All right. Thank you guys so much. I know, Lauren, right? We noticed there was a lot of people going through a lot of the same kind of stuff, so we're waiting for your book. Girl Gang, that's right. All right, so thank you guys so much. Got some circulation going again. So, isn't that crazy? Right, and if you guys are for the podcast, right? Ask some good question. That wouldn't be a bad thing to have a podcast of, yeah, but we'll wait till you're married because we don't want to, you know, give away your secrets till the ring's on the finger and the marriage certificate is signed. We don't wanna we don't wanna give away the family secrets, right? Alright, let's shuffle up and get back in here. That's right. I'm like, "I am psychic." It's like, "Hmm." Alright. So let's dive in. Let's dive back in and we'll get going here. So we've got Aquarian Light is up. 30320 is yours. So Aquarian Light, thank you so much for your donation. Oh, while he's in the room? Boom, look at that. I did not know. I have to be careful, right? Don't share too much. Oh, here we go. All right. So, Aquarian Light, thank you so much for your donation via Z Venmo. And you want to know, so the man at work giving your problems, you want to know if is it Phil or John? It revolves around the company car? Question mark. All right, let's take a look here. So, we got energy here. Let's see, Phil or Jean, and is it around the company car? Question mark. Got that. We want this one here too. Is that the real issue? We'll see. Maybe this is below the surface here. You always tell them that God told me. Wow. All right. We'll find out what else is below the surface here. All right. Pardon me. So we've got the Four of Wands on the bottom of the deck. And, the Four of Wands is about, it's usually joy, celebration, gathering. It can be like a peaceful, balanced energy too. But let's see what's going on here. The energy around Phil, we got the Six of Cups, the Two of Wands. Let's see, what is John here? Yeah, no, I feel here because between the two, I mean, you've got the Six of Cups is like something from the past coming back up, and the Two of Wands kind of has this little flip of switch kind of energy that comes in here, right? Um, and with John, there's a Nine of Cups, which is more of a, you know, an emotional dream come true energy. So that would be a no. That's more of a higher vibration card. With Phil's, it feels like there's something from the past with the Six of Cups that comes back in and something triggered them to go from the Two of Wands from one thing to another. We'll see what that is. Is it the car? Excuse me, the company car. Let me grab a lozenge here. We've been having some rain today, off and on, which is good, but also brings up the. So, is it about the car? Ooh, what is this? Knight of Swords and Ten of Swords. It's like the raising of expectations, something about some rules. And I'm wondering here if, because there is something about, is this that you, this is like repercussions of something from the past where you might have held someone accountable for something, to the high standard, and they felt the standard was too high that you were holding them to. Does this resonate with Phil at all? Because below the surface, you've got the King of Wands and the Queen of Cups. Oh, yeah. So, you've got emotional energy versus fire and air. Firestorm coming in here, right? Feel like he's spineless. So, there is this energy here with that, they tend to be it's a kind of a personality clash in a way as well, because this, nothing in common, fire and air versus double water energy. So it's like, and maybe you're the fire and the air and they're the emotional one. When you say they're spineless, sometimes if we're a strong energy inside of us, right? And they're it's like an emotional being inside of a man's body. Sometimes it's, the standard role reversal. Um, I joke with some of my friends. I'm like, you know, you're a man in a woman's body, and you keep choosing men that are women who are in a men's body. That's why they're spineless, right? So, so I don't know if this is really about a company car energy. It feels like it's more to that here because we've got the justice card underneath. It's almost like they want to dish back what they felt you gave to them kind of energy. And there's some sort of, with this King of Swords, Sire of Swords, right? Yeah. King of Swords with the Death card. I don't know if there's something that, like, you, I don't know if they felt you put an end to something that they were trying to do, and with your intervention, it was stopped, whatever this was, because it feels like there was some sort of thing with all these swords energies of something, um, that they were trying to get passed through or get approved or something like that. Ah. And and there's something you did that kind of they feel was part of the contributing factor of them not getting that thing, and so I feel like they kinda were, um, holding a grudge, kind of feels with this energy here. It doesn't feel like it's about the company car, just the company car is the box it's wrapped in, if it's even the company car, but I feel like there's more to it than that. So he wanted to be, but you're all smack, slap that cup out of his hand. You're so mean. Why are you being so aggressive, Aquarian light? But, yeah, so I feel like that is what they have with that. Um, Suit Your Fortune Cookie brings in with this too. And we're doing the Seasons of the Witch, the Lamas Oracle. Happy Lamas, which is this Saturday. It's um, the middle of the summer. Oh, wow. So we got dried flowers, number 15. So let's see what this brings in here. Yeah, keywords are death and rebirth and new life. coming in here. So, the art of drying flowers is a chance to breathe new life into death. While the flowers may never be as vibrant or expressive as they were in their youthful days, there's still so much beauty left to be had, and now their beauty can be preserved. There is a sort of reverence in allowing things to mature. They become exalted, having earned their place as everlasting symbols of success. And there's a chance for what was to be born again, but with more complexity, interest, and the ability to stand the test of time. Modern society's relationship with death is not always a healthy expression of life. We have come to fear endings, avoiding them as much as possible. The ending of a relationship, job, or career path, a way of being, or the changing of technology often awakens deep rooted fears of inadequacy. You may well wonder if the end means you've done something wrong, sabotaging what could have been joyous and successful, or perhaps there is concern that you were never on the correct path to begin with. You have or are reaching the end of one journey, but it doesn't represent a misstep or failing on your part. In fact, this ending represents your evolution because with the fresh beginning making its way to you, you can expect to have deeper awareness, greater wisdom, more respect for yourself and others, and a much more robust level of experience. Celebrate how far you've come and how much more you still have to give. Rather than assuming fault in yourself, consider how the ending of one thing only represents the new life of something else. One doesn't have to be better than the other, nor does the beauty of what came before diminish simply because something different has taken its place. Both versions can have their season and time, equally expressing beauty in a new and ever evolving way. I love that. There's that ending and beginning energy, just like the death card you had in there. So, yeah, maybe there's, I know, when it's talking about celebrating things, it's like when we move our energy to focusing on what's going wrong. I think we talked about this in your last reading, right? Where it's like when we're focusing in on the lower vibration, we tend to draw that in. The more we focus on what we're grateful for, and I know it's hard when it's like someone that's irritating the heck out of us, right? Or that we're choosing to be irritated with, because that's what we're doing is we're choosing to be irritated by what our experience is. But I can also start changing my energy to focus in on the one thing that I'm grateful for, in who they are. And maybe it might be tough finding that, but, you know, because people can always be worse. Trust me, right? Um, so maybe there's some of that energy that could help in this situation too. You can take that as you will from spirit, but yeah, she was blocked from being the new CEO. To they went with a new person. Oh wow, look at that. So hopefully that helps, Aquarian Light. That is what they have for you. So thank you so much for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. And many blessings to you. Enjoy. Oh, the drama, right? All right. And then we got JoJo is up. So JoJo, we're at 31535. Look at all those 31535. And you're number 15. So you're number 15, and then you have 31535. All right. So, we've talked about mermaids and that you've been a mermaid, but you want to know, were you are you a siren by nature? You've been loving the sea lately. Maybe they're luring you in. That's funny. Ah, yeah, you did, Val. Let me grab your timestamp here. Here you are. All right. Let's take a look here, Jojo. Are you a siren? Oh, and these two. All right. Well, Sorry, let me crunch my cough drop here. Excuse me. You got the Ace of Cups on the bottom, which would be water energy. So let's see what else we have here, because that's the start. Seafaring water creatures. Let's see here. Got the 10 of Pentacles, the Page of Swords. I do feel like it's in your lineage, because the 10 of Pentacles would be like your family tree, and the Page of Swords would be singing and vocal energy coming in. So it would say that you do have I don't know necessarily if you are a siren by nature, like in this energy of this lifetime, but I do feel like you've had um lineage and experience being in the siren community, meaning you were a siren in one form and one expression. There. Let's see what this calling is. You do have the Queen of Wands. So you've got your that energy, that connection to spirit that you're picking up on, and the Queen of Cups. Yeah. So here's your spiritual energy. Both the Queen of Wands and the Queen of Cups, they're very much akin or cousins of the High Priestess, right? They got all that spiritual energy and that ability to connect. So you're feeling it both emotionally and both energetically too. Fire energy and energetically. And so I feel like you pick that up, and it's even like this, like you're feeling the call. It's like here's the sea and you're hearing this call of the siren to you. But they're not, let's see here. I don't they're not inviting you out into the sea, so don't go drown yourself or anything. It's not them. Yeah, because they're showing here. We've got the Two of Wands, but you got the Five of Cups, the spilt cups energy that's coming in here. Excuse me, and I feel like they're singing you a song. Oh, I see now. Because 'Cause they're saying the sirens are part of your collective. You know how that collective of all the singers and, actors and musicians and all that? The sirens go, "Yeah, we're part of them. Hello, we're singers. We sing, we are callers." So they're part of that kind of energy, that kind of expression energy. The 5 of Cups they're bringing in, but this is part of your gift because 'cause you're a siren, and the singing you do does help, with transformation. It does help with those types of things as well. And you have a choice with that 2 of Wands to tap into that energy to bring it through, but it's through your human vocal cords, your human vibration into, the outside. So I like that. So you're picking up on their energy because they're part of your collective and because you've been had expressions as a siren in from your higher self. Let's see what else they want you to know here, because I feel like they're wanting to do something. Yeah. Yeah, and we got the High Priestess. So here's all 3 of the spiritual energies, and the 5 of Pentacles is that transformation from lack to abundance, realizing it's not humans that bring you what you need, but it's spirit, it's the upper world, it's your spiritual posse, your collective, and that they will bring that energy in, and you can access the energy of the siren as you sing. You can, you know, down in the gut, down in your connection into that lower world, into past life energy, even you can access and bring forward this energy of siren into human form. It won't be, you know, pure siren where you can control people and do that yet anyway. But I feel like you'll notice a change in the sound and the energy that comes through when you connect to that energy. So I love that. So that's what they got for you, Jojo. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Let's see what we got. What we got going on. This one here. All right. And you've got pretty packaged, pretty packaging, toxic content. Whoa. It says charm isn't character. Deception, exposure, warning. I like that because sirens were known, at least, that they would be pretty packaging, but their content was toxic. They were luring, danger, humanity into things to save them so they wouldn't have this lower vibrational energy in their seas or near their where they were at, right? Interesting. But I love that for you, Jojo. So many blessings to you. All right. Twin Flame, did you smack him? Too funny. Yeah, I didn't know they were part of the collective either, but that makes sense because singers, they do have a beautiful way to project their singing for sure. All right. So, Debbie O, I don't know if you're back. Debbie O, Debbie O. All right. I did have a little notification come through from PayPal for you, but I don't know if that means you're back. So I will wait till you tell me that you're back. No pressure. All right. You're welcome, Jojo. I'm excited. Can't wait for you to try out the energy to go through your vocal cords of with siren energy. See what it does. Breaks the light bulb. Whoa. Scares away the birds. Who knows? They're like, oh no, it's a siren. All right. So Ruby G, you're up 3:24:34. So Ruby G, here is your timestamp. Thank you for your donation. And let's see what we got here. So this is about the ex, his health, custody, child support. Okay. Oh, and then your son's health. Oh. Okay. We'll take a look here. Oh, it is getting dark out. I was like, is it about to storm? I'm like, no, the sunset. Let me close the blinds really quick here. It's getting darker and darker. All right. So, energy for the X. We'll start there. And then his health. Okay. And then custody from his point of view. We've also got child support from his point of view. Okay, and then real life. And then real life for there. And then son's health. Oh, okay. And then, yeah, we'll take a look. Is it deliberate or is it just his brain not working right? B. We'll take a look here, see what we got going on. All right. So Okay. So we've got here your energy for your ex here. Well, I got the Eight of Swords. So they are working on trying to clear away some mindsets that have been bugging them and really making them feel small. They're trying to make their dreams come true. The Ace of Pentacles, the Star card coming in here. So, they've got that energy that's it's like they're trying to exude some hope, get some hope in their life kind of energy, with all of that. Trying to get out of my head and get into my dream and that kind of thing. So I feel like that's kind of where their energy is focused on. They're like, I'm trying to live my dream. It's not so much they're trying to destroy yours. They're trying to, you know, um, find theirs, right? Um, uh, so, and then, so his health. We got the Six of Cups. We got the Four of Cups. So I feel like kind of relapsing but stabilized there because the Six of Cups is something returning back, but the Four of Cups then is also a balancing energy, you know. So it feels like it whatever they were doing, probably because they weren't taking their drugs either. And so you got to take them regularly and so I feel like they uh kind of like they started to get better, so they backed off of it, and then it came back, and they're like, "Oh, let me get back on it," because it's like, yeah, you have to take all the antibiotics. Don't stop taking them when you're feeling better, because it's not gone yet, right? That's the kind of energy. Custody, from their point of view, they got the shaman, magician energy. Feel like they feel like they're making plans, you know, that they're trying to understand and get things going, and I feel like they're, in a way, trying to figure out what exactly they want, what kind of result they want, because I feel like they're have been inconsistent, and now I feel like they're trying to figure out exactly what they want. Um, the actual in real life, you got the Knight of Pentacles. Yeah, things are going slow, steady but slow there, energy. So feels like there's something that got held up that feels like things are just kinda slow, like molasses in, in, like, January, right? Whatever that word is. I was like, "Molasses in June? No, that's fast moving. We want it cold, cold," where it's going slow, right? We don't want that, but that for the example. Um, and then child support, he has 2 of Wands. Yeah, he keeps flip-flopping back and forth with the child support. 'Cause he goes in one direction, and then he goes, "No, no, I'm gonna do this. No, no, I'm gonna do this. No, I am gonna do that. No, I should do that." He's just, like, flip-flopping and going back and forth with those. In real life, got the Seven of Pentacles. Yeah, both of these are going slow for some reason. Slow-mo energy. You know, when we get in a reading, when we get a lot of slow energy, that's happening for us because if things slow down, that means we might be focusing on lower vibrational energy because that does slow things down. That does slow, it's slower moving energy. It weighs us down and it keeps things from moving forward fast. But it also gives us the opportunity to raise our love vibration, raise what we're focusing on. Because if we're going into the low vibration, we're going to draw low vibrational things in. So it goes, whoa, 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 slow down. Let's give you time to get out of there before those, lower vibrational things come in. So with this, you can, return to gratitude, return to focusing on what we're grateful for, focus on those higher things instead of the lower. That can start speeding things up again. But we might have fallen into some fears, some aggression, some energies there. You like my I just saw my t-shirt. Unhinged and feral. We don't want to be the feral raccoon. We want to be the lovely, beautiful raccoon, right? So I feel like that's the energy that's coming in with that. Um, so sorry, I need to turn that off. Um, so I feel like that would be the advice for both of those things for the in real life. And then, that your son in his health, we do have the Empress, we have Mother Nature, Mother Nurture energy coming in here, and so we'll find out here, is he forgetting because he's just, deliberate, or what is he doing here, right? Um, but I like this Empress card coming in because I kinda did that card, and there was a reason, I don't know why I put it there, but I know why it's there now. Because this is you, you're the nurturer, and, again, mama energy is so powerful, right? That you can focus on, when he's over there and he's doing whatever, you can still send love energy over to your son, and speak to the physical body of your son, and because there's a higher self, and you can say, um, ask for medicine when it's needed, put the energy around your son of love, and allow their higher self, because your son has a huge higher self that's not a child, it's a huge, you know, ancient being like we do, like we have. You can send love energy and surround and go, for your experience, I give this, and because your heart is aches for your son when he's not with you, you can send that love energy whenever you feel that ache, because that'll help you feel a little bit of that release of that aching heart that, fills up so much with, with that concern and love energy, and it wants to help, but it can't. It feels helpless, so it feels like a garden hose that's turned on full blast, but the nozzle's turned off, so it's tightening, tightening. You can send love energy, out to them. If you, aren't aware how to do that, I actually have, and I might have shared this already, it seems familiar, but we can do, it's at heartache? Yeah, it's heartache. This episode here, and this is for anyone, I'll put it out here in the chat. This talks about how we can send love energy and do that. So, that can help with that. Now him, got the 6 of Pentacles and the Fool card. He's just a fool. Well, we've got the, 6 of Pentacles, which is this, it's a codependent energy. But the full card is free of expectations, and they're just, it feels this like I'm on the other side of a codependent relationship, like, I'm used to everyone, this makes sense. I'm used to everyone taking care of me, and I don't have this awareness, I keep forgetting. It doesn't feel intentional, it feels part of how I'm made, how I'm conditioned. It's like, I just forget. I forget to do those things because I get, and especially if he has ADHD, he forgets, he gets hyper focused on things. He needs alarms, he needs reminders, and I know that you can't be that for him, you know, because then he gets aggressive and whatever, right? Um, but I don't know. Do you have, like, an old watch with an alarm on it? I'm just thinking, if you have your son a little alarm, a little watch with a little alarm on it that sets it for, it goes off when he's over there, and he's like, "Dad, my alarm's going off, it's time for my pill," you know? So it's not coming from you, but, oh, mysteriously, this alarm keeps going off. No, the watch, don't make it an expensive one, it'll probably end up crushed, right? Or sold. Anyway, but hopefully that helps a little bit there. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in. You do get one of the Lamas oracles, so I like that. Happy Lamas. It's the middle of summer for August 1st, so all right. And you've got corn, children of the corn. Nope, number 10. Let spirit guide you and take meaningful action. Dreams become reality when combined with purposeful intent and action, right? Have you filed all your paperwork and done all that stuff, right? Do what you can do. Make sure you're taking action on doing what you can do, right? Keywords are sacred feminine energy, mother goddess, there's that empress energy, receptivity and balance. So this is your invitation to open yourself up to inner workings of your spirit and navigate your decisions and actions from a place of authenticity and balance. Corn represents both the sun and the sacred feminine, represented by the corn mother and corn maiden. It is a symbol of tempering action with allowing what you desire to come to you. So the balance between the divine masculine and the divine feminine. In a reading, this card is guiding you to approach situations from both the head and the heart. You're being asked to stay open to spirit while also grounding your desires in the physical world. Dreams without action are fantasy, and action without intentions is wasted time. Dreams without action are fantasy, and action without intention is wasted time. I get it. Okay. Likewise, there are times when you need to push and times when you should sit back and let things come to you. It's a constant dance of refining, always tinkering until you get just the right formula. Reread the meaning of this card while paying attention to which feels like the right path forward, action or receptivity, because that is what is required most at this time to address your question. I like it. So that's what we got for you there. Hopefully that helps, Ruby. He lies. I know, right? Yeah, micromanaging. Yeah, and that's the whole thing is I know you care about your son. Um, well, and that's all right, it's like, well, I'd rather get cussed out because you don't have to take it personally. You're micromanaging, blah, 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 blah. I'm just trying to help you. I know I don't know if you have ADHD. Do you? You have some? Um, because you're like, I have trouble remembering. I have it on my phone. And so because my son is important to me, you know, I I wanna help you help our son. That's all it is. It's not micromanaging, it's because I love my son. And so, if you're gonna beat me up about it, beat me up me about it, but I'm gonna do it until my son feels better. So, you have your motivation. I'll stop bugging you once you do it and he feels better, and then we don't have to worry about it. So, cheers, cheers. I know. Right? Yeah. Isn't that great? It's like so much going on in the world too, I know. All right. Well, let's see. I got some more donations coming in here. So let me get caught up and then we will get back into the readings here. You have backhanded him or kicked him. So violent. Who knew that a munchkin could be so aggressive? Or Oompa Loompa. Just kidding. I love you, Lauren. Don't come hunt me down. All right. So for free readings, we do have Prathy. Hey, Prathy. Good to see I got you on the free readings. You're number 14. And then let's take a look here. I think is this. Yes. So we got Aquarian Light. Thank you for your additional donation. Let me grab your name from up here. That'll be number 21. Oh, I know. Me too. I'm like a cat. Touch me with your eyes. All right. Oh, I think I missed Maria actually. Now that I see your name there, Maria, I think you were here a little earlier. Why do I keep missing your name? Didn't you? Oh, there it is. It's right there. Ah, okay. I see what I did. Maybe I didn't go back up far enough. Let me just make sure I didn't skip anyone else here. Yep, there you go. So Maria P. For your free reading, you will be number 14. Sorry, Prathy. My bad. You will be number 15. On the free readings. And then Maria P., your donations will be number 22 and number 23. Oops, I need to grab all that. All right. Emails, and then we got Twin Flame. Thank you for your additional donation. We got you there. Boom, boom. That's number 24 for that. Yeah, it's just wacky. It's like, and following you off of a freeway, number one, I wouldn't have opened my door. It's like, hell no. I'd crack the window. What do you want? What? All right. So I think I'm caught back up. So I just need to crack my neck or something. Let me just stretch my neck real quick here. I think I slept on it weird again last night. Okay, let me try this. Oh, there it went. Crack. Stretch. Ah. Oh, okay. Well, that's different, right? While you're down there. Whoa. Okay. So let us move on. Oh, that's right. Hey, Debbie O. Oh, yes, up there too. Boy, I'm just discombobulated today. Oh yeah, you were right above Maria Pete. So I missed all of you guys there. Let me see anyone else in there. So you're here, a list update. I left you in the dust a while ago. So we'll go back to you first here. And then I did get your um donation. Your extra one came in here too. Let's see. What was this one? Oh, this was that little pending message. It came through. All right. All right. And Sarah, you are number 19. So I'm going to jump back to number 12 for Debbie O. And then we'll be jumping back to Lorna Light, number 17. It'll be up after that. Then Chels, and then Sarah, and then Crystal Ray, and then Aquarian Light, 2 for Maria P, and then Twin Flame is where we're at right now. So you don't want to be a Lifetime movie, I know, right? We definitely don't want that. Absolutely. All right. All right. So Deb, let me remove these here. So we'll combine your extra donation with this one here, which why do you gotta make me add the 8 and 5 together? Just kidding. Enough practice, I'll remember it. right away, right? I appreciate it very much. I'm just joking. All right. So Debbie, oh, okay, let's get ready. You got to get your timestamp here. Let's just focus, Brother Z. Oh my goodness. So 3:46:43 is your timestamp. Debbie O. And I'll move that up there. And of course, your questions are down here. So yeah. I like to, you to use your math skills. Yeah, right? Otherwise, you get out of practice. I've got a calculator right here on my computer and my phone. So we really don't have to think about math anymore. 8 plus 5. Oh, yeah. All right. So you ran out of space? Of course, you can always send an email too if you want, but, did you get everything you wanted on here? So we'll talk about filling up your emotional bank from free. I got that, the peanut gallery. Yeah, I did. I picked up what you were putting down with that one. And, yeah, "Don't talk to me at work, Chuck. I don't wanna get emotional." Yeah. Oh, yeah, no problem at all. So we'll talk more about here about filling up emotional bank, uh, from free. I don't know what your abbreviation is there. Free re res or free oh, for the free from the free reading. Duh. Do it. Okay. Oh, you have whatever comes out. No, that wasn't a free reading. Okay. I don't understand, but it's okay. We got you. So we'll talk more about filling up your emotional bank energy, right? Oh, from the free reading yesterday. Okay. I'm now tapped into your your CPU. I'm getting you. All right. So, what can we know more about this emotional bank? Filling up the emotional bank. All right. Oh yeah, I got 2, 3, 1. 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay. Because you started something. It's like it's normally 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. You've already completed the one. You're moving on to number two and number three, and then you're going back to number one again. Um, so I like this, progression energy that's going on here. You do have the three of wands on the bottom, which is about, getting new information and adjusting and adjusting and adjusting. And I like this because, when we have our mind set, and we have expectations and we have this, we think, well, obviously this here is the best route. With the information we know, yeah, that is the best route. But as you go, you're like, oh, hell no, that's not the route. This is the route I want to go, right? And then you're like, no, no, that's the route I want to go. So the way that you're directing your future and where you're wanting to head does change over time as you expand. It doesn't mean that you're doing a 180 and going in a different direction. It's more altering course, altering as you're expanding, opening your heart and opening your mind. The step two that you're going here, yeah, the 10 of swords, yep. And the 6 of pentacles. Yeah, so this big piece here with the 10 of swords is letting go of expectations, and the 6 of pentacles energy here is that, you know, our inner child that feels like it has to give so much to deserve so little. Oh, did you guys hear that? Oh, felt so good. Just feel like I'm locking up. Must be have a my rheumatism, my arthritis is kicking in. We must have a storm coming in. Um, but this energy is this inner child, the balancing energy. So part of your emotional bank that we were talking about, is an energy, you know, we talk about 2 things when it comes to the emotional bank. We we have emotion that goes out towards people, like relationships, friendships, work friends, fur babies, whatever. We have all this emotional energy that goes out, and then we have emotional energy that's keeping charged emotions below the surface, that's keeping things down, right? And those emotions are charged. Well, the 6 of Pentacles, these old charged emotions of feeling like I had to give so much to deserve so little, there is some of that, feeling deprived, feeling neglected emotions when we were younger, and those are the things that we can transform and move. So, that's in that podcast, Abundance Where It Be, um, the one that I, like, share, like, 30 times a session. Feels like I do it a lot, but not everyone's watching at the same time, so it's important that I share it, um, and I'm not gonna feel guilty because it has great information, right? I keep on falling off my chair. Um, because that helps us balance this out of balance energy, right? That comes back to that, right? So that's an important piece of, part of that energy of what we're transforming, some old emotions, feeling, like I'm, um, out of the, uh, again, feeling, um, I'm being short-handed in a way because I'm giving so much and I get this, really? And as a child, we're like, okay, well, I guess that's fine. But we're like, that's not fine. No, it's not fair, but I guess that's what I have to live with, right? But now we can go, no, no, you're right, little baby girl, your little inner child go, you were right. That wasn't fair. Let's correct that. You deserve one to one. And so that changes. And as you forgive those individuals, that's where the release comes from. Those charged emotions are charged because we weren't allowed to feel the feels. So when you feel the feels, then it allows you to bring that back, right? So I feel like that's the energy there with that one. It's number 14. uh, yeah, no more overgiving and equal receiving. All right. And then the third step coming in here, yeah. And here's that 5 of Pentacles. So here's more of that fear of being abandoned, being left out in the cold, um, energy. And we've got the star card here. I mean, sorry, the hermit card here, the fear of being alone. Not fear of being alone, but the not wanting to be alone energy. And then we have the star card, which is our dream come true. I want love, I want love, I want love. Part of this emotional bank, this is what this is all about is, you're filling up your emotional bank so that you'll be able to, give the love for a relationship energy, with that. Um, but part of this, the emotional energy below is that fear of abandonment. So, you're getting to 2 big emotions below the surface that are giving you a lot of huge emotional, funds back in your emotional bank. And so, those are 2 of the things they're talking about there. And then you also have the strength card, Leo energy. Yeah, the courage to step forward, to be, and to choose. There's this energy too, about and we kind of talked about that already, right? Where you're letting go of relationships where you're giving 70, 80, 90% all the time and other people are only giving 10, 20, 30% all the time. And you're like, nope, not accepting that anymore. It needs to be 50-50, or at least it fluctuates and goes back and forth, right? Not consistently in one, you know, over overgiving again, right? So we like that energy. All right. So hopefully that helps with the emotional bank energy. Yeah, or 100, yeah. Um, and then I think yeah. And I agree, and like you said, you can ask Chuck not to talk to you while at work, and he'll honor that. Um, but if you start thinking about him, you kinda activate him, so he's like, "Well, stop." It's like, he just had a flash of Pretty Woman when he goes, "Don't answer the phone." "Alright," and then he calls her from down in the lobby. "I told you not to answer the phone." "Well, stop calling me." I love that. So, stop calling me then. Alright, so let's see here from the peanut gallery here. What does Papa O have to say? What does Mama O have to say? And what does Chuckaroo, Buckaroo have to say? Alright. Oh, ready, ready, ready. So, we got the 4 of Wands. Oh, we're talking about marriage. Oh, and the Sun card. And the 7 of Cups. I like this. So, he's saying that, though I'm not gonna be there to give you away physically, you know, at the wedding, I will be there. And so I'll be walking by your side down the aisle, with this energy. I love that because he's like, here he is, walking by your side. He will be by your side down there. So I love that. And then you have the 7 of Cups around that too. And he was like, allow yourself to feel all the emotions, around it all. And there's no wrong emotion, just different. So enjoy every emotion that you experience. Don't feel like you have to be a certain way anytime, even on your wedding day, you know, be you. I like that. And then Mama is coming in here. And what does she have to say here? Yeah, I like it. So, she's saying it's okay, take your time with the 7 of Pentacles. It's going to take time to work through these fears, the conflict that you have, the 5 of Swords, with the fear of someone leaving, the fear of someone cheating. She goes, "You're working on that. You're gonna transform from that." Um, she sees that as a big part of your journey and your adventure. And uh, and I like I like that she's showing you that that fear's not, like, unusual to have, right? Um, that most people do. In fact, your future husband, um, had that as well with his marriage. He had that fear, right? And, because they knew, with all the stuff we talked about with them and not that they didn't, you know, they weren't of the heart, and then they were afraid, well, are they gonna go somewhere else? Then how am I gonna look? But over time, he realized, that this isn't something to be feared, you know. People, especially all the stuff that he experiences in the court system, he's like, "It's normal everywhere." Um, and I know how that fear is, and I wouldn't want to be the one on the other side of that, having it happen to them. So I don't wanna be the one that would bring it to someone else too, right? Yeah, right, yeah. So there is this energy. I feel like that's what mom is saying. Don't worry. You're doing work with that. Be patient with yourself. You will release it. You'll come to that. You're gonna release those energies. And you're gonna be fine, baby girl. So I like that. So that must be Chuck's coming in already. "Baby girl, you be fine, baby girl." She's like, "Don't talk for me." Your mom's so funny because Chuck started to talk over her. because he started I'm holding his cards, that's why. He's like, "Well, then put down the cards if I'm not allowed to speak. I have the speaking stick, woman." They're so funny with each other. Alright, and then from Chuck, he says what does he say? Yeah, I like this. Yeah, because he's talking about, here's your, your dream come true energy, that's coming in here, and he's like, you know, there will be, with all the stuff, with all this energy, um, all the insecurities and those things. He's like, you will reach, this is the world card, the end of a major cycle, the beginning of a new adventure, free of all that, because you're learning to create a new story with the King of Swords. And the Eight of Swords is you. They're all trapped in here. It's like all those weeds and things. There's this letting go of the mindsets and beliefs and thoughts that no longer serve you, that you're letting go of. So he goes, you're doing such a fantastic, you know, job, and looking at these things and changing the stories and realizing these weren't about you, these were about me, and you're not who you were back then. So you're going to make different choices. You're going to be aware. You're not naive. You're aware, and you're walking around with your eyes wide open, not, Google-eyed at the DJ. He's funny. You're not Google-eyed in love with the DJ, your eyes are wide open, like wide open, Uh, so I like that. Right. So I like it for you. And that's what the peanut gallery has for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. All right. And you got poetry, number 32. Invoke your words for good and use them to uplift yourself and others. I like that. So, value of your words, self expression, and giving voice to feelings. There you go. Look at that. The voice can be a powerful tool, but many of us do not use our voices in an empowering way. You can use words to express beauty, love, trust, or commitment, encourage, tell stories of adventure, or speak your intentions out loud, making them real beyond the confines of your mind. Your voice can also be a weapon, putting yourself and others down. Yeah. So you can stop telling everyone how bad of a person I was. Yes, Chuck, yes. It's part of her process. Leave her alone. Your words can be used to share stories that were not yours to tell, or convince you to see dangers that only are a figment of your imagination. How you choose to express your thoughts and feelings makes a difference, and the value of your words does matter. That's like the King of Swords, creating a new story around those things. That this wasn't about me, this was about him, right? Poetry has appeared in your reading to remind you to use your words for good. Do not give in to the desire to spread gossip or to speak to yourself or others with poisonous venom. A little criticism may appear harmless, but you never know which word could be the breaking point. It could be the thing that sends someone over the edge on a day that was just a little too difficult to bear. Your words can be just as harmful to you. You may tell yourself things like, you aren't pretty, are too fat, not good enough, or basic. And while it may seem like a small thing today, one unkind sentence said just once a day for years can add up to hundreds and even thousands of times you've bullied yourself. Wow. Isn't that so true? And I want to read this to you too here. Your rusty armor. I like that. So invoke your words poetry exercise. I feel like this a lot of us can glean from this. So I'm going to read it. Writing a poem is an excellent way of expressing yourself and your emotions. Poetry allows you to express your truth and helps you uncover hidden stories within yourself that would otherwise remain buried. When writing a poem for self expression, it's important to focus on the topic you're exploring, be it joy, sorrow, longing, or hope. Choose words that resonate with your heart and feelings, and don't limit yourself by set rules and conventions. Take your time with each word, phrase, verse, and stanza, using imagery and symbolism to help record your story. Here's the change of story, right? Feel free to write about anything that comes to mind, from your painful past or an unresolved issue in your life to the beauty of a sunrise. Whenever you decide, whatever you decide to write about, allow yourself to feel fully as you do so. These prompts will help you. There's 7. So think of a time when you felt joy, sorrow, or any other emotion. How did it make you feel? Write about a moment in your life that shaped who you are today. Describe the beauty that can be found in nature and its healing power. Look to the stars and contemplate your place in this world. Capture the essence of a person who has had an impact on your life. How have they changed you? Reflect on how music or art has affected your emotions and outlook on life. And the last one, express gratitude for all that is good in your life, no matter how small. Wow, what a beautiful homework assignment if you choose. Let's not call it homework. I hate homework. Home adventure. Here's chances for adventure, right? All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So thank you again so much for your donations and allowing me to connect to the peanut gallery because they are hilarious. So hang in there. Much blessings, my friend. Night, night. It's 10 o'clock. It's past your bedtime. Cheers, cheers. All right. So let me properly catch up on the chat here. Make sure I didn't skip over anybody since I'm getting all skippy tonight. So we got Blueberry in the house. Hey, Blueberry. Good to see you. I see your free question. So we'll get you on there. That will be number 16 on the free readings. All right. And these were all from Debbie. And we got Rocky's World. Hello, hello. Are readings available? Nope, they're all gone. No, just kidding. I see you made 2 donations. So thank you for just knowing intuitively that they were. So we'll grab your 2 here. Thank you for those. You'll be number 25 and number 26. Oops. There we go. All right, I got you. All right. Night, night, my dear. You love your peanut gallery. All right. Oops, I just took that right off, didn't I? Well, we'll just put it over here. That's hard to get back on. All right. So we will continue on here. Oh, let me get into, let's see. There is your email. All right. So we are up to Lauren of Light, 41043. I was going to say, all right, we're up for Lauren Light. Whoops. Try that again here. All right. Sounds good, May. I know some good direction. Jojo's back. All right, we'll grab you here in a little bit here. We're gonna jump into Lauren of Lights reading. Thank you so much, Lauren, for your donation. And yay! So let's take a look here and see what we got going on here. So you had another sweet FaceTime last night. Oh, I like it. So we'll take a look here and see. So how's your boy today? Take a look at that. His mind, his thoughts. Oh, that's his mind and his thoughts. His heart. What he thinks he should do next. What does he do next based on current energies? All right. So how is he today? We've got the Two of Wands and the Five of Swords. You know, as per usual, a little, a little bit of conflict energy that's coming in here with the Five of Swords, conflict between his head and his heart. Two of Wands going back and forth, kind of energy. So I feel like but it doesn't feel like I don't feel like it's a crazy. I almost feel like it's a ship, how it's rocking back and forth. It's not it's more of a creak, creak, creak. That's what I'm hearing, like those old big ships with the sails. It's like, it's a slow kind of energy that's going on. So, um, not bad energy. Um, and then where is his mind and his thoughts? All right, let's take a look here. See, we like that here because, you know, we've got the Fool card, which is, a new adventure. We got the Ace of Pentacles, which is the new adventure. So that's a big, the major arcana and the ace are powerful energies. And those are primary on his mind. But of course, on his mind, he still has this Nine of Swords, this tired of feeling like he has to live up to expectations, and he's getting to that point just wanting to be free from a lot of expectations. Not and I don't feel like these are coming from you. I feel like these are, coming from family and work and all that kind of stuff, right? So I feel like that's what's mainly on his mind. I feel like that's what creaks him, and then he thinks about coming to visit you on Saturday, and then he creaks back, and then he's going back and forth. So I like that energy. His heart, 9 of Pentacles. Yep, so it's feeling abundant, and this hermitude today, I feel like he's enjoying his space, he's enjoying, being himself. He's in his, like, kind of in his cave a little bit today with the 9 of Pentacles, but it's not, you know, hermity as much as it is feeling at peace in the garden with spirit kind of energy, I'm just kind of in my space. I'm not wanna be alone. It's like I'm choosing to be in my space kind of energy. So I like that. Nothing too ominous about it. What he thinks he should do next, 4 of Cups, 5 of Cups. I feel like it's more the 5 of Cups to the 4 of Cups, which is, I think I should stabilize emotions, right? I should stabilize emotions. That's what I should do, because it is moving from that, uh, you know, being focused in on the sadsies. I wanna make my emotional choice to be, um solid in my emotions, not erratic, and I like that because I feel like when he goes into his emotions, he feels unstable because he's not used to it. He wants to get used to being calm in his emotions, not feel like when he dives in, it's a splash, "Cowabunga!" Psh. It's about walking slowly into, it's like a pond that has a bunch of lily pads and, lotus flowers and stuff on it. If you plunge in, then you disturb the whole pond, but if you slowly walk in, you can see it, and I like that. That's kind of the energy. What does he end up doing? Cowabunga! No, I like it. There is balance with the Two of Pentacles. There is feeling all emotions, but the Page of Cups. Look at literally what I was talking about. Just touching the emotions, not cowabunga into it. I love it. Perfect, perfect. All right. So that's that portion there. Just put those cards back in here. All right. So how much is he thinking about you? Oops. Throughout the day, today and tonight. And then anything he needs to hear to ease. Anything he needs to hear to ease, right? Short to the point. How much is he thinking about you? Page of Wands throughout the day, a lot. Hot, hot, fire, fire. And then tonight, yeah, he's looking forward to the new beginning. The full card, this beautiful fresh start energy coming in, free of expectations, just enjoying the adventure, full of possibilities. So, major arcana. So, definitely a lot here. And anything he needs to hear to ease. you know, I really don't feel like he's the magician and he needs to look through his Seven of Swords, his own thoughts, um, he needs to figure this out, himself, right? Um, because he has to be the one to learn to ease himself, not you don't need to be a crutch for him. He needs to, you know, he needs to be a big boy, and so he doesn't need anything. He needs to hear. What do you need to hear to ease yourself, right? That's the main thing because, um your desire to try to ease him there might be some fear under there, like, well, if he's uneasy, then he might flip out and choose not to come on Saturday. Be okay with that, right? You know, it's like, "I'm tired, though, I'm tired. I wanna be able to see him. I'm tired of having to wait," and it's like, that the wait is worth it, though, it's just face the fear, face that little voice that might be whispering, just very, very lightly, audibly to you about this, because this, desire to, "I have to help them be at ease," is not your responsibility, and it's important to realize I need them to have a tough skin, and they get a tough skin by facing tough things, not me protecting them, right? So, I feel like that's, an important energy there. Alright. So, what is he up to? He's coming. I know, but you have a fear inside of you. Little one back here going, "But what if, what if, what if?" And you're like, "No, no, 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 no. Shush." Alright, so what is he up to? Busy, busy man. I feel like here. Well, he has cocooning a little bit, transforming, looking at things from a different perspective. We like that energy there. So we knew he was, hanging out there. What else is he doing? Yeah, I feel like he's the Three of Swords. He's facing his fears, facing disappointing. So that's what he's looking at there, He's doing all that. Yeah, and then he's focusing on you. So that's the other thing we got. So he's like, "I'm just focusing on you. I'm just focusing on you." But I feel like he's doing activities in his home. He's just trying to clean things up, pack things up, kind of energy. Um, does it upset him that you're taking long to respond? I was gonna say if he he can't say nothing. If you chose to, you know? Yeah, no, he understands. You got the Queen of Pentacles. You've been busy, busy, busy working. That's there. And yeah, I don't feel that he gets upset with that. I feel like he understands. You know, we've got this energy here, and I feel like this is the fear underneath this a little bit because the King of Swords and the Five of Pentacles is, you know, the fear of disappointing him, the fear of, I don't want him upset. And that's the thing we've been talking about a lot today earlier too is, if we feel we have to walk around on eggshells and do things, it's like you get to be you, you get to do you, and learning to communicate, is what you guys are learning to do, right? And that's what I love because, you know, if something you're doing is upsetting him, then he needs to speak up and tell you in a loving way. And if something's upsetting you, you need to speak up and talk it through. Not that you need to change or him saying you need to change. It's, babe, can I talk to you about something? Yeah. It's like whenever you're delaying and responding, I have these feelings that pop up and I'd like to talk through them and find out where they're coming from. And, and then we can talk about it. We get into ourselves, we understand it, and then you're like, "Is there something I can do to let you feel different?" Like, maybe to say, I'm gonna be in a meeting, so it's gonna be a while, or I have this project. I'm kind of stepping away for like 30 minutes. So if I don't reply, I'll reply in about 30 minutes. Is it communicating? It's like, what do we learn? Like, and we're learning to communicate, and that's what we do is, instead of just disappearing, like, a lot of us do, it's like, hey, I'm about to head off the computer. So I won't, so if you send me something, I won't reply for a while, because I'll be back. That's what I tell people. And it's just good because that's what I would want. But if people don't give it to me, I don't get upset. But we be who you know, we would want. So hopefully that helps. All right. And then how's his feelings and thoughts about the trip this weekend? So we got feelings, we got thoughts. Is he doing it? Let's see. Is he doing it more so for me or because he really wants to see you or both? These cards flying over the place. Let me reshuffle these. All right. Is he doing it for you or for both of you? Okay. And then what's he wish he could say to you? So his feelings about this trip. Yep. Queen of Cups. Tons of feelings. He's feeling them too. So huge emotions. Queen of Cups, 2 times emotions, right? So beautiful energies there. The thoughts, yeah, 3 of Cups, joy, celebration energy coming in here. So I really like this energy because that's what his mind is thinking about, all the fun things and all the things to do, energy coming in here. It's not third party or anything. Don't worry, get that out of your head. Just in case. I know you the guys that know tarot. You're like, "Oh, no, no, no. This is all about joy and all this emotion." He's just looking forward to that there. Is he doing it for you or because he really wants to do it here? Yeah, we have the High Priestess. So I feel like we've got the 3 of Swords here, which is the fear of disappointing and breaking your heart, right? And the High Priestess energy, that kind of represents you right now. He does wanna get away, and be with you here. B and it is both because he wants to do it because he loves you, and and, you know, he understands that connection is so important to you, right? And he's learning, but when we realize you're 2 different beings, right? Um, he fear like, connection is scary to him, connection is safe for you. Uh, Separation or, distance from things is safe for him, that's scary for you. So he knows you've been putting up with fears, your fears with the distance. So now he is doing this for you and for himself to face his fears, but he's doing it for you because it's fair. You've been so patient giving me space. I need to give this to you because I love you and you deserve it kind of energy. So in a way it is for both. So hopefully that makes sense. And what's he wish he could say to you? Yeah, 4 of Cups. I wish I could say to you that I am emotionally balanced. He wishes he could say that to you, but he can't. But over time, with the 7 of Pentacles on the bottom, I'm working on it though. I'm working on it. The 7 of Cups, there's a lot of emotions I'm feeling. I'm slowly learning to feel my emotions. And eventually, I'll be able to be balanced when I do so. I feel like that's what he wants to tell you. All right. Too funny. All right. All right. So that was that one. And then any internal battles today? Any wins? Which one has an upper hand right now? All right. And then, so any internal battles today? Got the 5 of Pentacles. Yeah, the fear of being abandoned, left behind, left out in the cold. The usual, the usual one, right? That comes in. That's all right. Um, and then, and any wins, 8 of Wands. Yeah, I like this because usually the quick stuff, the moving fast energy usually freaks them out. Um, but I feel like a win today was they thought about, you know, leaving on Saturday and doing all this stuff, and they felt calm instead of they didn't trigger. So a good energy of this, at least in this one, counted to win. It's like, oh, it doesn't mean every one in the future is going to be it, but it's a new one. And they were like, wow, I'm not freaking out. I like that. And which one has an upper hand right now? Yeah, well, feeling their emotions. Yeah, and the 4 of Cups, they're that coming in there again, energy as well, and the Empress energy, yeah, so all this emotional feeling all the emotions, is the big thing that comes in here, right? So, there is a lot of this emotional energy that, comes in here. Um, that's the one, feeling all the emotions, and I feel like with the Empress, that does have to do with mama energy coming in here too. So, we've got a bit that's coming in with that here as well. So interesting. All right. So we got those. And then what happens at court for Laura Lee tomorrow? Is she good? Let's take a look here. Based on her current energy, we got the Knight of Wands and we got the Chariot. Yeah. So fast, talk about fast, fast energy coming in here, right? A lot of fast energy, a lot of victory energy with the Chariot. Um, and of course, the power of choice, whatever she focuses on is how big of a victory, how well it goes. depends on her choice. Is she focusing on higher vibration or lower vibration? So, of course, that determines the how good, but it looks good with that energy. Fast and good energy. All right, let me take a quick sip here. We will dive in. Cheers, cheers. All right. So, what spirit want you to know about Jake right now? What about work for you? For what abundance is flowing in? What happens next week with work? How's your trip go next week? Oh my goodness. How's Jake going to feel about the trip next week? What do you need right now? Uh, what do I need right now for your heart and mind and spirit? All right. So, what do you need to know? Oh, yeah. I love it. Lovers card. We see the little dragons kissing. And the Emperor. I love it. Balance between head and heart. And he's all about the love, energy that, you are an important relationship in his life. You are the important relationship in his life. Boom, boom. What do you need to know about work right now? Queen of Swords. You need to balance between your head and your heart. Don't overdo it, right? Balance is key. For yourself, justice, balance is key. Balance energy. It's important, right? Maintain your balance. You're maintaining your balance with Jake, but we're talking about balance between like work-life balance and taking care of yourself. I know I'm hearing that myself. All right, I get it. Got to get back into my walks and my health. I've been sacrificing it for a bunch of other things. So we're going to get back into getting in the walks, getting in the, all that stuff. um, what abundance is flowing in? You've got the judgment card. Yeah. The calling, the pulling toward what your dream is an important energy, coming in here. So I feel like you know, there is this energy here for, um, that's where the abundance flows in when you live in your dream and you're not investing your energy in things that don't match up to your dream as well, coming in there. So uh, that's what we got there. Um, Okay, and then what's happening next with work? You got the 7 of Wands, yeah. Being true to your authentic self, shining bright, shining big, not dimming your light, not asking permission, but you're really shining. You're really like the sun, just shining bright. So I feel like that's what's coming in next with work is you're really standing out, and it just feels like you're really in this wonderful space of just being true to you, with that coming in there. Um how does your trip go next week? So your trip next week, you've got the Ace of Wands and the 10 of Cups. Looks good. Uh, new birth, new abundance, fire energy, 10 of Cups, joy and happiness energy coming in there. So beautiful, beautiful, successful trip, it feels like there. How's Jake going to feel about the trip next week? I love it. We got the King of Cups. Again, balance between head and heart, and the Strength card. Feeling brave and courageous, and a little passionate, of course, but I love that, I love that. Beautiful energies coming in. And then what do you need to know for your heart, mind, and spirit? Yeah. What do you think it's gonna be? 6 of Pentacles, balance, and you have abundance, right? There's great energy here, you know, um, with all of this, but it's about be balance. Balance is key for you right now, for your heart, for your mind, for your spirit. And the King of Pentacles, remembering that your worth is decided in here. It's rooted to the eternal unconditional love. You're priceless, that the outside world does not define you. Relationships, situations, or things do not define you. You're defined inward. And everything in the outside world is an expression of your inward to the outward. So I like that reminder. Remember balance and remember who you really are. It's important. Right. So that was what they got for that one for you there. And then what sign do you look out for over the next few days from Spirit? Do not park. No, I'm just kidding. And for what? Let's see what it is here. So, what sign do you look out for over the next few days from Spirit and why? And then what gifts should you really use right now? We'll do that here. So, what sign? The Eight of Swords. I feel like if we zero in, there's these flowers, these vines with blue and white flowers is really standing out to me. So it's these vines with flowers on them, and yeah, the Ace of Swords, the Four of Wands. Yeah, it's a reminder for you to get out of your head around marriage, the Four of Wands. It's a reminder to see things from a higher perspective and to get the out of your head, marriage, 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 enjoy the moment. It's like they're having you um let go of all the mindsets, the thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that make you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. It's funny, do not park. Do not park in those thoughts. Enjoy the moment and move and flow with the moment. Do not park. So there really is a sign, do not park sign coming in. But I like this. I like that. So it's a reminder to stay in the moment, enjoy the moment. Don't, but don't park. Don't park your thoughts in something. Flow. And then what gift should you really use right now? You've got the Chariot. I love it. What other power? The power of choice that you get to choose. The story you put to something, the emotion you feel, the energy you feel, and the actions you take, and you control no others. So your gift is your power of choice, realizing if I don't like how I'm feeling or I'm thinking or what I'm doing in a moment, then I get to change it if I want. I like that power. Right. So that's what they got there. I think that was all. These other ones are from the previous one, right? So let's get in here and get your fortune cookie too, which is Seasons of the Witch Lamas, which is August 1st, Saturday. It's the middle of summer. It's a celebration. So I love that. So let's see what your fortune cookie is. Your piece of cake. Nope, none of those. All right. This one here. All right. I know I love this so much. Farm to Table, 18. And liberate yourself from influence and invoke the power within. I love it. Like we were just talking about, right? I love it. I love it. I love it. Knowing the source and spiritual pesticides. It's a shame that many of us do not know the source of our food or what toxic chemicals it might contain. The development of urban areas has removed us from the connection with fresh fruits and vegetables, causing us to have little information about their origins or what effects they might have on our bodies. The same can be said of spiritual nourishment. You might experience intense emotions that do not seem to have a source, Or perhaps you're living a belief that wasn't really yours, but something you picked up as a child. Receiving this card nudges you to reflect on the source of what you're feeling. Is it truly coming from you, or could it be something you've picked up unintentionally, not realizing the toxic energy it contains? Perhaps spending time with a dear friend depletes your energy. You love them, but every word they speak seems to be dipped in negativity. There could be a place you frequent that always leaves you feeling tired and drained. Carrying energies that belong to another will keep you from experiencing more love, happiness, abundance, and more. So take steps to clear and protect your energy and further steps to separate your feelings from those of another. Be warned that it could involve limiting your exposure. Reread the previous paragraph, paying close attention to what came to mind first. It holds a clue that will guide you to investigate further. So you can listen to it again if you want. Um, Knowing the source prompts, I feel like this is they're prompting me to read this. So this is good for you and for whoever else is listening. Me as well. I'm listening. Do you notice any patterns in the way you think and feel? Reflecting on this can help determine whether these feelings come from within or whether they're being influenced by outside sources. Journaling is an effective tool to dig deeper into your subconscious and uncover the source of your emotions. Here are a few journaling prompts to get started. What do you think or believe before the emotion arises? How does this feeling manifest itself physically throughout your body? Is there anything that triggers this feeling? What would happen if you let go of this feeling? What thoughts or beliefs do you have that are connected with this feeling? Who or what is this feeling trying to tell you something about? What are you afraid of if you let go of this feeling? Is there someone else who might be influencing the way you feel? And what can you learn from this feeling? And how can it help you move forward in a positive direction? I love this. I know, isn't it great? I love it, I love it, I love it. So good stuff, Maynard. All right, my dear. Well, thank you so much for your donation, as always. So grateful. And enjoy. I'm excited. Are you getting giddy for Saturday? I know. I'm excited for you. Boo 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 boo. All right. So let me catch up on the chat here. I did get some donations come through. Let me check over here. I don't think I got any over here. So, um, we've got Z Jojo. Thank you for your additional donation. That'll be number 27. You're gonna try to sleep again. All right, we got your question here. I love it. Why did my eyes look black? Uh-oh. You were channeling, and then and now you'll try to fall asleep again. You'll try imagining you're swimming underwater, that you can breathe there. Oh, beautiful. I love that. All right, let me grab these here first. So Lauren Smith, I see the first one. There was something that popped up 2 up top. Let me just make sure there wasn't 2 here. I think there's just 1, but let me make sure here. I'm gonna get these down first just in case I don't want anything to erase. We got Beatrice as well. So Beatrice, I got yours. We'll put that there. It's like YouTube is acting weird. So we've got this one and we've got this one. Let's see. And then I think we had so Langland added to the list. Yep, there's your free question. I got you, Langland. You'll be number 17 on the free readings. All right, and then let me change views real quick here. I just want to. Nope, that's not what I want to over here. Nope, there's only one appearing there. Okay. Not sure why it did what it did, but it did, and so it's there. All right. So I think we've got everyone. Let me take a sip here and we will dive back in. Thank you guys so much again for your patience here. So what we have Chelsea up next, and then Sarah Taylor, then Crystal Ray, and then Aquarian Light, and then 2 for Maria P, and then Twin Flame, 2 for Rocky's World, JoJo, Lauren Smith, and Beatrice is where we're at. So we got a little list going here still. So cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So Charles 4, 46, 38. Is it time to take out the puppy out again? By the time we did this before, right? So thank you for your donation. And so as it stands, dun dun dun, will P and you reconnect no matter what down the line, given we both do the work on ourselves first. Okay. So, hi. So, are you scared? Dun dun dun. Like scary music, right? Dun dun dun. Dun. So, so you're we're looking at the timeline that both of you do work on yourselves. Would you end up together no matter what? If big if, right? You both work on yourself. Now, of course, the big if isn't you. I know you're doing the work on yourself. My concern is always the other person. But let's take a look here. So based on that timeline, would you guys end up no matter what, right? All right. And then what's the likelihood? I don't know if you want to know this. You can tell me. Don't tell me. What's the likelihood that they will do their inner work, right? So let's take a look here. So you do have the high priestess. Oh, by no matter what I mean, we will reconnect no matter what. So even if it isn't romantic, but of course wondering what the context is. Okay, yeah, very good. So you have the high priestess. You also have, yeah, you've got the 10 of wands, the 9 of cups. So, there is this energy here. I feel like you guys have got this past life connection energy. Excuse me, with the queen, not the queen, the high priestess. Feels like there's a lot of unknown below the surface, like there's this connection down there. The 10 of wands is this fire energy. There's this energetic draw that it feels like you guys always get drawn back and drag and back. Lifetime from lifetimes too, you guys choose, but like within lifetimes, it's you keep crossing each other's path over and over and over again. Um, 9 of cups is like it is a dream come true energy. So there is a path of togetherness with that 9 of cups. Bottom of the deck, we have the 8 of wands too, which is a lot of energy movement that would be required for that. I see that. I'm like, "Oh, I get it." Let's see here, what's the likelihood that they would? We got the 4 of pentacles, so there is a lot of energy here. I just looked up at the clock, it was 4:49:49 energy too, all this 4 energy, but that does point me to self-worth and how we define our self-worth, which is the where he would have to do the work. We do have the hermit energy, which is stepping back and, in a way, it's connecting to spirit and doing inner work. Yeah, we have the Tower card. I feel like there would have to be significant change in their life that would have to come in, to ignite the shaman to do like the high priestess energy, and the Knight of Cups, the movement of emotion to come in here, right? Yeah, yeah, the tower, right? Yeah, did you write that after I pulled the tower card or before? Oh, okay, yeah, so it was a yeah, so yeah, I do feel like he would have to have like a smack, 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 right? I was going, "Oh my god." So, yeah, I do feel here, you know, exactly that they would have to have all that in order to become this divine counterpart, like to your high priestess, to the magician, and have the romantic energy that would kick in. And so it feels like, yeah, they would need, like, I like that from Cher's Moonstruck. I sent that to May. It's like, we've gotta have that sometimes in our life, right? Sometimes people need that to wake up, and we have to have like a whoa, snap out of it energy. Let's take a look here. What would that look like for him? What would this tower moment need to look like for them? All right. Yeah. I mean, we have the full card, which is like a major ending of a cycle and the beginning of something. We've got the Nine of Wands being blocked from something. Let's see what this is. We got the Seven of Swords and the Chariot. This feels like, a lot of action towards there's like the Seven of Swords is like their how they're lying to their self. It would just have to be brought in from all directions to their face. And it just feels like it would have to be, got the King of Pentacles, the Four of Wands, and see the King of Pentacles energy. I feel like it has to hit their finances because I feel like they have so much that's dependent upon there that I feel like they would have to have something major hit them to make them realize. Because this is like when you're looking at the Four of Pentacles energy for them, where they would need that kind of um come to Jesus moment, where it's you know, shaken. It's either relationships, situations, or things, right? Um Relationships I don't feel would bother them. Like if they had a loss of someone in their life, I don't feel like it would impact them. Not that they're a sociopath, but I don't feel like they currently define themselves a lot by who they're with or what, that kind of energy. So relationships, I feel like they could forget, probably because they have do they have ADHD? If we have that, right? Um, so they don't like define their worth by it, so they could let it go. Situations like jobs, education, social status, things like that, I feel like they feel they could always recover from it. Major ADHD, yeah, so that makes sense how they can forget people exist. Oh, he's a Gemini too, yeah. So, and that but I feel like the thing that they've defined themselves by is like, "That's my foundation, is my abundance." I feel like that's where they put it, because they feel like that influences their ability to do anything in the career and, situations, and helps them with people, but I feel like it would change, right? Stop it. They are not. They're a Gemini too. Oh my gosh. Now we gotta find out. We have to write these things down. We gotta make our list. Southern California, they are if they're a Gemini and they a muscle person? Stop it. But it's different names, right? It is different names. We need a Venn diagram. I know, right? We're gonna be like, "No way." We find out it's all the same guy. Shut up. That man ho, he's just a gigolo. Alright. So, Oh, I wonder if it would mean something with his family. I don't know if he has any money tied up, inheritance or something, but yeah, money seems very important to him, yeah. So I'm just catching up to what you were putting here. Yeah, right. Yeah, I don't feel like it's gonna be age. I feel like it's money. Something needs to hit him to realize, money's not stable kind of energy, right? Yeah, he's not a Max. Pshh, pshh. I tell you, my goodness. So, um, so hopefully that helps. Yeah, it does feel here like, I'm not it has to be money. Let me see if will you tell me any more? Just you made a deep dive donation. We can dive a little deeper and just see what in what in the hell, no, what in abundance. Ooh, Knight of Pentacles and Queen of Pentacles. So we do have Knight of Pentacles slows down, like it slows down, right? Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't feel like that because they don't they're so with their major ADHD, um well, yeah, that, of course. That could just be it, you know? Not that they're old, just like, "Oh, duh." But, with that, especially extreme ADHD, they live in such the moment, they don't miss people. They don't feel like they're old and they don't realize that it's like they don't grasp that. That's not the way their brain works. It's the next thing, the next thing, the next thing. Ooh, look, adventure, 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 adventure. Especially Gemini, they're a lot about fun and excitement and learning and, so they're all into that, right? Yeah, right? I mean, I don't realize it. I mean, I might have a little bit of ADHD, but I can't believe, like, I'm gonna be 60 next year, and I'm like, "No, that can't be," you know? I feel like I'm still, like, 29. I'm, like, perpetually stuck on 29, but I don't get, you know, upset about, um, age or anything. It's just like, "What? What?" So let's see here, what happens? It is the Knight of Pentacles, something slows down. Yeah, we have the Universe. Again, it's an major ending of something. And we got the 3 of Pentacles, the 2 of Pentacles. It's like there's this collaboration. It's almost as if, like, their money gets split down to a third of what it was, and, um, you know, and it balances out the 2 well, it feels like it's almost like there's someone, because there's, like, someone gets the other 2. So I don't know if there's some sort of lawsuit or something that happens where it feels like his money gets cut. It can be because that 7 of swords you got earlier was almost like something gets found out. He's the original founder, co-founder kind of energy. So it's almost like it gets cut. It's like it drops suddenly, and then it's like or like the income slows down to like a third. It's like something happens because that Knight of Pentacles is like suddenly the funds go slow. It's not growing. The growth cuts to like a third of what it was, and their income, their monthly income with their business and things going on just kind of shuts. Um, and then they're like, "Oh my god," it's kind of like this big, "What's important? You can't depend on things." And then they're less like, so I feel like that's the thing that would have to, you know, but that's the kind of thing that would have to happen. And when in the timeline we're looking at going this direction, that's what happens here. But also the apocalypse happens and there's zombies, so I'm not sure how likely that will happen. All right. I don't think we gave you your fortune cookie, so let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. You guys both fine. What do you say? I look like I'm 20 years younger? You guys are so sweet. I love you guys. Yeah, I feel like it's more whatever their business is, there's something that in this timeline, it hits that industry where, there's something like that comes out that, you know, like makes their, business not as necessary kind of energy, you know? Like, let's say I'm just thinking, like, because 'cause we're talking about all these working out guys, right? Like, let's say that they actually do come out with a drug that's proven that builds muscle and loses weight, and you just have to take a pill, like, once a week. I mean, even if it was once a day, you know, we'd be like, "I'm doing it right." But it's safe, it's, blah, 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 and so people don't need other proteins, they don't need gyms, they don't need all the stuff that it would change, like, the gym industry if they came out with something that's affordable, um yeah, right? So there is that kind of, like, change kind of energy, right? Interesting, right? Ooh, and look, we got Leo Lion energy, number 30, which says, "Take a deep breath and remember that peace of mind is the key to navigating your current challenges." Calm down is what they're saying. So keywords are courage, determination, and majesty. Lions have long been associated with courage, determination, and strength. And when a lion appears in your life, it is to remind you to tap in to the depths of your being to rediscover the resilience and fortitude hiding within you. Remaining calm is the way through your challenges now. Calm the story of my life, calm down. No matter what you're facing, approaching your situation with compassion and patience will greatly improve your circumstances while giving into intense emotions such as rage and victimization could lead to undesirable consequences. No rage, no victimization, please. This card can also be assigned to be more mindful of impulsiveness in general, such as impulsive spending, unnecessary risk taking, overindulging, and addiction. It might feel good in the moment to give in to these impulses, but the end result will often be destructive. So, this is your sign to overcome some of your temptations. Remember that you already have the power within you to face any challenge. Trust in yourself, right? Range. Hey, yeah, let's do range instead of rage. I like it. Right. So that is what they have for you, Chels. Not too bad, but yeah, I feel like there's something probably more in alignment with your energy out there for sure. Right. So thank you again so much, my friend. Exciting. Yep, working on ourselves. That's the best, right? All right, and then we got Ravi in the house too. Hey, Ravi, we'll get you on the free reading list. You'll be number 18 uh, when we get to those. All right. So I don't think I missed anyone else. Oh, I know I did. Hold on, let me scroll back here. I didn't go all the way back. We've got here Donna Marie. Um, 'Cause I look at the little, emoji not emojis, but the little profiles on the left, And Donna Marie, yours looks a lot like Chelsea's. I just, like, it blended in. Happy Thursday to you. I did see I think you put a request somewhere down here, didn't you? Unless you removed it. Let me just look here. I know I saw there it is. Oh, it is Actor Ravitz. Okay, please ask for any MSF message. Okay. Yeah, there we go. I do have you here. It was just further down. So you're number 19, right after Ravit. So Donna Marie, good to see you. And Barbara Sanchez, hey, 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 good to see you. Um, let's get up here. You were first. You were first. So here is your timestamp. So you were up first. Thank you for your sticker. Sorry we missed you last night. So, but we got you. We got you up first. So that's your reading. Thank you. Oh, you're so sweet. You are very welcome. Thank you. All right. So let us dive back in. Let me just take a little swig here. Cheers. I might need to take a break. What's 5 hours? It's only been a couple hours. Yeah, it was 3 hours. I took a break. So it's only been a couple hours. At 6 hours, I'll take another break. Cheers. Just to get up and move the body. All right. So let's dive back in. We've got Sarah Taylor, 50744 is yours. So Sarah, there you are. And you're going to be down here. There you are. Boom, boom. So a message from Grant for the month of August. He's in spirit. Oh, the kid's dead. Oh. I'm glad I didn't say his last name. I didn't read it. For my sake in the future, you might put that first. Yeah. Like, don't, or don't you don't even have to put his you don't have to put his last name if you don't want it said, because Spirit knows who they are. I was like, "Uh-oh." But it's like those old, those old, you know, um, tests that they would do, like, the teacher would go, "Now read all of the instructions first before starting." And people just started right away, and you get to the end of the list, it says, "Don't do anything above, just sign here." And people are like, "Why did they finish so fast?" And they go, "'Cause they read all the instructions first. Oops." Or it said, "Just put your name at the top and turn it in." I like that. Yeah, no problem. We'll pull that. So real quick here, let's see, how many you have on the donation list? So I'm on number 19 now, and I've got 29. So I've got what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 10 more after this. When I'm on this one, there's 11 to be done. So that's where I'm at. All right. So let's dive in here. A message from the G Man for the month of August. All right. Yeah, it's amazing that spirit knows. They hear every emotion, every thought, feel every emotion and hear every thought. Or maybe they do feel every thought and hear every emotion. They're talented. I had someone once that I was chatting with them. It was it was New Year's Eve 2000, because I was working nights, because that was when we were afraid there was gonna be a giant, you know, as it was changing over from 19 to 2000, they thought there was gonna be major outages and everything, right? So I was working, and someone, said, "Well, tell me about Mary." And I'm like, "Well, they're blah, blah, done, da, da, dun, da, da, dun, da, da, dun, da, 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 da." I was just sitting with another manager, and she knew I could connect with spirits, so we were there was no phone calls or anything, so we were all bored. And she was like, "How did you know it was that Mary?" She goes, "I know 4 Marys, but you nailed that exact Mary. And I'm like, "'Cause you know who it is, and spirit is listening to you." So that's the whole thing. So you could always say Grant or G even without, even like that. Isn't that cool? Alright, let's see what else they have here for you. And again, thank you for your donation that you gave. Anything else from the G Meister? Alright. We do have the star card coming in here, and I like this. I feel like they're saying that they're watching over you like a star in the sky, and when you see a star wink at night, that is me winking at you and the kids. So I like that. I like that energy. When you look up and you see a little star go, "Beep," that's them, um, doing that. So if you were wondering, then that yes, that was them, and if not, when you go look, that's a sign from them. What else? What if for August here? So you've got the Queen of Pentacles. I like it. It's abundance energy heading towards you here, 9 of Pentacles energy, and the 4 of Wands. So you got joy and celebration, that as well here. So I like this that, um, spirit is gonna help you. They are helping bring in abundance, for you in the month of August. You just need to adjust a couple things. If you haven't checked out my I talk about this one a lot. Here's this great podcast episode, Abundance, where it be some of those things can help with our energy and opening up our gateways to allow things to come towards you. I feel like they just want you to be aware that it's headed towards you, but if it just sits outside the city gates and you're not able to open up and let it in, it doesn't do no good. So I feel like they're saying, check this out. It'll open up some things, some slight adjustments that allows the gates to open and things to come in, right? Oh my God, he used to say that to the kids. I love it. I love it. I love it. Beautiful. You just gotta love, spirit. They love to communicate with us so clearly. Isn't that awesome? Thanks for sharing that. It makes me giddy. I just enjoy it. Alright, so abundance headed your way, um, a gift from above, and, but you have to feel like you deserve it, and that's what that podcast is about. It helps you with your energy of your focus, and then also something inner child that opens up. What else? What else do they have here for you? Yeah, things are have been a little slow here, and things might go a little slow in August. And besides that, maybe that's why they started with that. Because, you know, they're bringing up some stuff. Whenever you get a slow card, like the Knight of Pentacles, the slowest moving knight out of them all, it gives us an opportunity to transform some emotions, 7 of Cups, to feel some emotions that are stuffed down, and the 5 of Swords, which is, excuse me, letting go of some old conflicts between our head and our heart and some old beliefs that don't serve anymore. And the 9 of Cups, which is the dream come true energy. And they're saying it's worth it to take the time to question those emotions, question those thoughts, and transform them because that will be the weights that get cut off to allow things to leap forward, to allow this feeling of like a dream is coming true to come forward to you. So I like that. Something about Disneyland, Disney World, because he's showing me um the the Disney theme, but I'm showing the because I've only been to Disneyland because when I lived in California for a year, we went once, and I think I went back once again, but it's that they have the Disneyland, um, castle, whatever, and, the one that Tinkerbell comes down from, but that's the one that they show, probably the one from Disney World, in the beginning of Disney movies, and I'm hearing "When You Wish Upon a Star," song that's playing with all of that, energy too, coming in. So, however that resonates. And then you have the Ace of Swords coming in here. So there is clarity coming in here in the month of August for you too. Where's my shirt keep writing up? Maybe I'm sitting on it weird. There's adjustments to be made in August. And this has to do with the Page of Pentacles and the Ace of Pentacles. Yeah. Well, all this abundance energy. So the big thing, though, he's returning back to just talking about this is about new abundance and heightened abundance. And you have it coming, but the amount that it will be depends on these things. And so, what we talk about in that podcast is what helps you allow it to come in faster and bigger instead of slower and smaller. And that's what he wants to make sure you're aware of so that you can receive as much as you can. Yeah, it's kind of like, that castle like that, it's a little bit kind of looks similar to that, right? The Disneyland thingy that I was talking about. That was underneath the star card. So I love that. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. You do get a Seasons of the Witch oracle from the Lamas oracle or Lamas. It's a celebration of the middle of summer. It's August 1st coming up here on Saturday. So I thought would bring those in today. So you got this beautiful. So let's see what we got here. And you've got fruit trees. Yeah, the fruit's coming in. Master number 22. Don't miss what is right in front of you. Everything is as it should be. This is energy of wisdom, spirituality, and connecting with nature. And it says, imagine yourself standing in front of a summer orange tree. Some of the oranges are on the highest branches and others are hanging low, while others still are peacefully tossed along the ground. There's plenty to go around, and each orange is hanging at a height that is perfect for someone to pick and enjoy. This card has appeared to remind you that cosmic wisdom is available to everyone. You just need to know which branch is right for you. You may wish to have that bright orange at the top, but that, darling, is meant for another, like a giraffe. Don't miss what is right in front of you by assuming you have to reach the same place as someone else, or that someone you're being overlooked in favor of another. You are experiencing what is meant for you at the right place and time. When you're connected with spirit, the noise of what others have, do, or are does not affect you. You know there is a cosmic wisdom and divine plan that was tailored specifically for you to become the person you were sent here to be. Ooh, I love that. Beautiful message. So cool. So that is what they have for you, my dear. And thank you again for your donation. I love that. You're gonna look out at the stars when they come out? All right. So many blessings. Hang in there. Thank you for letting me channel him. All right. I don't think anyone else came in. Nope. All right. So up next, we've got Crystal Ray, 520 even. So Crystal Ray. Here's your timestamp, and you are also down here. You are right here, I do believe. So here's one of them. Let's see. And then the other one was above here, right? There was no messages on here. Oh, yep. So you do have a couple. Whoops. Is it this one? Okay. Yep. Oh, I love that. I love that. Beautiful. Love it. I love it. I love it. All right. So, Crystal, greetings, love. Thank you for your dual donation. So, for the question number one, you broke up with Bernard. What are his thoughts? right. So, what are his thoughts? Oh, nice. That would have been nice to know up front. All right. Yeah, we got the Nine of Pentacles. So his thoughts are, I mean, this is aloneness energy. We'll see what this is about here. We got the Five of Swords, the Five of Pentacles. Yeah, very conflicted. Yeah. So there is very much this, feeling of abandonment, this feeling of, conflict between their head and their heart. But yeah, I agree. That is something. If someone is bi, they definitely need to let us know, right? That's going to be a surprise. And that they live with their male friend, right? It's like, yeah, good to know. Good to know, right? Surprise. Yeah. And you got the King of Swords coming in here. Let's see what else they've got here. They have the Eight of Cups. We've got the Two of Cups. Whoops. I get to see it. You don't. So here's this relationship energy. What is this? The Four of Swords, the Page of Cups. I feel like their thought is to come around, with a different story here, that they're they're not anymore. They're broken up. They're just living together kind of energy here. 'Cause it feels like they're, you know, that's an old story kind of energy. I feel like that's the story they're gonna bring you, but the Nine of Pentacles does feel like alone energy. Um, yeah, let's see here. Is it true? Oh, Seven of Wands. Oh, they're being true to their authentic self kind of energy. That doesn't tell me that they're not together. It's just like, I'm being me. We're not officially together. We get the Seven of Pentacles, which is an energy of, you know, it didn't work out. And the Seven of Swords. Okay. I was all these seven, seven. I was waiting for the Seven of Swords. No, that's a big liar. So, they're thinking this, they're thinking that, but I agree. All the seven, you know, they're either lying to themselves, um, or they're just outright lying, as well. But yeah, I feel like that's confirmation of nope, no, thank you. I appreciate it. Could have been something, and maybe if they felt like, well, we're not really together, we're just living together now as roommates with benefits from time here and there. Well, that's good to know still, but just yeah, I agree. So I feel like you've heard what you needed to hear for that, right? And then for your second and third question, um, so number 2 is Justin's thoughts of you. See where they're at here. Okay. And then Philippe's thoughts of you. All right. What is this? You have 3 spilt cups over here. It's like you've thrown 3 relationships over the edge, and you've got 2 on reserve back here. What's this about? Are these the 2 on reserve? You're like, "I've already thrown 3 over there. These are the 2 last, and I'm seeing if they're gonna join the other ones." I like it. So, Justin's thoughts of you here. Yeah, we've got some of the same energy here. I mean, we've got the Three of Swords, which is heartbreak and disappointment, especially around relationship energy, the Ten of Pentacles, you know. Um, and then and then we have the Empress energy with the Tower. So that's of course the removal of the Empress out of their life. So I feel like this energy here is still very much a I wouldn't say like volatile would be a an over exaggeration probably, but volcanic is probably a better description. It's like, you just don't know. Do you trust a volcano? Are you gonna buy well, they say it's dormant. They say it won't erupt, but if I can live anywhere else, would I wanna live by a volcano? It's cheap. The risk is high, can be exciting, but if it explodes, you get burnt. You die, right? So we're like, maybe, be aware of that. Philip's thoughts of you. Ace of Wands, yeah, passion, passion, wah, wah, wah. We got the Wheel of Fortune, so they do feel that, it was a faded energy. It's for them that they've met you. And the Page of Swords. I feel like they want to, get to know you more, get to see things more clearly from you here before they would open up their heart energy here. But yeah, I feel like Justin gets thrown over the cliff there. And Philip, you might just see what unfolds there since you got anything better to do, right? You're like, just, one at a time, one at a time. I know how boring that is, but, just, you know, or none and focus in on your own self, of course. But if you need or have to be with someone, Philip seems like the one that feels like the most calm energy right now. All right, and let's see what we got another Seasons of the Witch Oracle for you. So happy Lamas for Saturday. But today's just Thursday, right? Why do I keep thinking it's Friday? I don't know why. But you've got corn dollies, number 11, which says the relationships that nourish are those you nurture with your spirit. Ooh, look at that. What a perfect card, right? Let's see what we got here. Keywords are honoring earth spirits and inviting spirit into your life. So in ancient times, it was believed the spirit of the corn had no place to go once cornfields were harvested. Corn dollies were fashioned to give the spirit a safe home and kept inside until the following spring when the planting season would begin anew and the spirit of the corn could return to the earth. This is a beautiful practice of respecting the earth that has been sacrificed for you, supporting the earth spirits in their time of need. The appearance of corn dollies is a gentle reminder to honor your roots, ancestors, and the earth spirits. They are the blood flowing through your veins, the nutrition in the foods you eat, and the wisdom that flows through your mind, guiding you to more success and joy. Do not take their contribution for granted because this is a relationship that needs nurturing and support. Think of relationships in your own life. Would you want someone to only come to you when they needed help or resources and ignore you when you are in need of support? The connection with the spirits that protect and serve you is no different from that with a friend or lover, and they need you to remain present in good times and bad. In the physical realm, this card guides you to be more present with the people in your life. You may be in danger of losing someone of great importance if you do not make an effort to be more available to them. In your career, it can mean needing to contribute more rather than taking a supporting role. Ooh, nice. All right, so hopefully that helps. That's what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Appreciate your donation. All right. Moving right along, we got Aquarian Light. Thank you for your additional donation. No, Rocky, you're number 25 and number 26. We're just on number 21 right now. All right. And I think this is nope, that was Debbie. Oh, here we are. Here's the Venmo. So, Aquarian Light, is the J Meister still thinking of you romantically, or has he moved on? All right, we'll take a look here. All right. Night, night, Rocky. All right. Mr. J, what's going on with you? All right, thank you. I think that's it there. Well, we got the Six of Swords. Six of Swords is kind of a movement energy. We'll see if that means they've moved on, but it is about leaving behind old ways of thinking, seeing things from a higher perspective, which generally means like moving from choppy waters to calmer waters. So we'll see what this is about here. Uh, got the Page of Swords, the Two of Wands. Still kind of an indecision. The Two of Wands is the power of choice, and the Page of Swords is still like going back and forth about reaching out. Page of Swords, taking action and communicating, right? We've got the Four of Pentacles. They're really focused in on their home and finding some stability. Okay, so there's something going on there. We got the Five of Swords, the Five of Pentacles. Wow. Yeah, so they've got a lot of conflict going on between their head and their heart. A lot of feelings of being abandoned, left behind, left out in the cold. Some feels like they might be having some battles with the ex energy coming in here. What's underneath here, though? Queen of Cups. So there is a lot of emotion below the surface. So there is still romantic energy there. I just feel like they're like, my life is so effed up right now, is what I feel like you'd say. It's just all effed up that I don't feel like I'm in a place to be present and be the best version of myself. So they're just kind of more involved in trying to get stability, and then they can show up as the best version of themselves. So I feel like they are trying to get from choppy waters to calmer waters, make some movements. I still feel like there is that, romantic energy that's there, but I feel like they're feeling they've got stuff to work on. And at the same time, like I think you said that you are still, you know, transforming some emotions and thoughts and stuff too. So giving you guys both time to kind of be able to present that best version of who you are instead of let's work out this crap together, let's work out this crap on our own for a little bit, just a little bit, and then we can still deal with some of the other, stuff. But let's deal with those things first. I feel it's like kind of that energy. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. And you got garden tools. So you can bury the body. Don't do that. Number 23. You must summon the courage and strength to acquire the resources you need. Oh, okay. Let's see what that is here. I've been watching Hannibal, the TV series. I never watched it. It's like I think there's 3 seasons. I just finished season 1, began season 2. So I'm all about you know, it's really dark. Which sometimes is fun, when it's a movie. So being prepared, proper skills, knowing your trade. So if you're needing ideas, look at Hannibal, the TV series. Tools make mastering a craft so much easier. Imagine the days when our ancestors had to sow, tend, and harvest without proper instruments. It's challenging enough today, even with access to the best tools in human existence. Of course, they may do, but there's a reason why various gizmos and machinery were invented, so we don't have to struggle as our ancestors might have done. There are times when resourcefulness and making do with what you have are noble pursuits, but this is not one of those times. Cutting corners will result in equally limiting success. You're in need of more skills, better instruments, mentors, or other ways to grow if you're going to continue down your path in a successful way. In the emotional realm, pulling this card could be a sign that someone is being manipulative or isn't being honest about how much they have to offer. There is a tendency to make a lot of promises, but ultimately they may not be equipped to follow through. Well, does this mean he's out? In a financial reading, this card can mean cutting corners will lead to costly mistakes. You might save a few bucks for now, but the long term results could be devastating. Be sure to build a strong foundation and learn as much as you can before signing contracts or moving forward with any plans. So again, that solid foundation that we were just talking about, it's they're trying to build a solid foundation so they can be someone who offers those things, and as well as ourselves, right? So I like that for you. So that is what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donations tonight. Appreciate those. Aquarians roll. Whoop whoop. All right. And we got Beatrice coming in. Hey, Beatrice, thank you so much for your generous donation here. Well, we're going to be a deep dive here. Boom, boom. It'll be number 30. So thank you so much for that. Let me get you on the list here. All right. I'll give that a love and a like. All right. So let me take a sip here. Where are we at on time? All right, 5 hours. Let me just stir this up. All right. Oop, a little too much. All right. There we go. All right. So up next, we got 2 for Maria P. So Maria got 538.18 is for your first one here. And that would be these 2, I do believe. Come on. Uh-oh. Okay. I was like, what? Why isn't it opening up? All right. There we go. So for number 1, Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. A message from Wally. What is coming towards you guys next week? Is he making any moves on leaving that house? What should you know about Wally? A message from Spirit. All right. So, the Empress, yeah, so thoughts and feelings, definitely this beautiful energy here of, divine feminine energy, seeing your sensuality, your huge heart, um, creation energy. It's a beautiful harvest kind of energy, feeling lucky and feeling blessed kind of energy. So, that's their thoughts and feelings towards you today. A message from Wally, 9 of Cups. Yeah, he's in a good mood. You are a dream come true. 9 of Cups. um, and so that would be his message, to you there. What's coming towards you guys next week? Yeah, the universe, a victory energy. And it's a beautiful moving to a new level, less expectations, more gratitude and world of possibility energy. So it feels a nice opening energy for you guys there. Is he making any moves on leaving the house? The Chariot card, yeah, all 4 horses. Yeah, yeah. It's a victory energy, a movement energy. So that is a definite yes. It would be because the Chariot that usually has the 2 horses, rolls all 4 horses, so that's like a 4-horse team, you know how they had the old carriages, of the mind, emotions, the energy, and, physical action, so that is all there, and there's a lot of movement coming in there, so that's a yes. What should you know about Wally? Queen of Cups. Yeah, he is a big feeler. He is a Scorpio, so he's got big feelings, he's got big depths. He also has empathic energies. So what you should know is that No matter what you say out of here or you do, he knows, he can feel what's going on inside of you. Oh, oh. That explains a lot, right? Uh-oh. You can't fool Mother Nature, right? You can't fool an empath. You can't fool a water sign, especially the emotions. They can sense the heart and go, "Your mouth is going this, but your heart is not doing that." And then a message from spirit, 7 of Pentacles, yeah. Trust the journey. It's the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. So is important to, you know, enjoy it. It's not about where it ends up. It's not about where we end up, uh, the destination, right? It's what you're learning and what you're having along the way. Because we try to rush to get, to get, to get. And when we're focused on the future, we slow it down even more because we're not focusing in the now where we can have gratitude. We're focusing on want and need and lack. And that slows things down, right? So important. Oops, we're not doing that. We're doing these. So for your fortune cookie for this one, you've got here, what does this say? Sometimes it's just a Wi-Fi level weak. Uh-oh. It says, "Not every soul tie is forever. Detachment, impermanence, and release." So you never know. That's not them. That's just information. You get to decide whatever that means for you. All right. So that was for your first one. And then for number 2, you got 54240. Oh, let me grab this here too. Okay, very good. Get that on there, Beatrice. Thank you. All right. And then for this one, you want work for you next week. All right, thank you. Let's just that one over here. All right. And then Dr. Laura's thoughts on you today. Dr. Bob's thoughts on you today. Message from work to you, like the entity of your work. Oh, nice. And anything you need to know. All right. So, work for you next week. You got the Sire of Swords. You got the King of Swords. It's the power of story. It could be training or the mind stuff too coming in here. But I feel like there is this energy here of, you know, gaining clarity, a lot of mental clarity around work and what you want to do, next steps. So I feel like next week does feel like it's like you're seeing it from a different perspective next week. Like by the end of next week, you're going to look back and go, wow, I never thought that I would look at work this differently. So I feel like there's something, if it's not happening out here, it's definitely happening in here, your perceptions. But as we change in here, we do see things change in the outside world too. But I feel like you're changing a story around work next week that it's like how you look at things, how you perceive things, it changes for you. And it feels positive. Don't be scared. Dr. Lower, thoughts on you today? We got the justice card, the balancing of the scales. I feel like they feel like everything kind of worked its way out. Things kind of feel, you know, balanced, worked out. Dr. Bob, 8 of Cups. He wants to leave. No, I'm just kidding. 8 of Cups. I feel here, I don't feel like he's someone that dwells a lot on emotional stuff. And I kind of feel like his thoughts towards you is, it's time to leave some emotions behind that don't serve you anymore. Because I feel like that's the big thing that, in interviewing and everything else, right? Is that not that you hold a grudge, but you hold a grudge. You hold on to emotions. And it takes you a long time to let something go. Like, oh, someone says something, you're going to remember that for a long time and kind of hold it, maybe not hold it against them so much as you let it influence your interactions with them. And I feel like, so I get itchy nose. I feel like they're feeling like it's time to let that go. That's coming from a man, you know? But message from work to you, yeah, 10 of swords. They're saying, "Let the expectations go. You're sucking the life out of me." That's the message from work to you, which is not a new message, but it is coming from the entity known as work. It's like when you have so much supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be, we focus on lack, what's not happening, we draw more of that in. It's time to focus on what you're grateful for and see how that changes your experience. Anything you need to know? Yeah, Queen of Swords. Regarding work, especially, balance between your head and your heart. They haven't, they kind of, well, I mean, they talk about it a lot, right? That there is something out there that would make your heart happy and your mind happy, but you're not listening to your heart, and your heart wants to speak to you. So, schedule an appointment with your heart to go, all right, what is it that you want to do with your life, little heart? What would make you sing? What would make you happy? Tell me, and give him a chance to speak. Your fortune cookie is retrograde didn't cancel your to-do list. That's funny because we just came out of Mercury retrograde. It's not the stars, it's your snooze button. Procrastination, responsibility, ownership. So it's time to take the action with job in your heart, right? So I like that. All right. So hopefully that helps. That's what they got for you, Maria. Thank you so much. And I won't be lazy tonight. Your free reading is going to be, um, oops, it didn't scroll down there. I'm like, where did it go? Oh, you're way down here. Number 14 on the free list once we get to those. All right. So thank you much, my dear. Hang in there. Right, we'll continue on here. We got Twin Flame. So Twin Flame, we got 547.52. Thank you for your additional donation. And you want Mauricio's fantasy versus reality, what he wants from you. Whoa, well, well, well. Let's take a look here. So, his fantasy. What is Mario's fantasy? What would he want from you here? Okay. What a great question. I like that. They do want that one. All right. And then versus reality of what he wants from you, right? What's realistic and what's like if you could have anything. Yeah, and it does feel like it is a battle between the head and the heart with the 5 of swords energy there. Uh it's about what is expected, which is reality, and then what the heart wants, which is fantasy, right? So the fantasy piece, what do we have here? 6 of pentacles. Like this equal giving and receiving relationship, not a codependent relationship, but just this beautiful, perfectly giving and receiving relationship. We got the moon card. Wow, yeah, this mother moon energy. So I do feel like there is, here we've got, adult and child. I feel like they would like a child energy below the surface because they got all that emotional moon energy. Got the page of pentacles. Page of pentacles energy, is about abundance and fullness. The fantasy is that because the Page of Pentacles is the way we look at our self-worth, and that kind of fantasy energy is that, everything that I would want, you would do kind of energy. I mean, that's the fantasy of that I would just you would just do everything naturally that would fulfill me and make me feel whole and complete without me even needing to say anything. It's like being a mind reader, right? And we got the 7 of Pentacles. Yeah, this is that, patience and long term, not rushing, slowing down, just enjoying the moments. No have to, no intentions, no, ultimate goal to get through, just enjoying watching it all grow. No rushing kind of energy. That's interesting. And then the mind says the 6 of Cups. 6 of Cups energy, um, children energy again coming in here. So even in reality, 3 of Swords. This is expectations equal disappointment. That's the reality, right? They have the Page of Cups. I'll to come back to that one in here a sec. Page of Cups is a higher love, happiness, high vibration, love and happiness. Yeah, that goes with that one. And then in the Three of Swords, yeah. So, the reality is, to fight against this fear, we've got the Seven of Swords, fear of betrayal, Three of Cups being lied to, all this cheating energy and, heartbreak that this would be all avoided and that we could overcome that fear and in a way, not repeat. I don't know if there's been that in their life or if you've had that in your life or both, but there is that energy of that elephant in the room. Like the reality of what they could give you is that they would I don't wanna say that they would try not to, betray you kind of energy. Try harder, right? And I just feel like there is this energy here. I don't know. So I don't know if you guys have that's happened between you guys or not, but it almost feels like there's that presence there because you got the heartbreak, the Three of Cups, and the Seven of Swords. All three of those are heartbreak, cheating on, kind of energies. So I don't know. I just feel like there's tendencies there because they're looking for fulfillment outside of themselves. And even with that Six of Pentacles and the fantasy, the Six of Pentacles is codependent relationship energy. And when we're an overgiver, we tend to send people who can't keep up into other people's arms because they feel like they can find someone who's like lower uh, giving to where it's either equal or less than, where they're the overgiver. So they feel really good about giving, where when they're with us, they can't keep up, right? So I don't know. Your fortune cookie for this, yeah, I like this. This one comes with a soundtrack. Nothing better than saying no. That's my no button. Boundaries are sexy, babe. Empowerment limits self honor. So hopefully that helps. Another one off the list. All right. So many blessings to you. And up next, we got two for Rocky's world. So, Rocky, you're probably up asleep. So, thank you for your dual donations. Hope you had a good rest. So, what does Roberto truly want with you? He won't say. All right. Confess, confess. Have you considered waterboarding him? No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that. It was just a joke. All right. Let's see, what does he truly want from you here? All right. Well, let's see what this is about. Bottom of the deck, we do have the Eight of Cups here. Eight of Cups is this walking away from emotions or people that don't serve. So we'll see that if they're wanting you to walk away from someone and give them up, or if this is you, but we'll see here. So you've got 2, 2, and 3, these two cards. There's this, Wheel of Fortune, the tune of four, for you, for me, energy for him, which is the Full card as well, which is a new beginning, ending and new beginning energy. But that kind of has all this ending energy. But they want something free from expectations and from intentions. 'cause he doesn't know what he wants, and he doesn't want to have to say what he wants. He just wants possibilities. He wants adventure, not a schedule, not an itinerary. This has to happen and this and this and this. It needs to be defined, blah, blah, blah. He just wants to have adventure with you without boxing things in. He doesn't wanna feel like a caged lion kind of energy. You have the Ace of Cups, the Queen of Swords. So, there's this big compatibility energy that's coming in here. And the Ace of Cups is love energy that's there. So there's definitely, they feel like you guys are very compatible. You're balanced between your head and your heart. Um, so I feel like that energy is there. They just don't like that restrictiveness that's coming in. We also have the Hermit. They wanna be able to have alone time. Yeah, this is like this is like those avoidance energy coming in. Do you live in Southern California by chance? Are they a Gemini? And do they work out a lot? That's our questionnaire today. Um, we have the Justice card, which trying to figure out what they want from a relationship here. A balance, kind of energy. And they have the strength card. Here's that Leo energy coming in. So three major arcana, and it's like they want to be seen. They want passion, energy, but they want to be able to, you know, not feel like they have to be restricted and they have to show up and have expectations where they may fail them. So it's like they wanna leave a situation to kinda reboot it, um, because they don't like the pressure of supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be, or like I said, itinerary, um, intention, all that. They're just like, "Can't we just, like, go on an adventure and just hang out, not have it have to go anywhere or be anything?" 'Cause I feel like has a lot of fear about failing and expectations kind of energy. But they'll show up, you know, there's a movie with it has Jennifer Aniston and Ben Affleck in it. Is it He's Just Not That Into You? Or it's one of those movies, um, but it's a great energy because they have a great relationship. I mean, they're living together and they're not married, but all their friends are getting married, and it's putting pressure on something that she felt was fine until all her friends started getting married, and then she thought, you know, "You not wanting to marry me means you don't love me," and so they broke up, and it's a great adventure. I encourage you to watch that. Anyway, keep bar right where it is. I like that. Your standards aren't too high, their effort is too low. Expectations, self-worth, self-value. And that's the whole thing is, you know, we don't have to change. If that's what we feel we want, then we're just like, your energy doesn't match mine, and that's okay. They deserve to be with someone who doesn't want expectations, doesn't want all that stuff. And then we're gonna find someone with the energy that does want that all that stuff too. It's compromising, but there can be, like, a different way of life. Like, "Well, I'm a dolphin and you're an eagle. I want you to become a fish." You're like, "Uh, um, I'm built to fly. I can't see an eagle in a scuba outfit," or, you know, "Dolphin, you can breathe air, but you might get a little dried out flying around if we got you, like, wings or something, some electronic wings so you could fly or a glider," but why don't we just find people who already, you know, have the same kind of things, unless you want a fun adventure with you know, a flying dolphin or a scuba diving eagle, right? Right. So that's what they have for you for the first one there. So many blessings to you. Right, and then number 2, we got 60049. There's your timestamp. And what kind of union do you have with Michael J. Spirit? I thought for a minute that they want you to break up with Michael J. Spirit. You need to let him go. I feel like he's coming in between us. All right, let's take a look here. So, what kind of union do you have? Right, thank you. What else? All right. Yeah. You have a conflicted spirit. 5 of swords, unfinished business. That's funny how he's coming in like that. But he's just joking because you got the 6 of swords. He goes, "No, we're smooth." 6 of swords comes after the 5 of swords, obviously. And it's, letting go of some old ways of thinking, smooth movement from rocky waters. I always say that, rocky waters to calm waters. So there you go. So what kind? You have the Queen of Cups, the Queen of Pentacles. Yeah, there is definitely a spiritual connection. You might even have a past life connection with this Queen of Cups because they're 2 times the portion of, water, which means they dive deep, into, the subconscious world where that's one of the pathways to the Akashic records. And so there is this energy. You might even have been his mother in a past lifetime with this mother nature, mother nurture energy coming in, or he might have been your mother. But he's telling me the way you treat him, he goes, "You probably were my mother in a past lifetime, always trying to make me do what you wanted me to do." That's funny. He's joking, mostly. But I like that. So you have the strong connection there. You got the 3 of Cups, the Page of Swords. Yeah, 3 of Cups is spiritual posse energy, and the Page of Swords is communication from a higher place, even the butterfly in transition. So I feel like they are one of your spirit guides in this lifetime, now that he's on the other side. And in other lifetime, you were like their spirit guide in a past lifetime. So I do feel like you guys have this is why have such a strong connection to them is this isn't the only life that you guys have had this type of connections before. So I feel like that's the kind of union that you guys have. And you got the 9 of Pentacles and the 2 of Swords. Yeah, because this is being alone in a garden with spirit, and the 2 of Swords is the power of the story as well, and I feel like they're saying here, you know, a lot of connection. All 3 of those groups of cards are all about connection to the spirit realm. So it's more of a spiritual union, of course, um, but other past lifetimes as well, um, and a variety of things, like I said, a mother in one lifetime, um, and can be lover in another lifetime, can be sisters in another lifetime, brothers in another lifetime. I just feel like there's quite a bit that's, out there that you guys have had. Let's see, is there anything about how many? Yeah, I got the Queen of Swords, and we've got see all those butterflies? Those represent, like, lifetimes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think. Yeah, I think those are those. So, and the egg, with rebirth and death and rebirth energy. So they're like at least 8 lifetimes as humans. And so I like that for you. Wait, so that's what they got there for you. Only got 2 of these cards left. Wow. Not everyone gets a ticket to your next season. And it says, you're allowed to outgrow people, evolution, change, and freedom. See, referring to someone, I think that's from Michael. You're allowed to outgrow someone. he doesn't like you with, not that he doesn't like, um, you know, Roberto, he just doesn't like him for you, and he doesn't it's not that they have likes, they just see the energy, and they see a better energy for you. When you're with them, your energy is different and low, um, and that's why they don't feel like it's a good energetic match because it's like you kind of dim your light around them. And he's like, "No, no, no." Alright. So that's what they got for that one, my dear. So many blessings to you. Alright. And then we got Jojo. You are up. 6:06:39. Did you fall back asleep? Are you asleep? Jojo, are you asleep? Maybe, maybe not. Alright. So let me take a quick sip here. I might take a break here in just a moment. Let's see, I've got kind of some deep diver ones coming up. So I think I'm gonna take a break after this one. Cheers, cheers. Grab some more coffee, get some circulation in my butte since I've been sitting here for another 3 hours. Then we'll come back and jump back in. So cheers. All right. Excuse me. So, Joe, do you want to know why did your eyes look black on that photo someone took recently? Was it an energetic thing or just something on the photo? Oh, all right. It was David's spirit inhabiting you. I wouldn't put it past him. Let's take a look. We've got the 9 of Cups, which there's emotional energy that's coming in there. Let's see what these other cards are here. You got the Knight of Cups, the moon. Yeah. Emotional energy bubbling up in here. Can also be full moon impact energy coming in, but I definitely feel like this emotional energy. It's funny that let's see if I can get it to focus. That's a seal. A seal, which have black eyes. Interesting, right? And you got the 6 of Cups, the Page of Cups. So, 2 more emotional energies coming in here. So far, um, 4 Cups energies and the Moon, which is the emotional energy. Got the Hanged Man. Just a little bit of transformation, seeing things from a different perspective. You got the Leo energy and the 2 of Wands. So I definitely feel it was energetic. It was emotionally energetic. The 2 of Wands, power of emotional choice, the Leo energy bubbling up, coming in here. And, what is this for? What emotions were bubbling up? Because I mean, you got tons of emotional energy that just, um, I mean, it would represent lower vibrational emotional energy that wants to flow out. When's the last time you cried? When's the last time you had a really good cry? Feel like feel like that's like your eyes going, "We need to leak some of this energy out. Can you cry, please? Pretty please?" So, I feel like there's and if not, if you don't wanna cry, there's other emotional movement you can do, but I do feel like you need emotional release, Um, because it just feels like you're filling up. Good thing they weren't brown eyes, that would mean you were getting full of shit, right? Ba-dum-bumps. Alright, so that's what they have for you, my dear. You get the final fortune cookie from the Sassy deck here, and it says, "Stop writing fan fiction in your head, babe. If they wanted to, they would, period. Truth, reality check, action." Boom. Right. So that's what they have, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your multiple donations. And for the donations under $5, we're moving into this Japanese wisdom for non-Japanese people. So I like that. We'll get to those, but I think all the remaining 3 of donations right now are all $5 or more, so we definitely will go into those. All right. So I'm gonna take a quick break. When I come back, we got Lauren Smith and then Beatrice, times 2. So, we will jump to those here in a minute. So I shall be back. Absolutely, Crystal. So glad it was helpful. So I shall return, everybody. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Crack, crack. Alrighty. So thank you guys so much. I'm falling off my chair here. All right. Thank you. I didn't put on break. My break emoji, right? All right. Oh, Beatrice, thank you so much for your additional donation there. Be number 29, 30, and 31 here. Thank you. Appreciate that. Be delirious from exhaustion. You're so funny. I'm delirious from exhaustion. Okay. So we'll give that a love and a like since we have you on there. All right. So thank you, Jean. All righty. So let us dive back in here. Oops, this is going crazy here. Just get that situated here. All right, there we go. All right, all right, all right. So we've got Lauren Smith up 61703. So thank you for your additional donation here. Don't know if you had a chance to hear all that stuff from earlier. Oh my gosh. So much synchronicity between so many people. So very interesting. So you want to know, does Trey think about you at all? So look at that. Let's just take it step by step. So does he think of you at all here? All right. So we do have here, yeah. We've got the six of cups, which is about, returning energy, right? Um, we do have the two of pentacles, Queen of Swords, which is about balancing energy. Queen of Swords is a very compatible energy. Two of Pentacles, though, is telling me you're one of two people that he thinks about. And we got this Leo energy underneath the surface of all this as well. So there's a little bit of this not wanting to be caged lion energy with this Leo. I want to be seen. I don't want to be kept. I don't want to feel the restriction energy. I feel like that's what's kind of guiding a lot of their behavior is this, it's almost like they're a lion that has uh doesn't like it's claustrophobic. A claustrophobic lion. I don't want to be in a cage. It scares me, It's almost like the lion from, Wizard of Oz. They need courage, right? They have the courage inside of them, but they feel like this restriction, expectations is what drives them away. They run because they're like, "No one's gonna cage me. No, no, no," So whenever they feel that, it's kinda like The Runaway Bride, with Julia Roberts. Off they go. And then the potential, does he think about, the potential of a future with us? So does he contemplate that? We've got the shaman. So the magician energy, it is one of the GPS locations that he has in there, because there's, with the shaman, it's about understanding where we're at and where we want to go. But I feel like that's where the thing is, they don't know. And they're like, that's one possible destination, but I don't want to commit to one because I'm afraid to, energy. Has he deemed us done and dusted? No. I feel like we've got the Temperance card, we got the Seven of Pentacles, which is something's always possible. It doesn't mean, like I said, it's a possible destination, but not it's over energy. It's always, it's on the table, but it's not the only thing on the table. And again, I just feel like they're focusing on the fears that are there that make it difficult for them to look past those fears. um, I wonder, will we have a romantic future? All right, we'll take a look here based on current energies, if you will. So, based on the current flow and energy of this moment, based on the choices of this moment, right? Doesn't look like the current moment is bringing that, and we'll take a look at these cards. We'll also pull, is there possibilities here? Yeah, here's that Capricorn energy. Dun, 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 dun. We got this in a lot of other readings today because the Capricorn full moon and in this kind of same kind of situation. As we were wondering if you're in Southern California, and is it a what is it, a Gemini, and do they work out a lot? Are they, built are they a muscle person, right? Because it's more so passion with the Knight of Wands leading to conflict, because the conflict of their head and their heart is what ends up, I'm not able to do the things that you want me to do. Phew, you know, they shut down, right? We got the 2 of Wands. So, there is here like a timeline with the 2 of Wands that there is lovers out there. There is relationship energy out there. So there's various timelines, and this just is just saying the current one isn't leading to it, but there is one out there of possibility, but um, right now with this devil card, which is a big thinking and mental card, and we've also got this king of swords, along with the emperor, is they don't know what they want. They're trying to get out of their head and into their heart, but that's the trouble, is they can't get into their heart. So they're making all their choices by this calling this bastard. Our mind, we love our mind. We love you, boo boo boo. But it's the troublemaker because the stories that it's been given growing up, it plays those stories. And it's only playing the stories that we've been introducing it, and we've been repeating the cycles over and over again, right? So it's not its fault. That's why boo boo doo, we love you. It's our little mental inner child, 7 to 14. They're like, what did I do? I just got, I've only been just living out these, stories everyone's been giving me all the time. If you want me to think differently, give me a different story. Well, he's not doing that. He's just repeating old stories. So he's living the same story over and over again, which is, I'm going to fail. I'm not going to be good enough. They're going to leave me. I'm going to fail. I'm not going to be able to live up to all those expectations. And you might not even have a whole lot, but in their head, they see all these expectations that they were given, growing up. So there is timelines that have it, um, but more so the timelines right now are more leading to it would be passion and conflict, because if they're not doing their inner transformation in there, then it's not happening, it's not unfolding there, right? So I know. So hopefully that helps. You gave me a nice dive deep donation. I feel like there's another question here somewhere. This other person, right? You want to know about that, right? Who's this other person on the table? All right. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know. Okay. Yeah, and so the bottom of the deck, so they had the 3 of Pentacles, which it's someone that kind of an artistic person, not autistic that I know of, but artistic, you know, a very, you know, passionate individual. We got the Queen of Wands. So if someone very artistic, very, you know, um, bold, like redheaded energy, but not necessarily redhead. But, it's like that kind of fire. Psh, I'm me and, and that energy, they don't have any expectations, the Ace of Swords. They see things from a different perspective, free, open flowing, the kind of they don't look to cage someone, right? And so, there is all that energy that's there. This I I could be true to my authentic self with this person, but again, Leo energy and the 7 of Swords, my own lies and deceit, you know, uh, beliefs and mindsets are what cheat me out of opportunities. So even with someone who doesn't have expectations, it doesn't matter. This is like reaffirming that it's this thing that is bringing up all these repeating patterns that cheat him out of opportunities. So it's like they had, these 2 individuals, one that no expectations, just free, whatever, they don't want anything either, any restrictions, and then, you know, you who they feel like has a lot of expectations of who someone should be and what you want. You want intention. You would like marriage. You would like, I would like to know what the future holds a bit, not just blindly going in and doing those things. So I feel like, they have those, but then it still doesn't matter because this is the problem, not individuals, right? So interesting, interesting. So hopefully that helps a little bit. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. Oh, hey. Does he have emotion for you or no? I think, did we mention that? I'll do a quick pull here. Okay. Yeah, yeah, there is emotion there. Yeah, and so there is emotion there. You got the moon card, deep hidden emotion, page of cups, emotion. That brings in, another side to it all, which is if I don't have a whole lot of self-love, I can't express or receive a lot of love, right? If I have a thimble full of self-love, that's all I can offer, that's all I can receive, right? But this 6 of Swords is what they would have to leave old ways of thinking behind and move into new ways of thinking in order to express it. So, oh, oh. So between the 2 of you, right? Yeah, this sounds like a lot of questions that someone in your situation is asked too. It's funny. Let's take a look here. So, does he have like what kind of emotion does he have for you? What kind of emotion for them? Um, yeah. I feel like there is more emotion, for you with the full card because theirs is like the 3 of Swords. Theirs is more, um even though this is a Uranus, Aquarius energy, they're a water bearer at least. This 3 of Swords is heartache and no emotion, that comes in there. So, um yeah, and more compatible. Yeah, because you haven't listened to the reading yet, right? Because the other person doesn't want a relationship, they don't want any intentions, they don't want any possibilities. I mean, they just want whatever. They're not looking for like a secure anything, they're not looking for anything kind of energy, that comes in there. Yeah. So let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Whoa. Sure. That was gonna I thought it was gonna be this one. That one went flying out. All right. So you got Garland, number 24. And let's see what we got in here. So there is magic in the weaving of unity. So weaving layers of magic and uniting is the energy. It says the most beautiful summer garlands are usually those with layers of various flowers, herbs, and grasses all coming together in a harmonious way. The garland card asks the same thing of you, to bring together different layers of magic and unite them in one cohesive pattern. That can mean gathering together various people who each bring a unique skill or perspective to a collaborative project, or it could be a sign to establish a blended family in which everyone feels supported and loved, regardless of their origins. It can also mean weaving together years of personal experience in a way that it contributes towards the pursuit of a goal, or even just gathering a group of friends for some downtime and a night of laughs. However, this card applies to you. Know that the many are much more effective than the few, bringing more color and interest to an otherwise flat or bland affair. As a final note for those seeking relationships or opportunities, receiving this card is confirmation that what you seek will be facilitated by a friend or a loved one. I like that. So you're going to like your love, you're gonna be introduced to by a friend or a family member. So I like that. You're like, "Chop, chop." Yeah, yeah. Do you need your timestamps? Did you get your previous one? Let me see here, just in case. Here is that one, and then doot, 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 and then this one here. So those are your 2 timestamps. I think that's just 2, right? Go guess Lauren of Light. I keep looking at that one. Yeah, so just the 2. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. I appreciate your donations and hang in there, I tell you what, if people I used to always say if someone can't recognize what amazing person I am, and that I'd be an amazing person in a relationship with them, then they're not smart enough to be with me. Chop, chop. All right. So let me catch up here on the chat here real quick. And then Beatrice, we've got 3 for you. So we'll dive in there. Let me just see here. Ms. Diana, yeah, readings were so cute yesterday. My reactions are funny. Appreciate that. Hearing me hiss like a cat. Oh, last names are just a coincidence. Oh, how funny. No squirrels were harmed. And then the reason oh. Yeah, but started fighting because of him, really. Yeah, it's really so interesting if you look at the beginning of the podcast, of the session tonight, so many it's just so strange. Yeah, right? Boom, tea. Alright, and we'll add you on here. Ah, I like that, Lauren, right? Tell yourself that because it's like, yeah, you know, what is up? If people can't recognize our our value. Well, first of all, we have to recognize our value because people can't recognize our value if we don't. So we have to recognize our value. And then when we do and other people don't, we're like, thank you. You told me all I needed to know, right? Yeah, right. Yeah, it's gonna be the if you Beatrice's is, her first one. Is it Beatrice? I think it was Beatrice. We were talking about it all, the chat. It's around 49:10, 49 minutes and 10 no, 49 minutes and 10 seconds is around. We were all like, "Oh my god, what do you mean?" Because it's amazing. We talk about it a little bit, that there's just so much, you know, so much in common, it's crazy. All right, we'll give that a love and a like. Who got you on the list here? Oh, you'll be number 32. I'm gonna have 3, with Beatrice. We're doing follow-ups right now. Um, so these are deep dives, so it's gonna be a little bit, but then we'll be to you for that one there. I'll give you something to do while you're waiting. All right. So I think I'm all caught up here. So Beatrice. It was number 3. So here was the timestamp if you wanna, uh, just kinda hear the conversation. You don't have to listen to her reading. Um, but it's the 'cause I started a chat. I did that, and then we went off on this, "Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god." So I left it at that timestamp because I wanted Beatrice to be able to hear it all too, because it was crazy, 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 but, you can check it here because 'cause we've got, like, 5 people that have such related stories, similar things, and it was just like, wow, Um, it's just so amazing. It was just, like, kind of freaking out a little bit. Alright, so, let me take a sip here, and Beatrice, we're gonna dive in. We got 3 for you, so cheers, cheers. Looks like I got a little bit of coffee grounds coming through that little filter. Oh, now I'm dripping here. So cheers, cheers. Alright. So, Beatrice, thank you so much for all your donations tonight. So grateful. Here is your timestamp for this one. So, is A making a conscious choice to pay your social media less attention since the post with the man I asked about earlier. Okay, I get you. All right, let's take a look here. And what else can we know here? Anything else? Do that one. All right. Oh, we got 1 card and 2 cards and 3 cards and 1 card. There's like a repeating cycle. We'll see what that's about. Sorry, that was really close to the microphone. At bottom of the deck, we do have the 8 of Pentacles, which is about putting in blood, sweat, and tears to get a reward. It feels like I mean, this energy, we'll get clarity with these other ones, but it kind of feels more so like I'm really busy working, working. I got all this stuff hitting me suddenly. We'll see here what we've got here. Um, we got the 9 of Wands. There is a bit of a block energy here. The 9 of Wands is like a face, like a not a face, a, fence. A block kind of energy coming in here. Let's see what is that about here. We got the Knight of Cups, the Sun card. Oh, kind of feels like there's this happiness about that you're finding romance or could be finding romance. So, I feel like there's a little bit of happiness there for you or for them or for the situation. But this 9 of Wands, it just feels like there's some sort of, and this could, the block could be work, that there's a barrier between them and commenting or seeing it or looking at social media. So they might have just kind of been, like I said, so busy. But let's see what else we got here. Yeah, I mean, we got the Fool card, which is an ending of expectations, a beginning of a new adventure, significant ending, beginning energy. Got the Two of Pentacles, very balanced energy. Um, Seven of Pentacles is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree, is the fruit kind of energy. Um, so there's a bit here of, you know, just realizing, like, maybe the fruit that was being grown isn't what each of us wanted, maybe. They're kind of in that, energy of a release, no expectations. And, the Seven of Pentacles is, one of those is in the middle of going, once you see the fruit and it's like, well, maybe I don't want apple trees. Maybe I want avocado to have guacamole instead of apple fritters and apple pie and applesauce. And you know, why not have both? But and that Two of Pentacles is that balanced energy, the choice of two things. And it feels like they're not offended by it or upset by it, but kinda resolved from it, if that makes sense. And then we have the other one, which is the King of Swords, very much approaching it mentally and methodically, not emotionally. So, I don't feel like they're avoiding anything. I just feel like they're just busy with that energy. I know, these thinking men. That's why women wanna be lesbians so much, right? They're like, "If I could only, it would solve so many problems." Alright, let's see here what your fortune cookie is for this one, and then we'll go into your deep dive one here. So for this one, we've got Summer Games. Number 36. It's like the Full card energy when they're leaping off the cliff, right? When fear rears its head, no need to be wary. Lean in, you're at the edge of evolving. Ooh, let's see what this one's about. Keywords are friendly competition, managing fear and failure, and overcoming adversity. Sometimes competition isn't much fun, but it can be productive when approached with the right attitude. It prevents you from resting on your laurels and believing you will always be on top without giving any additional effort. Competition pushes you outside your comfort zone, but that also means you are forced into situations that show you what you're made of. Wow, this is a situation showing you what you're made out of, bringing clarity for you. Your current situation is pushing you to overcome your fears and level of familiarity. You may have been playing it safe lately, doing what is comfortable without challenging yourself to go a little bit further or reach a little bit higher. What you're experiencing now is an opportunity to shake things up. While there may be some fear or anxiety, receiving this card is a sign to move ahead regardless of any apprehension. The fear you're experiencing isn't a warning sign, rather, it's confirmation that you're on the edge of evolution, but have some growing pains to experience before the transformation is complete. Yeah. And this is, we do get these beautiful, beautiful mirrors that we want to crack in half. But, these relationships, these situations, even though they can feel like they suck in the moment, they do bring us, what we want to see about ourselves to free ourselves from. So any kind of anxiety, any time of fears and discomfort and, feeling out of control, all those emotions happen for us. So our trigger goes off and we can go, oh, let's get to the root of this, follow the emotion all the way down to the root, the thinking and the reactions all the way to the root to see what that original emotion that was 7 years old and younger, what it was that impacted us so, right? Before I forget, I have a new podcast that came out today, one of my podcast episodes called "What They Think of Me," and some great information in there for everyone too, if this resonates for you as well. Yeah, so that is what they've got, for that. All right. So that is for that one. All right, May, been painting. Ah, sitting and listening while painting. I love it. Are you painting a devil with horns for Capricorn? Let me take a quick sip here, Beatrice. We'll go into your second one here, or your secondly, your third probably. But cheers, cheers. All right. So, Beatrice, we've got 646.53 coming in here. And so you want to know, what are A's thoughts and feelings about you? All right. You're so funny, May. You know, I did in a way. It's interesting, because I was very much nothing outside of relationships, and then after my 4th relationship, I had, because I had a 3-year, a 1-year, a 3-year, a 1-year, and then I was single for 3 years, where I chose to not get in a relationship. That was tough because I was a serial monogamist. I would jump from and that was in between those, I had a couple false starts, a week, a couple, couple weeks, a month. psh, 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 psh. So, I would move from a relationship to a relationship to a relationship to a relationship to a relationship. Um and but then I was like, "All right, I just gotta no relationships. I gotta figure out what's going on inside of here," right? And I learned in that about, um, just being open to not having to attach that deeply, like, it doesn't have to be love, like in love, and, it doesn't have to be anxiously attached. It was during that time I learned that I could have deep emotion with someone in that moment and share a deep emotional experience. So I had some repeat customers, not that I was a gigolo, but repeat individuals that you develop a friendship and I had emotion for them, but I wasn't in love with them, but it was still an emotional, intimate experience. And but I wasn't, like, worried about who they sleeping with and going through all those fears and everything that I was. I was just in I learned to enjoy that person in the moment, and then if we, you know, decided to hang out again later, we would, and then not, and it wasn't like it wasn't like a big man hoe or anything, um, but compared to my priestly past of being, have to be in a relationship in order in like a committed relationship in order to have intimacy, you know, um, that was definitely different from that. And probably could count maybe on one hand, maybe going on to a second hand, how many people, but it definitely helped me. So, but we'll pull cards. Oh, sorry, Beatrice. Beatrice is like, maybe I want to have a little bit of a hoe time. Anyway, uh, so let's dive in here, Beatrice. We'll find out what A's thoughts and feelings are about you first here. And thank you for your generous donation. I really appreciate that. You're excited, right? You're like, you have permission. So, what are A's thoughts? Let's look at that first. So, usually a big thoughts person. Let's see what's going on here. Any of these? This one too. Okay. So, we got thoughts. Let's see what feelings are there. Okay. And I feel like we'll do that and then we'll get into these other ones here first. Let's not use half the deck here, right? We'll do it one at a time here. So we've got thoughts. Let's see what we got here. We do have the 3 of cups. Yeah. And this 3 of cups energy, again, this is the thinking, right? And this is, you know, it's like a not a triangle, but there's like, a third party kind of energy here, which we talked about. There's 2 people, right, on the table. Um, was that you? I don't know, but there's 2 people. If that wasn't you, then I don't know, there's so many of these just feel so similar, it's crazy. But so there is. The 10 of Pentacles. So there is thoughts of relationship energy. So 10 of Pentacles is the physical part of relationship, energy that's there. We got the 8 of Cups. Yeah, they think about, the walking away from emotions and people that don't serve. So they contemplate that too. So see how they're just so conflicted. They think about what it would be like to be in a relationship, but then they're also like, what would it be like if I just walked away? And also, what are the emotions I need to leave behind? So let me see, is this a little, we'll see here if there's energy of like one, reflecting on like doing therapy or, doing internal work. That 8 of Cups can point that direction. We'll see. Well, you got the 9 of Pentacles, or just be alone. Should I just be alone? So you've got his maybe that's the 3 cups, like the 3 things, you know, be in a relationship, walk away, or just be alone, be a monk, right? So I feel like they are contemplating this type of energy. And they have the Ace of Cups. So this is an energy of self-love. So I do feel like they're starting to see a pattern, and they got the Leo energy again coming in here, which is I want to be seen. I don't want to be restricted, but I feel like they get it that there's some repeating patterns and that they're at least thinking about what is it that's drawing me? Why do I keep repeating things over and over and over again? Because after a while, you realize, you know, there's uh, a consistent individual involved in all these, and that's me, right? So I feel like they're thinking, they're kind of intellectualizing and analyzing a little bit. So it's got them thinking a little bit here. Um, but let's see here. What are their feelings towards you? Got the 7 of Cups. Yes, a lot of different emotions that are there. We also have the Justice card. Yeah, I know. This is like it's so crazy, you know. That's why I'm like, so it's what is this? But and we have the Justice card here, which is this energy of, you know, it's Libra energy, trying to understand what they want out of a relationship, trying to see things from a different perspective. And that's where the mind comes in and starts controlling the heart kind of energy, right? So it's crazy, there, and they got the moon card, so there is a lot of, emotional energy below the surface, a lot of hidden and unshared emotions, maybe even unaware and untapped emotion below the surface, because they are so, you know, um, disconnected and controlled by the mind that they don't realize, they understand this surface emotions that are there, but they don't understand the depths of the moon, how much down below that there's a lot of emotional energy there. There's attraction energy, 8 of Wands, so, there is that energy, and we might have, you know, talked about this before, but when someone doesn't have access to their deep emotions, they've learned this growing up because they were taught kind of don't express your emotions, cram your emotions down into that moon subconscious sub-level, and then express your emotions through action, passion, movement, fire, not water, right? And then the 4 of Wands, there is that energy. Their heart is like, "Your marriage material." So the heart, below the surface, and I feel like that's the thing that they get these messages coming up. They're going, "What is this message on this dashboard? What does it say marriage material? Who's sending that to me?" And they're like, "It's me." And they're like, "Who are you?" "I'm your heart." "Who? I don't know you. I'm not gonna trust you. I don't know who you are. You're the one that wait a minute, I remember you. You're the one that got us in trouble when we were young by expressing your emotions. No, no, we're not listening to you. I'm turning that off. Psh, mute. Delete your message, right? So that's kind of the energy that's there, but, it's there below the surface, way below the surface, right? So that's that piece, and then you wanna know, does he actually want anything with you? So based on his current energy, does he want anything with you, right? Got the Ace of Swords. Let's see what else we got here. And the 7 of Cups. Yeah, I mean, we've got the Ace of Swords and the King of Swords again. Here's the ruler, double, not just the ruler over mind, but all the kings get a second portion of swords. So they're the master of thinking. And we have the 7 of Cups. Here's the 7 of Cups we had before. So, you know, emotional confusion, but their mind is the one that it's like there's this undecided energy that's there when I'm tapping into their energy, but there's not a whole lot of it's like they're showing me like they have a report on their desk of their mind with a lot of data, but they're like not looking at the report because it's like they're not ready to look at it, not ready to make a decision. Because I feel like they start to open it up and then they're just like, "Mm, I'll read it later." So I don't feel like they're ready to decide what they want, and they don't know actually what they want, kind of energy that's there. I know, right? And then does he have any intentions to pursue you? Let's see here if there's any of that fire there of intention, but that's like their mind is there anything in the report about, neck like suggested next actions? It's such a corporate report. Suggested next actions. Say, is there intention there for movement at all? Okay. Ooh, let's see what we got here. So, yeah, I mean, we've got the 3 of swords, so there's the fear of failure showing up on the report. It's like there's a risk assessment. This is so hilarious that it's coming in as like a business report, but a risk assessment, that there could be heartbreak, there could be sorrow with 5 of cups. Um, yeah, there's 4 of pentacles is, the recommendation is safety and security with the 4 of pentacles. And the Knight of Swords, it's like it's almost like this is, not enough information to come to a conclusion, it's like, "What? After all that?" So, again, it just kind of feels like they're in this storm of trying to figure things out and think about things. Um, so it currently, they don't have intentions to pursue, but they're wanting to analyze and gather more information first. They're not, like, totally taking it off the table, but it's not like an action, and it's not marked urgent, kind of energy. Will we both be ready, if he wants that, right? So let's take a look here. I feel like I wanna put these cards back in. Alright. Let me shuffle up here. Oh, would you say me? I know this isn't the same person. Oh, yeah, yeah. Are you sure? A different first initial, right? Um, how much of these thoughts are aware and conscious, uh, versus not? Oh, all of the thoughts that I've mentioned for this particular person, they're aware of. They're conscious of this thinking. Yeah. Right, yeah, a lot of men seem to be more avoidant and just not to over stereotype it, and then most women or, maybe a large majority of anxious attachers are women and avoidant, and it's because if you didn't hear it from this morning, and this is good for, Beatrice and everyone else if you because you weren't here this morning, I don't think, um the wound is the same for avoidance and, um, anxious attachers. They just reacted to it differently. When we faced our first rejection when we were younger, an anxious attacher is I clasped onto and did and overdid and pushed for connection. I begged for connection in a way, right? Anxious attachment. No, 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 no. Please, please, please. No, 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 no. I'll do anything. I'll do anything. I'll do anything. Okay, okay. I'll overgive. I'll overgive. I'll overgive. I'll overgive. Whatever it takes. Or the avoidant was yay, 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 yay. Distance and disconnection made me feel safe, where connection for the anxious attacher felt safe. So the thing that makes an anxious attacher feel safe is what makes an avoidant feel unsafe. The thing that makes the distance that makes an avoidant feel safe is what makes an anxious attacher feel unsafe. So it's like, right? What? Repetitive cycle, right? It can be, but the rejection can come from, any important person when we were younger. But you're right that, again, not stereotyping, but most children are raised primarily by mom, and dad's mainly detached. He's mainly avoidant, right? Mothers are anxious attachers, females generally are, and men are avoidants generally, right? So it makes sense that men growing up or boys growing up with anxious attachment mothers are where they experience the rejection, so they become, that or they become gay. No, I'm just kidding. Mama's boy, anxious attacher male. Hey. Yeah. So, good information, good conversation. So, hopefully that helps too, Beatrice. So, you wanna know, will you both be ready if if he wants that, right? And not all anxious attachment men become gay. That was just a joke, just so everyone knows. All right, that's, if they will, and will you be ready for that? All right, let's see what we got here. The 9 of Wands, like, right now, there's a little bit of a block there with the 9 of Wands being on the bottom, but let's see, what's is it them? And 9 of Swords, 2 of Swords, the Full card. Yeah, and I feel like they would still be in this, I need no I don't want expectations trying to trap me, trying to have intention, blah, 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 right? I need this freedom, and it comes, with this 2 of Swords is I would have to change my story around that anxious attachment, not anxious attachment, but avoidant. I would have to and we can, that's the thing is, an anxious attacher can learn to feel, um, safe even with distance because they find their self-love on the inside. That's what the cure-all for everything is we find our self-love. I don't need to chase and have an anxious attachment because 'cause I'm attaching to my own worth, not my external putting my worth out there. I find my worth in here, and then I don't define myself by all that out there. Then I'm a solid, and then I don't need to run, I'm just like they're like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah," and you're like, "Okay." And they're like, "What? You're not chasing after me?" "No." "Oh, well, maybe I'll kinda come back then," is kinda how it can work. And the avoidant learns, like in this case, the avoidant not avoidant yeah, the avoidant learns that connections aren't as scary as we remember them to be, because instead of fearing being rejected, we realize I will never reject myself, and I find my self-love, and that's what happens, right? Oh, no, I know, right? Go, 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 go. So, good. So, I feel like they probably wouldn't be ready yet because I don't feel like um, I feel like they still would be in that avoidant kind of, energy. And what about you? What about you, my dear? Oh, yeah, you're like of course you're ready. You got the Queen of Swords, beautiful balance between head and heart. You got all this energy, the 10 of Wands to pour into a 10 of Cups emotional relationship. So, I mean, it it kind of confirms things, right? That I'm doing my work and I'm gonna be ready, but it's like, we talk a lot about is the 8 of Pentacles? It is on the bottom. It's hilarious because that's what I'm about to talk about. Because the 8 of Pentacles is an energy. It's putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears, but it's a caterpillar transforming into a butterfly, right? And it's like if we're both caterpillars in the beginning, right? We're both kind of still lower vibrational, and then we're like, "Hey, let's evolve. Let's become butterflies, and then we can go do stuff that we could never do before. We can go great distances together on these giant migrations of 1,000 miles that we can never do as caterpillars. And yeah, 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 let's do that, right? So you go into your cocoon and you transform into a butterfly. And as you get out of the cocoon, you're looking around for another butterfly, but all you do is see this giant fat caterpillar that's all they've done is eat leaves while you've been transforming. And you're like, I thought we were going to like transform and they're like, "Yeah, it just seemed like a lot of work and it was kinda scary, so I just kinda these leaves look really good," and I thought, "I know this, I'm gonna continue to do this and just get bigger, become a bigger caterpillar," and they're like and you're like, "Well, I can't carry you. I'm not even gonna carry my cocoon, I'm leaving that shit behind, right?" And you're like, "Well, I can't undo myself and become a caterpillar again, so and you can't go where I need to go. So I'm gonna go visit this butterfly garden over here. You you enjoy your caterpillar friends. You know, you don't need to become a butterfly. I would never ask that of you. Maybe we would, but we're like, it's you can't force someone into a cocoon to transform. It doesn't work that way, right? So, there is this energy of, movement, movement into a new direction, movement, and we're gonna go find butterflies, and we're gonna allow the caterpillar to live their caterpillar life. If they ever do transform, maybe we'll bump into them in the butterfly garden, seeking nectar, not munching on leaves, and then we can see what happens, but, yeah, I feel like they wouldn't be ready. You would. Of course, you're doing your work, you're doing your inner work and freedom work and transformation, but yeah, so, it just feels like based on current energies, right, that they're not doing the stuff. They're not doing the schmoozamajig. So, let's see here. So based on current energy, will you guys be together here? Obviously, it feels like no, right? And we'll see what we got here. You got the 3 of Pentacles, you got the 10 of Wands. And this is a message of about for you to be true to your authentic self, to transform the burden into blessing. Um, yeah, I mean, because we've got the Knight of Pentacles, like, it's very much slowed down. That's the slowest moving knight out of them all, and we have the 10 of Swords. They're still stuck in this energy of not being able to be true to their authentic self. They or they're not, but the 10 of Swords is, um, not wanting because they've got all their expectations that they're trying to free themselves from, but they're projecting it on everyone else. Everyone else has these expectations on me. Oh, 3 fingers pointing back at me. Me? You're like, "Yes, you." Like, even no expectations is an expectation, right? I don't want anyone to have expectations on me. Well, you're expecting that, so actually you do have one, at least one, right? And they're like, "Oh, wait a minute." Um, and we got the Chariot card. It would take a great amount of action, for them to be able to do this. So based on current energies, you know, like we said, they wouldn't be ready when you are. And quite honestly, I feel like even if you wait around, like, as a butterfly going, "Okay, no, I'll wait for you. I'll I'll be over here flapping my wings, hoping to fly someday." And then you realize after a while, you're like, "What the hell am I doing?" Right? You're like, "I've got wings to fly. I got places to go, things to see. What am I waiting for?" And then you're like I feel like eventually you would grow tired with this Knight of Pentacles that, um, you would run out of patience, quite honestly, in that it's like, yeah, you know, I someone's lack of action it's like, yeah, we wait a little bit, right? We wait to see for a moment, just to see, well, maybe, just maybe, they'll get a like a bug. I mean, being a caterpillar, right? A bug up their butt and suddenly want to, transform and change. Maybe. Then we wait and we wait and we're like, uh, I don't think I see this happening. And then we start to lose hope, right? We start to, realize maybe this isn't going to happen, right? And then that's when we're just like, why am I holding back my life for someone that um, doesn't, I want to say doesn't deserve me, but, but, sorry, I just read Chelsea's comment here. You woke up to bug in the butt, but it's this energy of, um, just not an energetic match for us. And we realize I would have to dim my light. I'd have to change my energy to be with them. And we have an awesome change in our life where we move from, "Does my energy match them?" Because 'Cause we're all, "Does my energy match them? Does my energy match them?" We're looking at and then we might alter it a little bit to try to make it match. Instead, we swap it to go, "Does their energy match mine?" There's an empowerment if you sit in that, right? Does their energy match mine? I would never ask them to change their energy, but we realize, can I exist with that? Because that energy may never change, right? We're hoping we see the dream of who someone could be, and we think, "Okay, maybe we can move to that," right? But it's not. We're like, 99.99999 times out of 100, people don't change that drastically, not in any short amount of time. And so we're like, and the thing is that our energy is rising and we're like, "Oh, they'll rise theirs. They'll get up to that amount." Yeah, they do, but so is yours. It's like, I don't think they're ever gonna catch up. So so hopefully that helps a little bit. Um, and then you also added on, does he have the same feelings and emotions for other women that he has for you? Okay, we'll take that. Look, let me take a sip here. All right. So, does he have the same feelings and emotions for others as he does for you? And are you a standout or just another snack in the snack machine, right? So, bottom of the deck, we've got the Knight of Wands. I think we talked about that already, right? Where they don't have a lot of emotional expression. It's mainly passionate fire expression instead of, water, right? Are there many? Oh, what is this? We got the Knight of Pentacles. They're slow moving. And I don't feel, pardon me, we've got the 10 of Cups and the Queen of Pentacles. I don't feel here that there's not anyone else that they feel the emotions with here. Are you a standout? Yeah, 6 of Swords. Yeah, because 'cause they're mainly here, uh, mental. We know that already. But, you know, more mental movement and passion movement than emotional movement. Yeah. No, and when I asked, "Are you Do you are you a standout or one of many? I mean, you've got the 3 of Pentacles, which is someone that stands true to their authentic self. You've got the 7 of Wands, which is someone that stands out among the others. And you also have the Sire of Pentacles, the King of Pentacles, which is abundance and fullness. So this isn't about your ability for worthiness. This has to do with about their ability to recognize, not even recognize worth, because with that they're recognizing worth, but their ability to not fear it, the ability to receive it. We talk like in my uh, episode 14, Abundance Where It Be, how if the inner child does not feel like we're worthy to receive it yet, like we've got a big um big gap, like I have to give 1,000 love coins in order to receive one, then I can't receive it. And so that's why we fear it, right? We've got that gap, that energy where we're not able to receive those beautiful, wonderful, you know, blessings that come our way. And it's like the gate is locked. You're standing there going, "I'm ready." And they're like, "I'm trying to open the door. It won't open." Um, did you find the key? Well, the little kid has it. What did he do with it? He ate it. Well, what are you gonna do? Well, we have to wait till he poops it out, and he's constipated. So now we have to wait for their little inner child to poop out the key to open the gate, and we're like, "I don't think I wanna wait around for this." You know? So, hopefully that helps lighten things up a little bit too, but let's see what your fortune cookie is for this. I feel like I don't know. Maybe it's because 'cause I'm an old man and, I've been through it and I know that, this hoping people would change, hoping people would change, hoping people would change, realizing most people like they say, when people show you who they are the first time, believe it, right? Yeah. And we got sunflower for your fortune cookie for this one. Number 38, follow your bliss and watch as the things that are meant for you come home to you. Wow. Yeah, that's what's meant for us will never pass us by. So if something passes us by, then we can be like, all right, I'm going to let it go. Because if not, then we circle back around. We'll bump into him eventually if it's meant to be. If not, I'm going to find someone. Whoa, if we think this person's amazing, can you imagine someone who matches our energy? What? I know. Might be boring. Like, you know, harmony and mutual love and respect. Bleh. How boring is that? Keywords are energy, power, and joy, right? So a sunflower does not apologize for its commanding brightness and tall, regal stalks. It follows the sun from morning until sunset, taking in all of the light and nutrients of a warm, sunny day. And you should not apologize for your joy either. You have the right to celebrate your wins, acknowledge your power, and lean into the sweetness of a life you have envisioned for yourself. There's no need to be arrogant or rude or flaunt your desires in a way that diminishes others. And there's also no need to feel guilty for wanting what you want or being who you are. Following your bliss is how you attract the things that are meant for you and how you energize your life. The same way a sunflower follows the sun to grow and thrive. If your desire is to live a quiet life in the country, then do it. If you would rather be a glamorous queen strutting in your stilettos, then let that diva come out. If you feel called to be an employee rather than starting a business or vice versa, paint or enjoy being a stay at home parent, then let your choice be a reflection of who you are and not anyone's expectations of you. No one else's opinion matters. If you give up on your dreams because it makes others uncomfortable, it only means there are two miserable people instead of one. Wow. Wow. Talk about sunflower, shine, shine, sunflower. Wow. I love that one. All right. So that we have one more for you, Beatrice. So we'll get this in here. I know, right? I feel like you guys could all glean from each other's readings because what the hell, right? All right, let me get caught up here. So May, we've got your here is your $5 one. So we got you. That's number 33. And and that you're sending by email, right? That was the email? Or that was the question, should you have a hoe phase, right? So that's the $5 question, not a $5 hoe, but a $5 question. Okay. So we got that one. You crack me up, I tell you what. Okay, and then we've got this one here. These are the emails. That's number 34. So we got that. I don't think I missed anyone else. Just to make sure. I think it's just been us hanging out, right? Yeah, because I've got Diana's questions there. Okay. And Chelsea, that just made me laugh out loud. Oh, oh the key and the little kid ate it, and you gotta wait for him to poop it out. I know, I'm getting punchy, I don't know what's going on. Now I want a hoe phase. All right, and let's see. I wish you could turn off your emotions and disconnect and detach. I wish I never saw the happy and flirty and pursuer Max and then only knew the avoidant and distant Max. I know, right? But I feel like such an important part of your adventure. It's just part of your freedom, that's coming here. Right. And then we got obviously Cancer in the house. Hey, hey, good to see you. You'll be number 35 on the donation list here. Got you there. Boom, boom. And then we've got Kira Light as well. Kira, good to see you. You'll be number 36 on the donations. Whoops, don't do that. Next time, next time. So I don't see a question yet, Kira, just in case you put it there and YouTube decided to um, not give it to us. No, you want a whole face. You crack me up. Well, like I said, sometimes, and it's not so much a hoe phase as it is learning to be able to enjoy the moment and not have to anxiously attach because we're afraid we won't feel that emotion again. And maybe that's what we're talking about it here, just real quick, and then we'll jump back into readings. But I feel like I learned that I could have emotional connection with someone for a couple hours. I know, a couple hours. No, just kidding. But, um, and then be okay with releasing, knowing that there would be more. It's more available. That when I realized I didn't have to be in a committed relationship to open my heart in a moment, not like wide open, but have this beautiful, emotional flow that, then I'm like, and especially when, like, I had, like, maybe well, I had, like, 2 people that I kinda saw more regularly and then an odd one here and there that didn't repeat, but it was interesting, right? Yeah, right? So we'll definitely, bring that in. So, Kira, I got your question there, so I do got you. And I'll add that into the whole face question here. Since you gave a $5 one, we'll dive and see if that's what that would bring as part of your growth phase. If that would help, what kind of impact it would be. Yeah, right. There's this British comedian, and she said, "I love m I'm married, I love my husband, but, you know, had you known" like, if with breakfast cereal is her example, and she goes, if you knew that once you committed to this box of cereal, that's the only cereal you would eat every day for the rest of your life, wouldn't you want to, like, try a bunch of other cereals first and then commit to the one cereal? And I was like, "Well said." Interesting, you know? So, anyway. Alright, I think I'm all caught up here on the chat. Well, and that's what your statement just now made me think of, like, "Hmm, yeah." And then you're like, "Okay, I've had other cereals, but I'm gonna commit to this one the rest of my life," right? So, some interesting energies. Alright, so cheers, cheers, everybody. Let us get back in here. So, Beatrice, we have your last one here. We've got 73303. Yeah, no emotions, right? Be freeing and not worrying so much about our own either. And we're not trying to control. We don't need to control anything because there's no expectations, just enjoyment. And then you're like, then you can do that. You get in that practice of just enjoying the moment, and then you don't and then you don't you can bring that over into, your long-term relationship and just focus on what you're enjoying about someone instead of trying to control everything. The thing is when you get into dating, that's when the expectations kick in and you get married and you have all these expectations. It's learning to release all the expectations, and you kind of learn to do that when you know, allow yourself, to hang, even if it's just hanging with people without getting intimate. You can just I don't wanna go on a date, I just wanna go hang out with no expectations, and it's like, it was a transition, it was a transformation, I had to, like, fight the guilt, fight you know, organized religion upbringing and everything, but it was worth it to feel free, right? Alright, sorry, Beatrice, hope you're enjoying all these side conversations. So you could be delirious from exhaustion, but does A have an alternative social media profile, that he uses to look at your stuff so it doesn't show as him? Let's take a look here. All right, let's see what we got here. Now, I do feel like they have more than one. Um, but we're gonna look at the intentions of it because I do feel the power of choice. Because what I'm getting here is like an alternative account, a blank account, so we can go look at things and not worry about people seeing what we're looking at. Ooh. How many of you can relate? Uh-huh, uh-huh. Well, no, it's like, no, I do it to spy on people. Oh, and Diana, you came from California, Los Angeles, and you're on the where are you? Are you on, you're not there anymore, right? But can you relate to all those people? You're like, "Yeah, that's the way they are there." Alright, let's see here. So do they look at your stuff, right? 7 of Pentacles, 2 of Wands, 7 of Cups. I kind of feel here, because they've got the mixed emotions and we've got the 2 of Wands, the 7 of Pentacles. This isn't an energy of snooping. This is an energy of taking my time and I'm deciding what I want or not kind of energy. Got the 8 of Pentacles, the Devil card. Yeah. So they more use it to go look at stuff that they're addicted to with the Capricorn Devil card energy, Saturn energy. Oh my god, I didn't realize how these cards just fit so perfectly together when you look at the chains, how it goes. Right there, it looks like they're part of the same energy here. Um, so they use it more for that instead. But let's see here. We got the Ace of Swords, again, Knight of Pentacles, again, slow moving energy. Um, yeah, because I feel like um, they're more waiting. You've got the Knight of Pentacles, like the 7 of Pentacles energy we have here, which is taking their time, to decide what they want and if they want marriage or not, you know, with this Ace of Swords or clarity around marriage. So I feel like they're both of these things, clarity of marriage for themselves, not necessarily specifically with you with that one, but I feel like they're going back and forth. And so rather than, them, you know, diving into, um, diving into looking at your social media and stuff when they don't, it's because, they're just not wanting to confuse themselves more, but also not confuse you more. And I just feel like they're kind of like that, separating themselves until they figure out what's going on, right? So, you know, we definitely have that coming in. And we'll grab your fortune cookie here too. Yeah, I feel like they got some little dark things they go look at, and that's when they sign into that account so people can't track them down or see that they're going to look at that stuff. A little bit of interesting addictions. Ooh, nothing like illegal, just kind of things on the fringe, you know what I mean? Hey, Dason, I have not started any free readings yet. And at this point, I don't think I'm going to get to them till the morning because I do have uh, one, two, three, four readings and one deep, deep dive reading. So that's going to push me. I mean, we're only 20 minutes away from 8 hours, so I'm going to be pushed into overtime. So I will complete, the free readings in the morning. I'll come out on a special session for that, so apologies. We never know, I never know what's gonna come with donations but tonight, we do have a bunch, so I'm grateful, not complaining, but I will complete the free readings in the morning when I awaken. So, there you go. Alright, Beatrice, let's take a look here. What do we have here for For your fortune cookie, we got the vegetable garden. Sorry. Mm-mm. Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate you, Dason. um, yeah, it's like the vegetable garden is our new best friend. Whoa. I'm giving up on humans. I'm gonna date a vegetable. Vegetable Garden says, it's time to check in with and reflect on the seeds that you've planted. The key words are advancing towards goals, evaluating progress, and consistent effort. It says planting a vegetable garden requires consistent work, evaluation, and adjustment. You cannot simply plant a few seeds and hope they will grow. You may need to alter your water and fertilizing schedule, add or take away mulch, stay vigilant for pests, and clear out any weeds that crop up between spaces. Your goals require similar evaluation, and now is an excellent time to check in with your goals and reflect on your progress. When this card appears, ask yourself whether you're heading in the right direction or need to make some adjustments. Are your goals still accurate for the person you want to be? It isn't enough to keep throwing energy at something if the effort isn't worth the reward or if you're chasing outdated desires that no longer apply. Wow. Likewise, pulling this card can mean you've been distracted from your true desires. Perhaps you're spending too much time investing in someone else's garden to the detriment of your own. Take time in the coming days to reflect on what is needed to continue along your path towards success. Wow. I love that. Powerful energies. All right, Beatrice. Hopefully, all that helps a little bit. You know, we shall see. I know. All right. So I think we've got everyone here. All right. So we will continue on here. We've got Diana, you're up 742.54. There is your timestamp. Thank you for your donation. All right. All right. Yeah. So this is those individuals. We'll take a look here. Dun dun dun. So cheers, cheers. All right. So how does PM feel about you? Thank you. It. And then how does SM feel about you? All right, is that it? Okay. Yep, we've got the bottom of the deck. We've got the 3 of Wands. And the 3 of Wands is an energy like with new information, you choose to take a different direction than you thought you would. Maybe this is the new information that comes in. But let's take a look here. You might just be like, "You know what? I'm taking option 3. None of the above. I'm just gonna move on to other things," trusting, in a way that whatever's moved out of our life is moved out for us to make space for something or someone that is in more alignment with my energy and where I wanna head in life. And we can trust that, when things are removed, that it is for us. It's not happening to us. It's not a punishment. It's always to make room for upgrades, for things that match our energy. And then they get to have people that match their energy, and that's good. It's not about us not being worthy or not being good enough and all that stuff we feel from our childhood, right? All the lies that are there. But this is a beautiful, awareness. So I like that. So how does PM feel about you? Got the Queen of Pentacles, which is, still someone who's caring and giving. Um, energy that's there. They are sad, 5 of Cups, there's this lower vibrational sad and it's more sad energy than angry energy, and they do see here as the sun, energy coming in here, which is, you're someone that shines a bright light and, you are a bright light in their life, but the Chariot card is coming in here, the power of choice. Now, so is PM the girlfriend? Is this like your friend? Because it almost feels like they have to make a choice here, and and they're sad that they have to make a choice, but it's kinda like, either choose them, you know, because if I like, I can't have both of you, because the other one is like, "No, I can't. It has to be one or the other," kind of energy. So that's the energy I'm getting. I believe that's PM, right? And then how does SM feel about you? Got the Knight of Swords. PM is your ex. Interesting. Well, I guess they feel like there's something here that they feel they have to choose, that they both of you can't be in their life. Maybe because there's still feelings there, right? And they need to like just squash it. Well, you're like, I know I'm so desirable. I know it makes it rough. What can you do? You're like, oh, I get it, but still, right? So let's see what SM feels here because they have the Knight of Swords. Yeah, this is the desire to communicate with you with the Knight of Swords. We've got the Queen of Cups. Yeah, they see you as a big emotional support. They've got tons of love for you, energy that's there. Got the Nine of Pentacles. Yeah, they have a fear of being alone. And they've got the Leo energy here too. So this needing to be seen, needing to be wanted, you know. Um, so they've got such a, you know, strong need to be needed. And I can relate to this when I was like in my first relationships. My friends would know when I met someone because I would totally disappear from their lives and make my life, make them my life. And I would, everyone was, and then I'd be like, hey guys, oh, did you break up? I'd be like, "How did you know? Because you're contacting us, you're paying attention to us." I was like, "Oh, dang." And I'm like, "Wow, I did not even know that's what I was doing, but I would. I'd be totally fixated on the person." Kind of that energy that's coming in here with this. Your third question is, what would spirit like you to know about them at the moment? All right, let's take a look here. All right. Well, 5 of Wands on the bottom. There is drama happening between them. 5 Wands. Isn't that what is that what got on your your reading yesterday? Was there's drama happen between them. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, there's something about, the 4 of Pentacles, which has to do with the home energy. I don't know. What is this? This is either they were not living together and Well, there's something about the house, about a living situation that's part of the drama here. Let's see if they'll tell us. I mean, we'll see what we got. And we got the Judgment card. So this is an energy of being drawn to something bigger. The Nine of Cups, all this um, dream come true. Oh, so maybe there's this energy of I'm wanting more, um, you know, about the dream of coming and living there, kind of energy. So it's almost like there's this is the drama is, someone sharing their desire to live with them and raising the stakes kind of energy, right? Yeah, and then the fears, the 9 of swords, the expectations. No, like, no, not the expectations. No. Because that is what drives PM crazy, right? Yeah, and the Queen of Swords, there is this compatibility energy here, but there's also the slow roll with the Knight of Pentacles. They're like, you know, I think you're a good fit and everything, but I don't know if we wanna move that fast, kind of energy. So it does feel like there's this trouble in paradise because, you know, there's these I don't know if they may like, no promises were made, but insinuations and, you know how people will leave others with the impression knowing that they're leaving them with that impression, and I never said that. But what I said, what you were leaving the impression you were leaving me with. I can't control that, asshole, right? I'm getting a little punchy. Yeah, so I feel like that's kind of the energy they want you to know. I kind of feel like with that 3 of wands, you're just kinda like, "Yeah, you know what? Maybe there's this moving forward energy." Let's see what your fortune cookie says as well, but I feel like there's something here. Coming a fall, right? Let the dead leaves fall away. I like it. Wow, because yeah. No, September 20th is fall. I was like, "Is fall coming up?" No, that's the Equinox is September 20th, around there. So you've got number 7, which says, "Let the spark of hope within you ignite and never cease, for it's never too late to manifest your dreams." This is about still time to harvest, last push, preparation for success. So Lamas, which is Saturday, August 1st, marks the first of 3 harvests together with Mabon and Samhain. While summer is beginning to wane and with it the growing season, there's still plenty of time to plant, nourish, and grow fruits and vegetables to take you well into autumn. You've pulled this card because all is not lost, and you can work towards your goals with enough time to see them come to fruition. Even if you've not been successful up to this point, there's still time to turn things around and use your past experiences to your advantage. This is your second chance, your moment to say yes, even when you want to throw in the towel. Receiving this card is your confirmation that it's not too late. Your age, level of experience, or the breadth of your mistakes are not reasons to wither away without experiencing the joy of seeing your desires manifested. Whether you'd like to start a new business or breathe life into an existing one, entertain a second career, or embrace a fresh relationship, there is still so much in you to give. Ultimately, this card is your soul's plea not to give up because you're almost there. I know, I like this, like new, fresh, energy. Now, there are some journaling prompts. Journaling is a powerful tool that can help you gain insight into why things have gone wrong in the past. identify patterns, and learn from your mistakes so you can make better decisions in the future. Journaling is a great way to gain clarity and develop self awareness, as the more honest and open you can be with yourself, the greater insight and understandings you will gain. So consider these journaling prompts. There's 6 of them. What factors contributed to it going wrong? 1, you were friends with your ex and your ex's girlfriend. Don't do that again. All right. But you can determine that for yourself. That's just me. What steps can you take to prevent similar mistakes in the future? What skills or resources do you need to help you move forward? What resources do you have at your disposal? What insight and understanding can you gain from this experience? And how will you use this experience to grow and become a better version of yourself? I like it. So, hopefully that helps, my dear. That is what they have for you. Thank you again for your donation. Much appreciated. Hope you enjoyed it. I'm here all night. Well, actually, I'm here uh, all morning too. Oh my god, it is almost 1 AM. Cheers, cheers. It's flown by. Oh my gosh. You are very welcome, and thank you so much for having such a great sense of humor. I appreciate you. All right, and then up next, we do have May. This is for your hoe question. Here's your timestamp. I love it. So, inquiring minds want to know what, because spirit doesn't have a should, so we'll take a look here. If you choose not to have a hoe phase, what kind of energy comes in for you? Something about a dried up peach? I don't know what this is about. Just kidding. You can tell, uh, once we get close to 8 hours, the filters start melting away, and you guys are in trouble. Alright, so we'll look at that, and then, I like this about, what kind of energy would and by hope we already explained what this is. It's not truly being, you know, boom, boom, boom. So, 31 different guys, 30 over a 31-day month. It's about, comfortably being safe and opening up, right? Yeah, no problem at all. Yeah, especially when you get to your deep dive one, my voice tends to put people to sleep as well. So no worries. You don't have to respond. I'm having enough fun for everyone. All right. So what kind of energy comes in with this and with this, how would this impact your growth process? All right. I think we have enough here. Oh, you're scared of the deep dive? Okay. Well, you got the death card on the bottom of this one. It can't be worse than that. But what underneath here, I like this energy because, you do have here's growth with the Hierophant. You have the ending of expectations and heartbreak energy that comes in here. So that's not a bad energy to have following each other. It definitely feels like a growth and ending expectations and the heartache in that. And it did for me because in my after I had my that 3-year period where it kinda that wasn't like I mean, I wasn't, like, super, super active, but I did experience that, and during those 3 years, then when I, met my, um last relationship, number 5, I didn't have any fear being cheated on. I didn't have any fears. I didn't have any of that anxiety, you know? I had this I still had an emotional like, the new mirror that he brought me was 'cause that's the one I felt like that at the time, I felt they were trying to fit me in between the important things in their life, and then I realized later it was a mirror for me showing how I was trying to fit myself in between what I thought was important things out there, and not giving myself the love and the attention and the focus. I was all still focused out there. And it was a very amazing difference there. All right. So if you don't do the adventure, you have the Emperor, you have the Queen of Swords. So, there is this energy, still learning balance between your head and your heart. And the Emperor, you still it's still you learn to get out of your head and that's where the expectations and the pain comes from is from here, not from here. I know it feels like, but our fears come from the stories, energy. Um, and yeah, and you still put in the blood, the sweat, the tears with the 8 of Pentacles. You still work on releasing your thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve you anymore. So you can still have movement and transformation if you don't. So they're just showing you that, you don't have to go this route. Um, that, there's always that other option. They're not they don't have there's no judgment, there's no choice, there's no, I mean, right or wrong, good or bad. There's going to show you what you learn through this. So the energy, if you choose to, experiment and go on this adventure, you have 3 cards here together. You have the Ace of Cups. Yeah, your self-love increases here. You learn your power of story with the Two of Swords. So you learn a lot about how you were defining yourself. Like there's some old stories that you were applying to things, and you're learning to look at things differently. And that's something else that happened during that. Um, Actually, it was more during my 4th relationship because I had just finished a 3-year relationship. He had just come out of a 7. We didn't want to get into a relationship. Kind of ended up in one because the heart does what the heart does. But that's where I experienced my first time of multiple people involved, to say it. And it was freaking me out in the beginning because I was like, I'm scared, I'm all the fears and stuff came out. And so there was some different experiences that this is saying, but this is that changing the story of the old story and going, "Why do I believe that?" Because that's what I was told, but let me stretch my stories and find out what is happening, right? And you have the 7 of Cups. You learn to feel all the emotions, right? You get to experience different emotions and realize that there's not wrong emotions, and I like that. You also have the 4 of Pentacles. Yeah, so you really your self-worth, a lot of this, clarity, because we do define ourselves by relationships, and there is that freedom that comes in there. It is this, "Wow," I can, because you find your self-love here, and then you don't define yourself by what's going on out there in relationship situations and things. And the Ace of Swords, yeah, so the clarity, a lot of clarity comes in, gives you the power of seeing things differently. How does this, impact your growth process? Got the Queen of Wands, the Sun card, wow, yeah. Passion, look out world, we created a monster. Rah. But you got this. It's one of the most big abundant energies. There also is some Um, a very empowering energy with the Queen of Wands and the Sun card together. A little bit of inner child reflection energy with the Sun card too. So some powerful transformation. Wow. Yeah, and you got the Universe card, the World card, victory, ending of a major cycle, beginning of a new adventure. Six of Swords is leaving behind old ways of thinking, moving into new ways of thinking, um, and moving from choppy waters to calmer waters, bringing peace to your mind with this. Yeah, and here's you had the Universe, the last card. You have the new beginnings, free of expectations, full of possibilities. You feel this independence energy, this self-sufficiency of the Nine of Pentacles, along with the Leo energy, this bravery, this courage, this stepping forward energy. I feel like it's a very positive experience here for you. Um, where, you know, like, dude, I feel like you're excited about it, right? So very, very interesting. All right. I like it. And we'll pull a fortune cookie here too and see what you get. Maybe you get the hoe card, the hoe in the garden card. It's all about summer and harvest. Maybe there will be. Wouldn't that be a hoot? We just put these cards back in and we'll pull that. All right. Let's see what we got here. Nope, you got prayers to the earth. Uh-oh. Earth, gird your loins, May's on her way. Card number 34, become present with the blessings you already have. May gratitude fill your heart. I love it. So we get here. So, of course, keywords are gratitude and acknowledgement of blessings. It says many, if not all of the practices for all of the sabbats are born out of a deep gratitude for another day of life, another morsel to eat or shelter from the rain. These celebrations were moments to pause, reflect, and express sincere thanks for all blessings, grand and small. In today's world, however, it's so easy to get swept away by the desire for more without taking the time to acknowledge all that you have already. From the breath in your lungs to the shoes on your feet, there's always something to give thanks for. You're being called to shift your focus from what may be lacking or incomplete and direct your attention to everything that's already present in your life. Share your appreciation with others. Thank the rivers and the clouds and celebrate all that you have not had to endure. Open your heart and let gratitude fill in any empty spaces or feelings of lack. The more time spent in gratitude, the more you will fertilize the energy of growth and transformation. Wow, I love that. So it definitely feels like there's this energy of being present and grateful for what you have in each moment, and I feel like that's what it teaches you too. Instead of like, it's got to become this, it's got to be that, you go in knowing that I don't want this to be anything else than it is. Then you don't get caught up in the expectations, you don't get caught up in the future, you don't get caught up, you really are able to become present and enjoy the moment. Literally. All right. So that's what they got for you, my dear. All right, let's take a look here. We got Twin Flame. Thank you for your additional donation. It'll be number 37. So thank you for that. We'll get that here. And Jojo, hello. You woke up from your sleep. Did you get your other one yet? I'll get you on here. You're number 38. got you there. All right. Whoops. All right. So I've got everyone on there. And then, oh, you just listened to the second one. Awesome. Awesome. All right. So we got an extra, extra deep dive with May. And then we've got obviously Cancer, Kira Kira, and then Twin Flame and JoJo. I'm at 8 hours and 10 minutes. So if I get close to 9 hours, once I hit 9 hours, I might need to kind of and then finish anything in the morning that I don't finish tonight. So if I don't get to your donation tonight, I will. I'm already coming back for free readings. You guys will just be up first for the donation. So we'll see here. I'm hitting over 8 hours, and I can feel my energy starting to go to sleep, go to sleep. But we'll see what happens. So cheers, cheers. Of course. Thank you guys for being so understanding. You're already appalled at the 8 hours. My have my little record 9 hours, 8 minutes, and 47 seconds. So, all right. All right. Well, let's dive in. Quit wasting time talking, right? So 11:57 is for your deep dive, May. Geez Louise. I know I'm so grateful though, Um, I'm just grateful for all the donations. It definitely helps support my life, and I just love how the channel's growing, and I'm just so grateful. I'm just can't say enough. All right. Excuse me. All right. So, May, thank you again for your multiple donations here. And if you're asleep, hope you're sleeping well. All right. So, if Max knew that you had no expectations, like not wanting kids tomorrow or marriage tomorrow or ever, not tomorrow, but only not expectations for tomorrow, but in the future, right? And I would go at his pace. If he knew that, would that change anything, right? All right. So, based on current energies with that adaptation there, would that change anything? Thank you. Okay. See what we got here. Now, the bottom of the deck, we still have, the 9 of cups, and we do have, yeah, we've got the Queen of Pentacles, the Queen of Cups coming in here. Even the Sun card, which normally has a little child on it. Even though I feel like even though you're saying that he would know that you had no expectations, he wouldn't believe it. Because the 9 of Cups is your dream come true, and in his mind, your dream come true is to have a child, is to have all this emotion, is to be a mother and all that abundance and fullness, and so in his mind, even though you may not have expectations, he doesn't believe it. He still would believe you had expectations, because this is his computer system that says women want this stuff. Um, Even if they say they don't, they do, you know? And so even though you're saying "No, I don't want that, I don't want that," he's like, "Yet," which is kind of what you're saying, right? Not tomorrow, eventually, but not tomorrow. So let's see what else we have here too. Excuse me. Yeah. So, we have the Justice card, which is the balancing out and trying to figure out, relationship energy that's there. We have the Hanged Man as well, which is a pause, cocooning, trying to really see, and both of those cards are about, seeing relationship from a different perspective. They would still be in their head with the Emperor trying to get into their heart, and the Two of Wands, energy is still this going back and forth energy. And we have the Wheel of Fortune. They're still focused in on the money, money, money energy that comes in here. It just feels like here it would still end up being the Tower card. The Eight of Pentacles is the blood, the sweat, the tears, and work, 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 work. That the Tower, it would end up kind of ending up as it did, just a little further down the road kind of energy. Because even if it doesn't exist, like if you're saying it doesn't exist in you for tomorrow, like there's no rush. I can wait for that stuff, marriage and kids and wanting the emotional experience. I feel like it's just a matter of time, you know, that it would it would arise with that Eight of Pentacles too. It would just be a matter of time before you the ticking clock made you wanna go in to become into the cocoon to come out a butterfly or a mother butterfly, madam butterfly, mother butterfly, and and then the pressure would start, and then he would, having not changed a whole lot, would still react the same, right? So I feel like that is what they've got with that. Let me just whoops, come on. Okay. Just wanna mark this so I can kinda see where I'm at. And if we had a conversation and you laid everything out on the table, what would he say or do? Okay. That's what he would say, and this is what he would do. This is all based on come on. Trying to run away. All right. I do want that to stay the bottom of the deck here. All right. So the bottom of the deck, we still have the Death card here. So it doesn't look like much would change here with that. At least we'll see what they would say or do, but does feel like, and we'll see if that's a rebirth. We also had the Eight of Wands wanting to be the center energy, which is a lot of energy. It's a lot of movement. So we'll see sudden energy coming into. So first, what would they say, right? Yeah. So this is what they would say. Yep, Five of Wands, is still conflict energy, drama energy. Um, yeah, the Seven of Swords and the Page of Pentacles coming up here. I feel like the Seven of Swords is it's the energy of lies and deceit and that energy. And again, I feel like that would come up, like, if when you're saying you would lay everything out on the table, that would include how you feel like they were lying, right? They're not telling the truth, they're not being honest with how they're feeling, right? And so I feel like that would come up in the conversation, and I feel like what he would say is, "So you're basically saying I'm lying, you're calling me a liar, right?" And you're like, "I'm glad you said it." Right? But there is this Page of Pentacles, which, you know, is this energy? What's underneath here? Yeah, the 3 of Cups, you know? So that's the third party energy. Because I feel like this, because your next question is if you did it before the new girl. This is at, like, right now, and he's gonna say, um, with this Page of Pentacles, it's it's better that it just ended this way. I'm with someone else, you know, kind of energy. I feel like that's what they would say is, I'm seeing someone now, and then again, there's that liar energy, right? And you're just like, I can see it happening, and that's probably where the fire at the dragon comes in, right? Or you end up, death card. But not really. But let's see, what would he do if he did this, right? Yeah, I mean, his energy here, we've got the universe, the world card, which is end and new beginning, say, it's not gonna go that route. That's the significant ending and a new beginning without any expectations and anything, meaning, friendship or whatever as they're dating someone. Um, and they've got the 2 of Wands, energy, which is their power of choice. What's underneath here? And the Chariot card, the power of choice, you know, between 2, energies here. Yeah, let me find out what that means here because with all this energy of what they would say, what they would do, this there's ending and beginning energy, but the what is this beginning? Because it feels like it's no expectations. Like, well, we can still chat kind of energy. Yeah, we got the 4 of Cups, you know, which is an energy of, you know, uh, like stagnant emotional energy, not a whole lot of emotional involvement. Page of Swords. So it does seem like more, well, we can still chat. And, if you're open to being just friends, we can continue to chat. And yeah, the 7 of Pentacles is the slow roll, kind of energy. I feel like they would have that coming in here, right? So, I feel like that's that piece of it here. Let me clean this up and we'll go on to that second portion there. Hey, Aquarius night. Aquarius night. Let me grab your second one real quick here. I think it's this one here. Yeah. So here's your timestamp if you need it. Right? I love the cards. I love the dragons, right? Me too. Aquarius, we love dragons, right? All right. Yeah, you're very welcome. Thank you for your additional donation. All right. So let me just turn my coffee back up. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. So if you had done this before the new girl, would that have prevented him from reconnecting with her? All right. Going back timeline, taking a curve, taking a right, taking a left. So tell us about the energy. Had you done this before? Is that it? Okay. All right. Let's see what we got here. Excuse me, death card. Don't feel like it would have changed it. See what else we got here. Got the 3 of Wands. Yeah, we would have gone a different direction. Still would have ended, it would just have gone a different direction with the ending. Yeah, we got the 10 of wands, which is the ending energy with the 10, and the ace of wands, yeah, endings and new beginnings energy. And, yeah, the 7 of cups, we got all that emotion because it's the emotional confusion, and, yeah, here's the 8 of wands. The fire, energy coming in here. Bottom of the deck, we have the 2 of swords with the 9 of pentacles. Yeah, even the cocoon energy, but it's the same result, different story kind of energy that comes in because they're still cocooning, still time alone. Because, and you ask, was this meant to happen either way? I feel like with this energy, it is because it was designed to happen for you both. Because this is going to be a huge life transforming energy for you. And had things just gone the way, you know, and you wouldn't have dealt with the stuff, and it would have all come up eventually in the relationship together kind of energy. So let's see here. Was it meant to happen either way? Yeah, because you got the full card with the 6 of pentacles. So this has to do with that sense of worth, the sense of overgiving, and that you needed to give so much to deserve so little. That energy, would have been coming in there. So I do believe that it would have happened either way, that with the energies of what your soul wanted to learn, which is the full card, um, and what you wanted to be able to release required you to face this head on. So I know it feels like, what was I thinking when I signed up for this lifetime? Did I go sign up after I went to the margarita and tequila shop bar? And we're like, "What the hell was I choosing for this for?" But there is freedom that comes from this. And though it sucks right now, I feel like you're already feeling the strength rise within you, and it's only been a week, right? Not even, right? But you're so curious what spirit has to say. You're looking at all the different timelines and just wondering if there's something you could have done differently, or even if there still is, right? So we'll take a look here. Yeah. 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 It's adventures. It's reflection. So there's no wrong experiences. They're all for us. So, and we come here to experience our low vibration, our low desires, our and this doesn't feel like low consciousness. It just feels like I want to understand what happened, and I need. It's like you're seeking to desire where the blame was, but when you realize there's no blame to be given, that everything just is, and it's experience, it's growth, it's our adventure. That there's no one to blame. There's no one that did anything wrong. Because no result is wrong, no choice is wrong. They're just different. They bring us different experiences, different outcomes, um, so in different emotions, and all of them we came here to experience. There's no right or wrong from spirit's standpoint. That's a human thing. Judgment, 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 and this is part of what's freeing you from here, right? So, could you have done something differently to prevent this from happening? They're bringing in the baby Hitler time machine example into my head. You would have had to have gone back in a time machine to when he was young and make sure that he had a very loving mother and a loving, you know, atmosphere growing up, because then he could be, he would be a different adult now. He's like, you'd have to go back in time. But let's see what we have here. Yeah. We have the 7 of Pentacles energy coming in here, which is, you know, It's like the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, but there's this energy that comes in that if you would have waited and waited and waited and waited, eventually, when any fruit started to come in, you would realize this isn't what I wanted, and they would realize this isn't what I wanted, and so I feel like regardless, it's like the fruit wouldn't have matched up, but it's not just, "Oh, they wouldn't have chosen me." That's the big fear that you're facing. It's that you would have been like, "Eh, it's not all that it was cracked up to be." I thought, when I was looking through my insane in love eyes, they looked amazing, but as that wears off, you're kinda like, "Where's that thing I would thought I saw?" And you're like, that's not there anymore." Maybe that was all on my glasses, not in reality, right? Let's see, anything else that you could have done? Uh, this Hierophant is the stepping stone, it is the, master of change and growing pains, and the strength card. This is like that you got that this is for you to find your strength, to find your ability to stand tall and be true to yourself and, be that and have that courage to be you kind of energy. So, this is saying that this was designed as a stepping stone. It wasn't designed, um, to be like a majority of it wasn't designed to go past that kind of energy. There's so much of the timeline was dedicated. There was a timeline that it could become more, over here, but it's like the majority of the map, it feels like it's being that, right? Um, yeah, because they have, you know, the lack energy. The whole purpose of the did I do this right? Yeah. Of the 10 of Pentacles, Ace of Pentacles, relationships ending and beginning is to face this 5 of Pentacles, the fear of being abandoned, left behind, being left out in the cold, which is it's, a lot of ours, but that's a big piece of his too. So this growing pains and these growing things were designed for both of you. It's not just for your growth, this is for his growth too. And you guys agreed before coming down here, "Can you be a jerk to me so that I can, be freed from this?" All right, if you insist." All right. Is there anything that you can do to change this, right? So anything you could have, anything you can. Energy here. All right. The 9 of Pentacles, the Ace of Pentacles, and Temperance. Um, with the Emperor card on the bottom, I mean, I feel like they're bringing in this is like I was joking about Hitler, but the Emperor energy, right? This is about you'd have to be able to go back in time to change the Emperor, who they are, you know, because the only thing you can do here is you have the Hermit card, let go, focus on your own self-worth, spend time with spirit. You transform, whoops, turn upside down your self-worth and then allow time to unfold here. But quite honestly, as you do this, I feel like you realize you evolve yourself right out of that interest and that deep attachment you have to this one person because you guys are at this level, but when you raise your vibration and find your self-worth, your energy doesn't match anymore. In fact, you kind of change. Now, so something that happened with me in my transformation, I used to get attracted to people that were so like the lost puppies and the hurt. animals, these people, right? And because that was part of my self-worth, that was part of my, um I was defining myself by how helpful I could be and how I could give to others. And so I used to get attracted to those that, the sad cases and the lost. I'd be like, "Oh, I'm so attracted to them." In fact, at some point, I would be like, "You must have really had a rough life. Why? Because I'm so attracted to you." That's when I was realizing it, right? And then as I transformed and I found my self-worth and I raised my self-love and self-worth, then the needy individuals that used to attract me like crazy started to repel me. I was like, "Oh, no, 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 no. I do not I want someone who has self-love and self-worth," you know? But there's a transformation that changes, and I feel like that's kinda what's coming in with that, right? Alright, so we've got that one there, and then your second email here, let's take a look at that here. So your friend's words saying that you weren't chill enough have really stuck with you. Like, if I did something differently, I could have prevented this and we'd have had a connection, even if it was surface level and took a lot of time for him. And that thought crushes you, that I'm the reason everything's happening. No, not that. Oh, yeah, I know I'm not that powerful. I'm so proud of you. I know, right? Twin flame. I know, right? But that's all right. It's affirmation for us of our growth. But I love this that, you're not that powerful. But can you see how your decisions could make him decide differently and thus maybe something different could be happening right now? Yeah, we can take a look here. Yeah, I love that twin flame. Exactly. Exactly. I love it. I love it. I love it. All right. So let's just ask that first, right? If you were more chill, and we kind of asked that already, but let's take a look here. If you were more chill, would that have changed any of the outcomes, right? No, the emperor, you would have had to go back in time. Again, that's what that emperor energy is going to be regarding him now. It's like, no, you'd have to go back in time in a time machine to change their conditioning for them to be differently, right? Um, Eight of Swords, because I feel like this is him, that he would have to let go of his thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that make, feeling limited and bound and trapped and restricted and small. That's what you'd have to go back in time because this thing is the one that's keeping him from going forward, not your actions, right? So so I like that, right? Yeah, here's the 8 of Wands. No, it's that reaction energy. Here's that fire burning down the dragon and the power of choice. Like you can't control, and that's good. This is a good reminder, and you kind of said this already, but you can't control their stories. You can't control their emotions. You can't control their physical actions. You can't control their energetic focus. We can make it harder or easier for people to choose lower or higher, but you can give someone the world, they're still gonna make the decisions that they're gonna make. We can't manipulate people to try to get them because trust me, I was a manager for decades, and no matter how hard I tried to make people do what corporate wanted them to do, if they didn't wanna do it, they ain't gonna do it. Um, if I did incentives to try to make them do it, if the incentive was enough, they would do it for a little bit, but then they would stop, because it's not who they were and what they wanted. It would, kind of energy. So I don't feel like it would change anything, that was there. Again, you got the, sire of the mind, the sire of the wands, of the fire. Here's all this energy of the emperor. You can't um, manipulate, you know, because that's what it comes down to. Is there anything I can do differently to make them do what I want them to do? No, we can't. We can try, and trust me, 0% success rate for decades and decades, and until I realized people don't want to be uh, told what to do, and if we push them, they'll resist, and if we pull them, they'll pull back. And but if we walk alongside someone, um, you know, can we guide them? But we're gonna take them off the path they're wanting to be on, and as soon as they recognize it, they're going, "What are you doing? I wanna go back over here." You know, we can't deceive them for the rest of their lives, like, "Guess who? Now follow me the rest of your life with your eyes closed." You're like, "Nope." You know, they're going to want what they want, and that's all dependent upon their own energies, or their own choices kind of thing, right? So, hopefully that helps. All right. I think we've dug into that adequately there. So let's get your fortune cookie here, see what else they've got going on here. All righty. Welcoming the harvest. I like it. Number 43. And it says, expect growth and expansion. As your hard work has paid off, it's time to celebrate. Yeah, so it's like, you're gonna put in this harvest. You're putting in the work and you're gonna get the harvest, but I feel like the harvest is gonna be different. Like I feel like you're hoping, well, if I do all this, then I'll be able to be with him. No, that's not why you're doing it. You're doing it for you, right? Um, and you're thinking maybe, well, maybe it could be, maybe that could be there, but you're like, I really strongly feel here, that once you do that, you realize you're a butterfly and they're still kind of caterpillar. And you're like, I want a butterfly. I'm not going to settle. I'm not going to wait for someone around waiting for someone to get into cocoon. There's no guarantee they ever will. And then you would have wasted all this ability to go so many places and travel as the butterfly and experience, right? Your keywords are results and return on investment. It says, congratulations are in order. You've worked hard and stayed the course, and now you can welcome the benefits of all your efforts. Receiving this card is a sign that what you have inquired about is well on its way to success, and you should move forward if you've not done so already. This card doesn't just represent short-term gains, but also long-term success. If you're asking about a business or career, the presence of this card is a clear sign that you're on the right track and should continue down this path. Your determination, focus, and drive are fueling excellent results. Not only will you be successful, but you can expect to continue to grow and expand for many years to come, enjoying all of the rewards and praise that will surely come along with your achievements. Only good things can come from this card when your reading is about love. This card can mean increased commitment in a relationship, restoration of harmony after troubled times, or if you're single, the potential to meet a stable and successful love interest who's ready to be a long term partner. See, that's the butterfly. I know. No, that's not him. That's meet a new partner. So I like that for you, May. So hang in there, my dear. Dream well if you're still listening. And thank you again for all your donations. I really appreciate you. All righty. So thank you guys. Hey, Cat Mia. Good to see you. We'll get you on the list here. They might have deleted your question. I don't see it here yet. So I got you on the list here. You'll be number 39 if I get that far. Kind of heading towards 9 o'clock. 9 hours. So at some point, I might need to cut off. If I do, I'll finish you in the morning when I come on for to finish out the free readings as well. And Jojo, I see your question. We'll get you on there. All right. So we shall see. Yeah, these some of these are shorter readings, so I might be able to just get them out. I might make a new, might hit a new record here tonight, but I feel like maybe we'll just punch through and get them done. Not get them done, but complete them tonight instead of making you guys wait. So obviously, Cancer, you're up 8:45:57 is yours. Here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. And how does your ex feel about us going no contact? All right, let's take a look here. All right, thank you. Patouche. Patouche. All right. And this one too. All right. So we've got these here. Yeah, they are still in a bit of a little funk. We've got the Three of Swords, which is, they have this heartbreak energy. And this is about they're mourning like the dream not coming true, right? So they do have that energy. They're mourning that. And that's a lot of what we do. We saw the possibilities of what could be, and we mourn that. When we think about what was actually happening between us, we don't mourn that a whole lot. We mourn what could have been, right? The Nine of Pentacles, there is this energy of they don't like being alone. They don't like that feeling of being like lonely and alone. And I feel like they are, having that kind of energy that's there. Um, you know, they understand though. I mean, I got the Two of Cups energy, and the Seven of Wands is about being true to our authentic selves. And I feel like, the energy that's coming in with that, is that it's like I feel like they shrink themselves when they're in a relationship, and when they're out, they feel like they're being themselves. And so I feel like that there's some of that energy there about, that's coming in. It's kind of a habit, right? Um, they do think a little bit about a return with the Six of Cups, that's someone coming back, and they have the Shaman. So there is some energy there, and with the Page of Cups, which both of those are this is all like energy around, wondering if there would be a return, over time. We got the Seven of Pentacles on the bottom too, which is like, you know, the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. Is it that this isn't good fruit? We're not getting what we both want from the relationship? Or is there, you know, could it have been, could have, the kind of the dream energy. If we would have stuck it out longer, could it have worked kind of energy? But they do understand, the 10 of Wands is the ending energy, changing from burden, to not really gratitude, it doesn't feel like, but new beginnings, something free. Kind of felt like it was becoming restrictive between the two of you, a lot of pressure, a lot of feeling like the relationship was turning into a burden. And they understand now, the freedom energy that comes in here. We do have the nine, excuse me, the Knight of Swords. I do feel like they're, you know, wanting clarity around this. And I do feel a little bit like the no contact. I feel like they question that sometimes because they're wondering. I don't feel like there was a lot of closure and discussion. And I feel like we always wonder why, what if? And I feel like there's some of that, you know, maybe I would have liked to talk about things more to understand, but also they understand why sometimes talking about it isn't gonna help. Um, but, the biggest and it's good for all of us, to know that the biggest thing for us is realizing, um, that it's not that I need to understand what was going on out here. Gotta understand what was going on in here with my stories and my emotions and my choices and what was, um, steering and impacting and influencing my choices and my decisions and my perspectives, right? So I feel like that's what they have for there. And then for your fortune cookie, you get a Japanese wisdom for non-Japanese people. So let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. Do you feel it's this one here? Do you have it's Hoko, which is find your own direction. Wow. It says finding one's path in life. True fulfillment comes from walking your own path, not by chasing others' footsteps. Like a traveler finding joy in taking a hidden footpath over the beaten road. Says your friends are hiking at sunrise. You're hiking to the fridge at noon. That's totally fine. I like these cards. So hopefully that helps. Obviously, Cancer, that's what they got for you. So many blessings. Thank you again for your donation. All right. And Kira Light, hello, hello. Good to see you. Your timestamp is 8:52:03. And your question is, how does Graves feel about you right now? We had a fight. Haven't talked since then. Oh, how fun. Let me take a quick sip here. Mix this up a little. So cheers, cheers. Let me turn that down. Hot. All right. So Graves, let's go tap into their energy. Knock, knock. So how do they feel? What do we got going on here? All right. Now we got the Hierophant energy under the bottom of the deck, which this is a stepping stone. It's a growing pain energy. It's a change energy, transformation kind of energy. We got the Six of Cups and the Ace of Pentacles. Yeah, we got the Six of Cups is like the return of someone and the Ace of Pentacles. So there's a little bit of energy here. I feel like changing perspective a little bit. We'll see what these other cards bring in, but with these two together, it kind of feels like they're thinking about a return, and reaching out kind of energy here. Or not even, I don't feel like they're thinking about reaching out. They're just thinking about what that would look like of coming back together and, with the Ace of Pentacles in a new circumstance kind of energy. You also have 5 cards. You got 4 with one underneath. Got the Six of Swords. So that is, uh, they're letting go of some old ways of thinking, trying to see things from a higher perspective that could move things from choppy waters to calmer waters. So they have been thinking about what was said in the fight energy. Yeah, they got the moon energy. So Aquarius moon energy coming in, really helping, with a transformative type of energy. But it's allowed them to take emotion, compartmentalize it, dissect it, and trying to understand emotions. So with this full moon in Aquarius we had on Wednesday, Tuesday or Wednesday, this has allowed them to look at things a little differently, which is what helps with that Six of Swords. And we got the Sun card. So there's a bright light shining on things. Got the sun and moon. So they're seeing some different perspectives from a night view and from a day view, kind of energy. We got the Temperance. So here's that temperament energy. There is a little bit of, waiting energy coming in here too, just to see what unfolds. And again, big Aquarius energy with that King of Swords. So trying to see things, I feel like they're more in a less emotional, fiery state right now and more of a big reflective state. So I feel like they haven't made a decision, but I feel like they're in a different space than they were. Um, so, and there's the Knight of Swords under the Hierophant. So, there might be a return of, you know, contact because focusing on the things that they enjoy about, your guys' friendship. But that feels like with that temperance card, that feels like a little ways off. They're still contemplating things, but I feel like they're seeing things a little differently. So hopefully that helps a little bit. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in. We do have the Japanese wisdom for the non-Japanese. All right, I do want this one. And for this one, you've got the Ichigo uh, Ichiya, I think is how they say it. Savor the moment. Like the little kitty there. And it says, this moment, once gone, lives only in memory. Though paths may cross again, this version of time, place, and feeling will never return. Like a rainbow after rain, unexpected, vivid, and gone before you can trace its end. It says, you blink and it's gone, like my motivation, my diet, and my will to fold laundry. I love their little sayings on the bottom. So I kind of feel like I don't know. I feel like it's good to see that perspective and to go, you know what? Maybe, you know, look at how because I feel like you can see things with clearer eyes right now with the separation. You can look at how have they acted all this time, and you're like, why are you attached to accepting those things? And how are you treating yourself the way they treat you? And then because as you change and treat yourself differently, you're showing other people how they can treat you by how you treat yourself. And I feel like that's important during this time here. I know it's deep for a late, almost 2 a.m. here where I'm at. You're like, okay, that's not even a morning, that's an afternoon conversation, Brother Z. But hopefully that helps, Kira. That's what they got for you, right? All right. And then we have Twin Flame. We're at 8:58:32 for yours. Here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. And what blocks lasting attraction for you? A healthy pool to choose from? All right, let's take a look here. All right. If the fishing hole is nothing but a crawdad farm, you're only going to catch crawdads. Let's see here. What else? Anything else? What are the blocks? Okay, thank you. All right. I'm just saying, right? You're like, it is what it is. Oh, you going to the gym today? Oh, how nice. Um, yeah, so buy a card that made itself known here, um, is the good alright, is it a good pool? We got the 3 of Wands, which is with new information, you change directions. You know? So I feel like whatever you're about to learn, you definitely choose directions. The bottom of the deck, you have the Knight of Wands energy that's here. Um, yeah, until your advice. New pulls, yep, I like that. because, there is this yeah, that's where the 2 of cups you got the 2 of cups energy, coming in. But I feel like approaching it differently here. But the Knight of Wands, isn't about seeking passion, as far as with a human, with a relationship. This is saying, you know, go do the things you love. And when you're doing things you love, you happen to have and bump into someone, you know, who's also doing what you love. And there's a spark, and organically things grow, right? Because lasting attraction, it's more than, seeking, a relationship. It's stop dating. I know. Oh my god. Okay, wean off of dating slowly so you don't go into shock, right? And pursue what your passions are, what you enjoy doing. And when you that's a new pool because it's you're not doing it to find someone, you're doing it to live your passion in your life. And when you're doing that, you bump into someone who's doing it, and you have a real connection that develops. I know, right? Are you there? Poop, poop, poop. Are you still there? Poop, poop, poop. Do I need to dial 9-1 and then dial 1 again? Um, but there is this, unfolding in this, uh, growth that happens. It's like the intention isn't for a relationship, the intention is to live. And in living, you bump into someone, and then it organically grows instead of the goal is to work and whittle through and fish until I can get what I'm hunting for. We're not gonna hunt anymore, we're gonna live and then do that, right? I'm going dancing tomorrow. I love that. What else? You got the 9 of swords and the 6 of pentacles. Yeah. The lasting attraction, the equal giving and receiving energy comes when you drop expectations, right? Because that's what happens, when we're looking for people to meet these expectations of boyfriend, girlfriend, whoever, right? And when we have that, we're always seeing how people are falling short, right? But when we don't have that and we go in and, um, you know, and we went to this energy of um, no expectations, then it's gratitude, it's fulfillment, it's that kind of energy, right? So I love that. That it's about letting go of those expectations. Yeah, you got the Leo energy. It's about being true to yourself, being seen, um, just getting out there and enjoying your life. And when you're living bright and standing out, that's when you get that energy, right? Yeah, no expectations equals no disappointment equals no heartbreak. Exactly. You know, um, and you're just enjoying what unfolds. And it's a beautiful thing that we can experience. Yeah, because the Queen of Swords, beautiful balance between head and heart that comes in. So I love that. I love that energy um, with the Queen of Swords because that's how you find someone who's really compatible is because you have things in common that you're doing and that you enjoy doing. And yeah, the Four of Swords again, resting the expectations. The Four of Swords, the peace of mind that comes with just enjoying who someone is. And we have that beautiful energy. Yeah, we don't get the heartbreak because, as you're saying, there is none there, right? Well, our block to lasting attraction would be our expectations because expectations suck the life out of any relationship because we end up focusing in on what is not happening instead of gratitude for what is. As we have gratitude for what is happening and unfolding, it just grows and grows and grows and grows, right? But when we go in with expectations, we focus in on that, you know, um, you know, of who someone's supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be. Now, you might want to just, you know, kind of sit with no expectations, right? I'm just available and allowing. Well, Well, what has happened with the lasting attraction? Where did the attraction go? So you've been attracted to people, right? You've been attracted to people. Where did the attraction go away, right? What didn't they do that took the attraction away? Because that's the expectation, right? When we realize, well, what happened? Why didn't it unfold? Well, they didn't what, right? Yeah. They stop conversations. I would definitely, um well, that conversations are supposed to continue is an expectation. There you go. You know? I'm okay with conversations being exactly what they are. That you think there's a block, you know, means that you have an expectation that relationships are supposed to go a certain way, right? So it's if there's any supposed to, like, "Oh, yeah, I'm just accepting what is." So, you know, there's sometimes we've been embedded in expectations so much, we don't even realize how many there have been, right? Because 'Cause we're like, "Wow, even no expectations is an expectation." Alright, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. And this one's called Koku, which is trust the stillness. Oh my gosh, how perfect is that? Oh, that the man carries the conversation. Oh, look at you. Great self-awareness. It says, "Emptiness holds infinite possibility. The quiet spaces in life are not empty. They're where new beginnings take root, like the quiet shared between two people who no longer need words." It says, "Mind's gone blank? No problem. It's just making space for infinite potential." I like it. What a great, great energy, right? Excuse me. Ah, right? So, there we go. Enjoy the silence, you can, or you can question your expectation and go, um, that there doesn't have to be steady conversation, that there can be, um, you know, times of silence, times of moments, and it's okay. But I like that these expectations of what a man should do and shouldn't do, what's a person and I'm in a relationship, right? What are their actions and non-actions supposed to be, their words and their silence supposed to be, and look at the expectations you have there, right? Because those other blocks, right? Because we're focusing in on they're not they're not, talking. Oh, what do we get when we focus on what they're not doing? What do we get more of? What they're not doing. When we change for gratitude for what they are doing, then we grow more of that, right? So I like that. See, there's a lot to be seen there, right? So there's the blocks, right? So you went to that timestamp Aquarian Light, and that was the first one? Let me see here. Maybe I didn't grab the right one. So sorry. Well, here's your first one, Aquarian Light. So here's one timestamp. And let me grab your other one. And here's this one. And I think that's it. So here's what I see as your timestamps, Aquarian Light. So hopefully that helps. All right. So let us continue on here. I got a couple more. Cat Mia, if you're still here, um, I don't see a question from you yet. And so I'm gonna go to JoJo. If you don't have a question out here, I know your questions are specific, but I'm hit my new record. Woohoo! I'm at a little over 9 hours. So I'm gonna complete JoJo's, and then if your question isn't out, I will, um, I'll do you first tomorrow after you put your question either in the comments or you can email me or whatever. But in case you're here, I think YouTube erased your question again. All right. So Jojo, I did get yours. So Jojo, you're 9, 10, 45. You're welcome, Aquarian Light. All right. So thank you, my dear, for your additional donation. Let me take a sip here. Cheers, cheers. Pardon. So, advice on your situation. Let's take a look here. If David, your fairy godmother, tap dancing in a fairy costume. I'm like, what are you doing? Dun, 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 dun. All right. Bottom of the deck, you do have death and rebirth. Um, he's bringing in Eddie Lizard. He used to have Death or Cake was one of his uh, comedian shows. So Eddie Lizard, I think it's Eddie Lizard is his name. He's been in a lot of movies and stuff now, but great comedian, hilarious. But Death or Cake is the energy underneath your reading. You have two cards, 2, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1 underneath. So let's see this is about. You've got the Ace of Cups and the King of Wands. Yeah. I think it's Eddie Lizard. Just do Death or Cake and Eddie, and you should see it. But we've got here, the King of Wands, and the Ace of Cups. And again, this is energy. It makes sense here of, are you following your heart? Are you in tune with your heart? Are you doing what your heart wants, or are you doing what your mind wants? Underneath that, you got the Four of Cups, which is an emotional stagnancy energy. And it's time, they're usually offering, I mean, this is literally the Ace of Cups that's being offered with this Four of Cups here. So this is what is being offered that will bring a feeling of living to your life rather than a stagnant feeling to it. So, of course, that's why your fairy godmother came in, because they're talking about living your dream. Are you living your dream? The situation, advice on your situation is almost, we'll see what these other cards are, but he's like, why are you wasting time on something that's not your dream? Period. Okay. Or question mark. Yeah. So we got the Five of Wands and the Five of Cups. So here's this emotional energy, lower vibration emotion, lower vibrational energy, and the Hierophant, the major arcana number 5 coming in here. And this is the conflict where you have growth, where it allows you and pushes you, not pushes you, but gives you the clarity for change. So this is the Hierophant bringing in growing pains and stepping stones situation to help you realize, it's like this energy of, when the ugliness of not being true to myself is outweighed by fear, I don't take action. But when the ugliness of not being true to myself outweighs my fears, that's when I take action. And I feel like this situation that you're in. It's conflict showing you what really matters. Does that really matter or does your dream matter? And um, it's like helping put things in perspective, it feels like. You've got the Four of Swords, the Full card, yeah. Here is this letting expectations go. And both of these cards are that really, because, this is they're sleeping on seeing things from a higher perspective, letting go of the expectations of the world. And the Full card being the first card in the, major arcana, which is a world of possibility, not a world of expectations and limitation. The card underneath that one is the Devil card. Yep. Being free, set free from the thoughts, the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, long held thoughts and beliefs, and, those things that keep us restricted and small and trapped. And I like that. So we're coming back to death and rebirth, death to the old, ready for the new energy coming in here. And I like that. Death or cake is your homework assignment. So hopefully that brings some clarity for you. I feel like it might be a bit that he does, but it might be an um, entire, whatever they call it, show or whatever that he does. All right. And then we have from the Japanese wisdom for the non-Japanese. We've got yours coming in here. And yours says, Kibo, hold on to hope. I love it. It's like the star card in tarot. Arigato, Johanna-san. It says, hope gives strength to move forward. Every day holds new opportunities, even in hard times, like the first light of dawn, rising even after the longest night. It says, lost your AirPods 2 weeks ago, but you still check the same drawer every single day. That's hope. I love that. Did you lose your AirPods? So hopefully that helps, my dear. That is what they have for you. So many blessings to you. And hopefully thank you again for all your donations. Enjoy your day. I know it's time for you to wake up almost, right? On the other side of the planet. Is it mid-morning? Something like that. But thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And Cat Mia, are you in the house? Meow, meow, Cat Mia, meow, meow. So, afternoon. Yeah, that's right. It's like way in the afternoon, right? Yeah, because you're like hours away. I will. I'm gonna head off here in a little bit. Gotta do my round up, my final things here before I head off to bed. And Cat Mia, I will catch you in the morning. Um, so I'll put a note on the pinned comment. You probably end up posting anyway, but I don't see a question, and I know you do specific questions, so I won't give you a general reading. I'll wait for your question, and you'll be up first when I pop on in the morning towards afternoon tomorrow to do the free readings. You'll be first up for donations, and we'll give you that, and as well as Lemon Lime's Lulu. So Lemon Lime, thank you so much for your donation. I'm actually going to head out, but I'll complete yours in the morning because I've been on for 9 hours. I'm barely still awake, but I'll get you in the morning um, because I'm going to be passing out here soon. It's 2:20 a.m. in the morning, and I'd be tired. So, yeah, during the makeup read, I'll do the Cat Mia if I get her question, I'll put her up first, and then, you'll be up second, and then I'll dive into the free readings. Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate your patience in getting to that, so I'll have you on the list, and we'll get you squared away, and we'll find out more. So, thank you for understanding. I appreciate you, appreciate your donation. And, if you guys have not got into the final giveaway, just so you know, I'm having a giveaway, next Monday. You're already gonna be entered in the regular giveaway, for donations, a 30-minute personal recorded reading, and then for free readings, a 15-minute personal recorded reading. But if you check out that video, it'll tell you all about the August 3rd giveaway, and it is about commenting on the winning videos that I put out the last 4 Mondays. Can't believe it's already the end of July. It's crazy. But if you comment, you can comment on each one, just a congratulations to the winners or whatever statement you want or an emoji, whatever. And then you can get into that special drawing where I'm giving away 1 60-minute personal recorded reading, 2 30-minute personal recorded readings, and 4 15-minute personal recorded readings. So that'll be on Monday. Just one comment per one of those would be 4 entries into that. And but if you don't want to like put a bunch of comments on one video, that's just one entry. So don't spam anyone. I'm not talking to you, Lemon Lime Salute. I'm talking to everyone. Um, so just one comment per each, and you can get into the drawing for Monday. I'm excited. I like giving things away. And also, we have a new podcast episode out that came out this morning called "What Do People Think?" or what they think of me. It's all about that question of why do we wonder what people think of us and feel about us, and some great perceptions and tools to help us escape that constant, "What do people think? What do people feel?" Right? So, it's a good thing. And then if you wanna catch up on the rest of the podcast, the link is down in the description area of the video or on my main page. Here's the link for the main playlist too, if you wanna catch up on some more. It's all available, it's all free. So, thank you guys again so much for all your love and all your support, and I'll see some of you in the morning, and I will be back tomorrow night. I'm on Wednesday through Sunday night, so I shall return. Till then, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you guys too. Thank you guys again so much for all the thumbs up, all your love. Guys, sleep tight or have a great day wherever you guys may be. And I'll see you when I see you. I love you guys.